The Pitch, Selling a New America Dream. Chapter 1, The Silence of the Soldier. There is a silence that isn't the absence of noise, but the presence of things unsaid. Soldiers know it well. It is heavier than the roar of combat because it has no direction. In war, you know where the bullet is coming from. In peace, you don't know why you're ducking. Bruce sat at the kitchen table of his small house on the outskirts of Arlington. A cup of cold coffee stood before him. He stared at the pattern of the Formica top, a wood imitation trying to be something it wasn't. Just like him. The echo of Kandahar still reverberated in his head, but here, in this perfectly trimmed suburb, it sounded like a foreign radio station breaking through the static of civilization. He had returned 6 months ago. His body was intact, save for a scar on his left thigh and a faint ringing in his ear he called the Song of the Desert. But his mind felt like a map drawn in a language nobody spoke anymore. He remembered the day of his discharge, the colonel's handshake, the medal that felt cool and meaningless in his palm, and the obligatory "thank you for your service." It was a phrase that acted like a wall, a polite way of saying, "We don't really want to know what you did. We just want you to get back in line." But get back in line for what? For the silence? Bruce stood up and walked to the window. Outside, a garbage truck drove by, its hydraulic hiss making his muscles tense for a split second. He took a deep breath. 101, 102. The training ran deep. You could take the man out of the war, but you couldn't just delete the war from the man like a corrupted file. He looked out at his neighborhood. Flags were waving everywhere, stars and stripes. He had bled for that flag. He had watched men die giving everything for that flag. And now, standing here, he asked himself, for the first time in his life, for what exactly? Not for freedom, not for democracy. Those words felt like dry sand in his mouth now. He had seen how democracy was exported with tanks, only to realize you can't plant it like corn. You can only sow destruction and hope resentment doesn't grow from it. He thought of Mr. Wilson, his neighbor across the street. Wilson was a Korean War veteran, a man who had been hoisting flags in his front yard for decades and talking about the good old days. But when Bruce looked into Wilson's eyes, he saw the same abyss he found in his own reflection, a silence so deep it swallowed everything else. Bruce wasn't a philosopher, he was a technician, a man of logic. In the Army, he had learned that every problem has a solution if you apply the right means. If a bridge is broken, you fix it. If an enemy attacks, you neutralize him. Everything followed a clear structure, a hierarchy, an order. But the world out here didn't follow orders. It followed profit. He remembered a conversation with his father shortly before he enlisted. His father, a patriot of the old school, had told him, "Bruce, a man needs a purpose. He has to be part of something bigger." I am part of something bigger, Bruce thought now, watching the garbage truck recede. I'm part of a giant machine spinning in circles, never getting anywhere. He felt like a foreign body in his own home. People in the supermarket arguing about avocado prices, while drones circled over mud huts on the other side of the world. It was a schizophrenia he could barely stand. You lived in a bubble of consumption and comfort, protected by a silence camouflaged as patriotism. The silence wasn't just a lack of words. It was the certainty that words weren't enough. How do you explain the smell of burning rubber and fear to someone complaining their latte isn't hot enough? How do you explain the absolute clarity of a moment where only survival matters in a world obsessed with the color of new curtains? Bruce began to read books, not the kind you buy at the airport. He was looking for answers to questions he couldn't even formulate yet. He read about history, power structures, the architecture of societies. He wanted to understand why the system he had served so loyally felt like a house of cards in a storm. He stumbled upon a quote by George Orwell, "In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act." Bruce smiled for the first time in weeks. A dry, grim smile. Was the truth what was missing? Or was it the structure in which truth could exist? He felt a growing restlessness. The silence in his house was becoming unbearable. He had to get out. He needed a task, something to occupy his hands and his mind before he drowned in an ocean of meaninglessness. He grabbed his jacket from the hook, an old M65 field jacket he hadn't put away even after his service. It was like a second skin. He reached into the pocket and found a small coin, a unit challenge coin. He rolled it over his knuckles, a habit that calmed him. Outside, the world was loud yet strangely still. Cars hissed over the asphalt, dogs barked, children laughed. But underneath all that noise lay the great silence. The silence about the debts keeping the country afloat. The silence about the wars no one wanted to win anymore, yet no one dared to end. The silence about the fact that the authority of the state everyone talked about lay in the hands of a few who treated the people like extras in a bad play, useful only every 4 years. Bruce didn't know it then, but this was the day he stopped being a soldier of the state. He became a soldier of reason. He climbed into his old Ford pickup. The engine rumbled reluctantly, like a sleeping beast woken too soon. Bruce put it in gear and drove off. Where to? He didn't know exactly. Somewhere he was needed. Somewhere he didn't just have to watch anymore. He drove through the streets of Arlington, past monuments remembering the heroes of days gone by. He saw the inscriptions in marble, Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori. It is sweet and fitting to die for one's country, he translated in his head. He almost spat out the window. It wasn't sweet. It was bloody, filthy, and often completely pointless. And the country wasn't a sacred construct, but an organization of people often more concerned with maintaining their own power than the well-being of those they represented. Bruce stopped at a red light. Next to him was a sleek Mercedes. The driver, a man his age, wore an expensive suit and was talking on hands-free. He was gesturing wildly, talking about stock prices, quarterly figures, growth potential. Bruce looked at him and felt a deep, cold rage. Not envy. Rage. This man lived in a world built on the blood and silence of men like Bruce. He enjoyed the safety without ever questioning the price. He was a profiteer of the construct, a parasite of the order. In that moment, Bruce realized he had to break the silence. Gabs, not by screaming, not by violence, but by construction. If the existing system was a house of cards, he had to learn how to build a foundation that didn't rest on lies. He looked for a job, something simple. He ended up at a car dealership, Bishop's Quality Motors. It was a place of direct contact, a place about persuasion, about negotiation, about the pitch. Bruce had no idea this would be the start of his real mission. He thought he was just selling cars. In reality, he began learning how to sell people a vision of a world where silence was no longer necessary. But first, he had to learn to speak the language of those who had never been silent. The language of those who thought they held the power when they were merely slaves to their own greed. The silence was no longer a burden. It was his cover. He parked the Ford in front of the office of Bishop's Quality Motors. He smoothed out his shirt. He put on the face the world expected of him. The reliable, silent ex-soldier. "Good morning, Bruce," Bishop said. He was a man in his mid-50s who had once been a veteran himself, Vietnam, as the faded photo on his office wall betrayed. Now he sat here, collar too tight, smile too wide, selling dreams to people he might have respected once. "Ready for the pitch?" Bruce looked at him. His eyes were like two gray stones glinting in the sun. "Ready, sir," he said quietly. But he didn't mean selling the next SUV. He meant the battle for people's minds. The war was over, but the pitch had just begun. Silence was his tool. Weeks passed. He observed, analyzing sales conversations like reconnaissance reports. Bishop lied, exploited weaknesses, traded dreams for numbers and spreadsheets. Bruce learned quickly. He wasn't a salesman in the classic sense. He was a strategic planner. He knew you don't convince a person by throwing facts at them. You convince them by finding a gap in their worldview and filling it with something that feels right. In his notebook, kept under the lamp in his small apartment at night, he began drawing sketches, not blueprints for engines, blueprints for interactions. "Power emanates from the people," he wrote on the first page of a new notebook. He crossed out emanates and replaced it with should. Then he crossed out the whole sentence and wrote, "Power is stripped from the people because they lack the tools to keep it." That was the birth of the pitch, not as a sales technique, but as a philosophical weapon. When he sold a car, he did it with an honesty that nearly drove Bishop insane. Bruce told customers what was wrong with the vehicle. He explained the hidden costs. He didn't treat them like prey, but like allies. And the strange thing happened. People bought more from him than anyone else. They trusted him. "Why do you do this, Bruce?" An older lady asked him after he advised her against buying an overpriced sports car that would have been nothing but trouble. Bruce looked at her. He remained silent for a moment. He searched for words that weren't a lie. "Because I'm tired, ma'am," he finally said. "Tired of the lies. We live in a world based on deception. I want to make an exception, at least here on this dusty parking lot." The woman nodded slowly. She didn't quite understand what he meant, but she felt the weight of his words. Bruce realized people were thirsting for truth like men dying of thirst in the desert. They knew something was wrong. They felt the tremors in the foundation of society, but they had no words for it. They only had fear. In those moments, it became clear to Bruce he wasn't here to sell cars. He was here to liberate people from their own silence. He was the soldier who had stopped shooting and started listening. One evening, as the sun sank behind the warehouses of Arlington, dipping the sky in a toxic orange, Bruce sat for a long time on the hood of a pickup. He thought of his comrades still standing in the sand somewhere. He thought of the politicians in Washington, deciding the fate of the world in air-conditioned offices just a few miles away without ever touching the ground. He felt a deep calm. The silence was no longer his enemy. It was his foundation. "Damn it," he whispered into the twilight. "I'm going to do it." He didn't know how yet. He didn't know the details. But he knew the objective. He would create a structure where the voice of a single individual weighed as much as that of an entire government. He would hack the mathematics of power. He climbed off the truck and walked to the office. Bishop had already turned off the lights. Bruce locked the door and looked at the gleaming sign. The Pitch. It was a good name. It was the name of a revolution that began with an honest conversation. Bruce walked to his Ford. He no longer felt like a ghost in his own home. He felt like an architect who had just found the first stone. A stone not built on blood, but on reason. The soldier's silence was broken, not by a scream, but by a plan. The journey had begun. Within a few months, Bruce had made a name for himself, not as a top salesman, but as the man who told the truth. Customers came from far and wide just to talk to him. They told him about their worries, their shattered dreams, their anger at those up there. Bruce listened. He collected their stories like evidence. He saw the pattern. People felt powerless, not because they were stupid or lazy, but because the system was engineered so that their voices drowned in the static of corruption and bureaucracy. He began spending evenings in libraries. He studied the U.S. Constitution, the Federalist Papers, the writings of Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. He was looking for the bug in the code. He found it in representation. "If I elect someone to represent me," he wrote in his wiki, which he had started on a cheap laptop, "then I surrender my power and hope they use it in my interest. That's not a contract. That's a bet with bad odds." He thought of his time in the military. Their representation was direct. If your sergeant made a mistake, you died. The consequence was immediate. In politics, however, people could make decisions affecting millions without ever having to bear the consequences. They gambled with other people's lives while they were safe. That was the asymmetric warfare of power. Bruce knew he had to break this imbalance. He met Mr. Wilson again. The old man was sitting on his porch, staring into the void. Bruce sat down with him. They didn't speak much, but Bruce noticed Wilson had something to say. "Bruce," Wilson said after a long silence, "do you think they remember us?" "No," Bruce said. "The system remembers no one. It only knows numbers. We are variables in an equation that no longer adds up." Wilson nodded. "I thought my whole life I was doing the right thing. I fought, I paid taxes, I voted, and what do I have now? A pension that barely covers rent and a country I don't recognize anymore." "We gave them our power, Mr. Wilson," Bruce said quietly, "and they used it against us." "What can be done about it?" Wilson asked. There was no hope left in his voice, only weariness. Bruce looked at him. "You can strip them of the power, not through fighting, but by revoking legitimacy. We have to stop playing, Mr. Wilson. We have to build our own platform." Wilson gave a short, dry laugh. "Our own platform? We're two old men in Arlington, Bruce. What are we going to do? Build a website?" Bruce smiled. It was a smile that would have scared Bishop. "Maybe not just a website, sir. Maybe a new way to live. A constitution not made of paper, but of code. Incorruptible, transparent, instant." Mr. Wilson looked at him for a long time. In his tired eyes, Something flashed for a moment that looked like defiance. Code, huh? I don't understand squat about computers, Bruce, but I understand justice. If you find a way to bring justice back, then count me in. Bruce shook the old man's hand. It was a promise. That night, Bruce didn't sleep. He worked on the concept for what he would later call Prohomocracy. He knew the name was clunky, but it was precise. It was about the rule of reason by the human being, without middlemen, without filters. He felt lighter. The silence was gone. In its place, a rhythm had entered, the rhythm of a machine slowly but unstoppably spinning up. He was no longer a soldier waiting for orders. He was the one writing the orders. And the first order was, recognize the truth. The next morning, he went to work. Bishop received him with a stack of papers. Bruce, we have a problem. A customer is complaining that you told him the truth about the transmission damage. We lost the deal. Bruce looked at Bishop. He saw the sweat on his upper lip, the fatigue in his eyes. Bishop wasn't evil. He was trapped in a system that had forced him to sell his soul piece by piece until only the shell remained. We lost the deal, Bishop, Bruce said calmly, but we want a human being who trusts us. That is the only capital that counts in the end. Bishop shook his head. His voice was quieter than usual. Trust doesn't pay my bills, Bruce. I was like you know? After Vietnam, I also thought I could make the world better, but the world doesn't want to get better. It just wants to survive. He breathed heavily. Either you sell like a pro, or you look for another job. Bruce smiled. It was a quiet, almost gentle smile. I understand, sir. We lost the deal, but we kept our integrity. That's a foundation you can build on. Bishop stared at him as if Bruce had spoken in a foreign tongue. He shook his head slowly. Integrity doesn't fill the registers, Bruce, but your numbers are the best we've had in years, despite everything. I don't understand how you do it, but as long as the bottom line adds up, I won't be the one to slow you down. Bruce nodded. He took his name tag and ran his thumb over the embossed letters. All right, Bishop, I'll keep selling. My way. He turned and walked back to the showroom. Behind him, Bishop mumbled something about the strange times they were living in. But Bruce barely heard it. He stepped out onto the dusty lot where the sun danced on the chrome of the SUVs. He saw the customers walking tentatively between the cars, people looking for a piece of happiness they could touch. He no longer felt like a ghost. He felt like a scientist in his own lab. Bishop's Quality Motors wasn't just a job anymore. It was the proving ground for the pitch. He would learn here how to dismantle the wall of silence, brick by brick. He smoothed his shirt and put on the face the world expected of him. Good day, he said to a young couple standing undecided in front of a van. Can I help you find out the truth about this car? The silence was defeated. The work had just begun. He was Bruce, and he had a pitch for the world. The war was over, but the real fight had just begun. Chapter 2. The Pitch. Bishop's Quality Motors was a graveyard of dreams in a glittering showroom. Every car on the lot was a promise paid off in installments, a promise of freedom, status, or safety that usually faded the moment the ink dried on the sales contract. Bruce loved this place in a perverse way. It was the perfect laboratory. In the weeks following his decision to break the silence, he had become a legend on the lot, not because he was particularly aggressive in his sales tactics. On the contrary, he sold through the absence of pressure. He was the anti-salesman. On a humid Tuesday afternoon, he stood next to a silver Ford Explorer. The customer, a nervous man in his mid-40s named Peterson, wiped sweat from his forehead. Peterson needed a car for his family, but he was afraid. Afraid of the interest rates, afraid of the future, afraid of getting ripped off. You know, Peterson, Bruce said, leaning against the fender. He wasn't wearing a jacket, just a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. This car is okay. It'll get you from A to B. But the price Bishop is asking is too high for what you're getting. If you really want safety, buy the used one over there. It's 2 years older, but the engine is indestructible. And you'll save $10,000. Peterson stared at him. Advise against the new model? I'm advising you to make a decision that lets you sleep at night, Bruce said calmly. That's my pitch, Peterson. I'm not selling you debt. I'm selling you a solution that fits your life. In that moment, Bruce realized people are willing to do almost anything if they feel someone speaks their language and represents their interests. The pitch wasn't a sales technique. It was a weapon. The problem with the modern world was that no one represented the people's interests anymore. Politics sold dreams like Bishop sold his cars, with hidden defects and exorbitant interest rates. During his breaks, Bruce sat in his small office behind the showroom. He deconstructed the sales structure. 1. Capture attention, hook. 2. Identify a problem, pain point. 3. Present a solution, value proposition. 4. Build trust, social proof. 5. Call to action. He applied this to democracy. The pain point was obvious. People felt powerless. The value proposition was prohomocracy, direct participation through technology. But the call to action, that was the problem. How do you move millions of people to leave a system they hate but that offers them security? This is where Alex came in. Alex wasn't a car buyer. He was a wanderer of the web. Bruce had met him in an internet forum for cryptography and political theory. Alex was 21, lived in a shared apartment in Seattle. He had the ability to write code like poetry. They met in person for the first time at a diner called the Rusty Bolt, about an hour's drive from Arlington. Bruce didn't want to be seen in his neighborhood. Alex was 21, had bags under his eyes, and wore a t-shirt with a logo Bruce didn't recognize. He moved as if daylight were an unnatural threat, a human who spent more time in virtual spaces than physical ones. He drank his coffee black and stared at Bruce as if he were a relic from another time. "You're the guy from the forum," Alex said. He didn't sound impressed. "The soldier who thinks he can save the world with an app." Bruce didn't smile. He placed his hands flat on the table. "I don't think an app saves the world, Alex. I think a new operating system for society is necessary, and I need someone to write the kernel." Alex laughed softly. "An operating system? Man, do you have any idea how complicated that is? It's not just bits and bytes. It's about trust, about security. How do you prevent someone from hacking the system? How do you prevent the tyranny of the majority?" "Through mathematics," Bruce said. He pulled a crumpled sheet of paper from his pocket. It was a sketch of the Prohomocracy equation. SM equals PM, state power equals people power. We build a platform where every vote is verified but remains anonymous. A platform where consensus isn't formed by shouting but by validation. Alex took the paper and studied it. His expression shifted from skepticism to curiosity. He started calculating on a napkin with a pen. "You want decentralized validation, like a blockchain, but without the speculative garbage," Alex mumbled, more to himself. "Every citizen is a node. Every decision is a block. Thingy, but how do you verify identity without a central authority?" "That's the pitch, Alex," Bruce said. "We use the social infrastructure that already exists. People vouch for each other. Circles of trust. If 10 verified citizens vouch for you, you're in the system. If you lie or cheat, they all lose their status. It's an architecture of responsibility." Alex looked up. His eyes were shining now. That's brilliant and insane at the same time. If that works, you don't need parliaments anymore. You don't need lobbyists. You don't need parties. "Exactly," Bruce said. You just need reason." That night in the diner, the foundation was laid for what would later become known as the Code of Freedom. Bruce put his savings on the table, money he had scraped together from the military and Bishop. It wasn't much, but it was enough to fund Alex for a few months. "I'm not doing it for the money, Bruce," Alex said as he shoved the cash into his backpack. "I'm doing it because I want to know if it's possible. I want to see how the powerful react when they meet something they can't corrupt." Bruce returned to Arlington. He felt like he had just loaded the first round into a weapon whose target he didn't yet know. At Bishop's Quality Motors, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bishop had noticed Bruce was planning something. He saw Bruce making calls during his breaks, taking notes, refusing to play the usual games. "Bruce, you're a damn good salesman," Bishop said one morning in his office. He lit a cigar, even though it was prohibited in the room. "But you're unpredictable. You make the other guys nervous. They say acts like a ghost." "Maybe I am a ghost, Bishop," Bruce said. The ghost of something you've long forgotten. Honesty." Bishop laughed and blew a cloud of smoke into the air. "Honesty doesn't bring bonuses, my friend. We're in business here. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's the law of the market." "Then the law of the market is flawed," Bruce said, "and it's time for an update." Bruce started building small hacks into his daily routine. He organized after-hours meetings for customers. not to sell cars, but to talk about their problems. He called it the open pitch. At first, only 3 or 4 people came: a mechanic named Joe, a single mother named Sarah, and Mr. Wilson. They met in the back lot of Bishop's between discarded tires and rusting chassis. Bruce told them about his vision. He didn't talk about tech, he talked about dignity. We're used to someone telling us what to do, he said, sitting on a stack of tires. We're used to our voice being just a cross on a piece of paper that ends up in the shredder the next day. But imagine if we had a tool where we could decide every day, not about everything, but about what affects our lives. The rent, the schools, the roads. Sarah looked at him doubtfully. And who makes sure the rich don't just outvote us? They have the media, they have the money. In Prohomocracy, money doesn't count, Bruce countered. Only verified voices count. And you can't buy a voice if the system is built so that bribery becomes instantly visible. In the blockchain, there are no slush funds. Joe, the mechanic, scratched his head. Sounds like sci-fi, Bruce, but I like the idea that I don't have to wait for a letter from the government to know how high my taxes are. If I could check them myself, that would be something. It was a slow process. Bruce had to relearn the language of the people, not the officer, not the theorist, one of them. The pitch became sharper, more refined. In Seattle, Alex wrote the first code. He called the project Phalanx, a fitting name for a line of defense based on cohesion. Every week, Alex sent updates. Bruce, I've finished the identity protocol. It's watertight. I'm using zero-knowledge proofs. You can prove you're a U.S. citizen without revealing your name or address. It's absolute privacy with absolute verifiability. Bruce read the reports and felt the puzzle pieces coming together. He was no longer a soldier defending the status quo. He was the leader of an underground movement that was completely legal. Because what was illegal about using an app to speak your mind? What was unconstitutional about taking the preamble of the Constitution, we the people, at its word and bringing sovereignty back where it belonged? The danger didn't lie in illegality. The danger lay in efficiency. The old system was based on inefficiency. It relied on participation being complicated, on people having to fill out forms, sacrifice time, and endure frustration. Prohomocracy made participation as easy as ordering a pizza. And that was exactly what would make the powerful panic. On a Friday evening, just before Bishop's Quality Motors closed, Bruce dialed Alex's number. When can we go live? The alpha version is ready, Alex said. He sounded exhausted but excited. We need test users, real people, not just my buddies in the apartment. I have them, Bruce said, looking into the back lot where Joe, Sarah, and Wilson were waiting. I have my test team ready. That night, the first accounts were created in the Phalanx environment. It wasn't a solemn ceremony. It was a group of people in work clothes standing around a laptop, its screen the only light in the dark yard. Name? Alex asked over the speakerphone. Joe Bishop, said the mechanic. No relation to the boss here. Okay, Joe, hold your ID to the camera. Now nod. Now blink. Validated. Welcome to Prohomocracy. Joe looked at the smartphone in his hand. A green circle appeared there. A voice. That's it? He asked. I am now sovereign. You just took the first step, Joe, Bruce said. You reclaimed control over your data and your will. From now on, you decide. One by one, they were verified. It was a moment of consecration. In a world where they often felt like specks of dust, this little green light on the display gave them a sense of significance back. Bruce was the last one. When his own status flipped to active, he felt an electric shock run through his body. It wasn't silence anymore. It was a signal. Bishop watched them from his office window. He didn't understand what they were doing. He just saw a group of people acting conspiratorially. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of an old acquaintance at the local police station. Hey, Gary. I got some weird birds on my lot, Bruce and a few others. They're acting like they're building a bomb. Can you swing by? Bishop didn't know how right he was, only that the bomb wasn't made of explosives. It was made of code and transparency. When the police pulled up half an hour later, Bruce was gone. He was sitting in his Ford, driving toward the Blue Ridge Mountains. He needed a moment to himself. He thought about the pitch, the perfect pitch. If you show a person that they aren't alone, that their voice counts, and that there is a way out of powerlessness, then you don't need violence. Then the old system collapses all on its own because it finds no nourishment. The nourishment of the old system was the apathy of the people, and Bruce had just distributed the antidote. He looked into the dark sky. The stars of Virginia shone clear and cold. "The pitch is made," he whispered. "Now we just have to see who buys it." Alex's voice sounded in his ear as he turned on the radio. Not a music station, an encrypted audio channel. "Bruce, we have the first 10 validations in the network. It's spreading. Joe invited his brother. Sarah registered her neighbors. It's like wildfire." Bruce floored the gas pedal. He felt more alive than ever before. This wasn't Kandahar. This wasn't Arlington. This was the beginning of Prohomocracy. And he was the man who had delivered the pitch for it. Democracy, he thought, is not a state. It is an act. And tonight they had started to act. Bishop's Quality Motors was now officially history for him. Bruce would not return the next day. He had sold enough cars, studied enough souls. The laboratory had served its purpose. That night, as he drove over the dark highways of Virginia, he took his old name tag out of his pocket and dropped it into the trash can at a gas station. It was a small act, almost casual, but it felt more final than any oath. Now he was selling the future, and for the future, there was no return policy and no financing plan. The pitch was made. Now the execution began. Chapter 3. The Archaeology of the Idea. There are moments when the future must be excavated from the past, like a buried foundation. 3 days after the first Phalanx validation, Bruce sat in the public library of Arlington. Around him, the world was studying for exams that had long since become irrelevant. He was studying for a revolution. In front of him lay 2 documents that every American schoolchild knew, but no one read anymore. On the left, the Declaration of Independence of 1776. On the right, the Constitution of 1787. Bruce stared at the words he had heard hundreds of times: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But today, he looked at them differently. Today, he looked at them like a soldier studying a map and realizing the marked roads no longer matched reality. "This is the promise," he murmured, his fingers tracing over the Declaration of Independence. "Here it says who we wanted to be." He pushed the document aside and opened the Constitution. And here it says who we became. The difference was brutal. 1776 was a scream, a rebellion against the very idea that one human could rule over another without their consent. It was pure ideology, hot, flaming, uncompromising. 1787 was a contract. Pragmatic, cautious, full of compromises that seemed necessary to hold 13 headstrong states together, a document that permitted slavery to save the Union, a document that distrusted direct democracy and therefore built in filters. The Electoral College, the Senate, 2/3 majorities. Bruce suddenly understood. America suffered from a split soul. Its heart beat for 1776, but its body was controlled by 1787. "We love the promise," he wrote in his notebook, "but we obey the structure." And the structure was built by men who were afraid of what they had promised. He leaned back. Around him, the whispering of students preparing for exams. No one noticed that he was in the middle of undermining the foundation of their world. "Bruce?" He looked up. Mary Wilson stood before him, Mr. Wilson's granddaughter. She was in her mid-20s, a history student at Georgetown University, and had read more books on constitutional law than most lawyers. "Mary," he gestured to the chair opposite. "Perfect timing. I need someone to tell me I'm not crazy." She sat down and looked at the documents in front of him. 1776 and 1787, the classic American tragedy. "You see it too." "Anyone who reads honestly sees it," Mary countered. "One is poetry, the other is prose. One is vision, the other is administration. Jefferson wanted every generation to have its own revolution. Madison built a system that prevents revolutions." Bruce nodded. "And you know what the worst part is? They were right, both of them." Mary raised an eyebrow. 1776 alone would lead to chaos, Bruce said. Constant revolutions, no stability. But 1787 alone hardens into tyranny. The balance was always wrong. They built in too much fear of the people. "And you think you have the solution?" Mary's tone wasn't mocking, just curious. Bruce pulled out his smartphone and opened the Phalanx app. He showed her the green circle, his verified vote. "What if," he said slowly, "there was a way to combine the vision of 1776 with the stability of 1787? What if we were technically capable of enabling direct democracy without plunging into chaos?" Mary took the phone and studied it. "Blockchain?" More than that, an architecture of responsibility. Every vote counts, but every vote is also part of a network of mutual accountability. If you vouch for someone who lies, you lose your status. It's freedom with built-in self-regulation. That sounds too good to be true. Maybe, Bruce said, but it's better than what we have. Look at the glittering facades of consumerism selling dreams with hidden defects. Look at Washington, D.C. They sell promises that disappear after the election. The system rewards lies because there is no real accountability. Mary pushed the phone back to him. And you believe you can change that? I believe I have to try. Otherwise, Kandahar was for nothing. Otherwise, everything was for nothing. They fell silent for a moment. Then Mary said, "Show me how it works." Over the next few hours, Mary was the first to observe Prohomocracy with a critical eye. She asked questions Bruce hadn't even considered. What prevents the majority from tyrannizing the minority? Algorithms for validating fundamental rights, Bruce said. Certain decisions cannot be abolished by majorities. Freedom of speech, property rights, bodily integrity. They are hard-coded. And who decides what's in the code? Everyone. The system is open source. If you can write a better version, you can propose it. If the community validates it, it gets implemented. But that's anarchy. No, that's evolution. The best code wins, just as the best adaptation survives in nature. Mary leaned back. You've really thought this through. Not me alone. There's a developer in Seattle, Alex. He writes the code, I provide the philosophy. Philosophy, Mary repeated. She smiled thinly. Do you know what Jefferson said about philosophers? They reason well, but only from false principles. That's why we're looking for the origins here. Bruce tapped on the Declaration of Independence. I want to find the true principles. Not those that were sold to us, but those that were buried. He began to write. Not digitally, but with pen on paper. It was a habit from the military. Important thoughts belonged on paper where they couldn't be deleted. 1776 is the dream. All men are created equal. 1787 is the compromise, but some are more equal than others. 2008 becomes the wreckage, when compromises turn into corruption. 20XXX is the rebirth, when we find our way back to the dream with the tools of the present. Mary read along. 2008? What happens in 2008? Bruce looked at her. He was tired, but his gaze was alert. Everything if Alex's forecasts are right. He sees patterns in the financial data. The real estate system is a house of cards. It will fall. And then people will be ready to listen. Right now, they are still numb. They still believe in the old system. But when it collapses, he paused briefly, then we have a chance. That evening, Bruce didn't go home immediately. He drove to Mr. Wilson's. The old man was sitting on his porch, as always. The flag waved in the evening breeze. Mr. Wilson, Bruce said, sitting down next to him. May I ask you something? Always, Bruce. When you fought in Korea, what did you think you were fighting for? Wilson thought for a long time. For the idea, I guess. For what America was supposed to be. Not for what it was. We still had segregation back then, you know. But I believed we would get better. Did we get better? In some respects, yes. In others, he shook his head. I don't know, Bruce. Sometimes it feels like we just changed the paint, but the structure is the same. There are always some on top and some at the bottom. And what if I told you it doesn't have to be that way? That we can change the structure? Wilson laughed softly. You and your app, Mary told me about it. She thinks you're either a genius or crazy. What do you think? I think the line is thin. He looked at Bruce. But I also think we need men who cross that line. Otherwise, everything stays the way it is. Bruce reached into his pocket and pulled out his smartphone. He opened Phalanx and showed Wilson the green circle. This here isn't just an app, Mr. Wilson. This is a life raft. If the old system goes down, and it will go down, then this is our ark. Wilson looked at the small light on the display. An ark made of code. Noah would have laughed. Noah seemed crazy at first, too, until it started to rain. The old man nodded slowly. What do you need from me, Bruce? Tell the others about it. Your friends at the VFW, the veterans. They'll listen if it comes from you. They trust you. And what should I tell them? Tell them that the country we fought for never existed, but it could if we are brave enough to build it. Wilson was silent. Then he stood up and fetched a flag from his house. But it wasn't the American flag. It was the flag of the Marine Corps. Do you know what this means? He asked. Semper Fi, always faithful. Right? But faithful to what? The general? The president? He shook his head. No, to the man next to you, to the principle, to the idea. He folded the flag. If you build this idea, Bruce, then I'm in. But you have to promise me it won't become just another system that betrays the people. I promise, sir. Wilson offered him his hand. It was a handshake between two soldiers who realized the true enemy lay not across the border, but in the structure itself, turning people into tools. That night, Bruce wrote the central document of Prohomocracy. He called it Constitution 2.0, an update of the American dream. It began with the words, "When the Founding Fathers wrote the Constitution, they had no computers. They had no cryptography. They had no way to make direct democracy scalable. So they built filters. We now have the tools they didn't have. It is time for an update." He sent it to Alex. The answer came within minutes. "Bruce, this is dynamite. If you publish this, there is no going back." "Good," Bruce wrote back. "I don't want to go back." The next morning, Bruce posted the document to 100 forums simultaneously. Anonymous forums, cryptography communities, political blogs. It went viral. Some called it brilliant. Others called it treason. Most ignored it. But a few, a critical mass, began to ask questions. Is this technically possible? Could this work? Where do I sign up? Bruce stood in front of Mr. Wilson's house, watching the sun rise. The streets of Arlington were waking up. People were driving to work, to jobs they hated, trapped in structures they didn't understand. But soon they would have an alternative. The archaeology was complete. He had excavated the foundation, the true promise of 1776. Now he had to build on it. He pulled out his phone and called Alex. "How many have registered? Since this morning?" Alex sounded tired but excited. 200, and it's rising exponentially. Exponentially is good, but we need more. We need a trigger. A trigger? And an event that shows the old system is broken. Something that makes people angry. Something that makes them desperate enough to act. Alex was silent for a moment. "You mean you're waiting for a crisis?" "I'm not waiting for it, Alex. It's already on its way. I see the data. You see the data. The housing bubble, the subprime loans, the derivatives. It's only a question of time. And when the crisis comes, then we'll be ready. Then we have an answer." Bruce hung up. He looked at the flag Wilson had given him. Semper Fi, always faithful. Not to the system, to the idea. He folded the flag and placed it in his car. He didn't look back. The world he had left behind was now part of his past, a closed chapter. It was time to carry the vision into the world. He was no longer selling dreams made of tin, whose value dropped after the first mile. He was selling freedom, piece by piece, code by code, and the future was taking shape. Not in Washington. Not in the palaces of power, but here, in the cafes, the libraries, and the living rooms of Arlington, where a former soldier was helping people free themselves from a system that had never freed them. The archaeology was over. Now the construction began, and Bruce was ready, brick for brick, code for code, to build a new America. An America that finally lived up to the promise of 1776. Chapter 4. The Wreckage of 2008. The year 2008 didn't begin with a bang, but with a cold, creeping tremor. It was as if the ground beneath America's feet was turning to sand, washed away by an invisible tide. Bruce first observed the quake at Tyson's Mall. Tyson's Corner Center, the cathedral of American consumption, suddenly looked like a museum for a civilization that could no longer afford admission. In the aisles where lines had once snaked, a ghostly silence now reigned. It was as if someone had sucked the oxygen out of the temple of growth. "What's going on, Bruce?" Mr. Wilson asked one evening as they sat on the porch. The air was filled with the scent of blooming magnolias, yet Wilson's voice betrayed worry. "My portfolio? It's down 20% in a week. My advisor says it's just a market correction, but I have a bad feeling." Bruce looked at his smartphone. Alex had sent him a link, a long document about subprime mortgages and collateralized debt obligations. Bruce wasn't an economist, but he understood system failures. And what he read there wasn't a mistake. It was a design feature. "It's not a correction, Mr. Wilson," Bruce said quietly. He looked at the flags hanging limp in the evening breeze. "It's treason. They bundled people's dreams into packages and sold them to those who knew the packages were empty. And now that the truth is coming to light, they're dropping them." In the following months, Bruce saw the carnage up close. Sarah, the single mother from his open pitch circle, lost her job. Then she lost her house. The bank that had sold her the loan with a smile now sent men in suits who had no time for explanations. They say it's in the contract. Sarah wept as she packed her belongings into an old van Bruce had found for her. But I trusted them. I thought they knew what they were doing. Bruce helped her carry the boxes. He felt a cold, cutting rage. It was a rage worse than anything he had felt in the war. In war, there were rules, however cruel. Here, there was only greed hiding behind paragraphs. He called Alex. "Have you seen the news?" Bruce stood in the rain on the vast parking lot of Tyson's, which looked unnaturally empty this Saturday afternoon. The mall lights reflected on the wet asphalt like the tears of a dying giant. "I don't just see it, Bruce," Alex said. His voice sounded distorted. "I see the data streams. It's unbelievable. Billions of dollars vanishing into thin air while the state prepares to save the perpetrators. They call it systemic importance." "Systemic importance," Bruce repeated. He spat the word out. "That means it's so sick that it can only protect itself by dropping its victims." "Exactly," Alex said. "And you know what the best part is?" He laughed bitterly. "Most people don't even understand it. They think it's fate, like a hurricane or an earthquake, and it's just they don't understand it was a conscious decision." "We have to accelerate Phalanx," Bruce said. "When people realize the old money and power are abandoning them, they'll need a life raft. We're building that raft." In the nights that followed, Phalanx turned from an idea into a necessity. Bruce spent hours refining the philosophical structure of Constitution 2.0. He realized you couldn't reform the financial system as long as the political system was corrupt. And the political system was corrupt because it concentrated power in clusters that were easy to buy. "We have to atomize power," Bruce wrote in his notebook. "If 1,000 people have to validate a decision, it's impossible to bribe them all." That's the beauty of decentralization. On a gloomy October day, the government announced it would save the big banks with billions in taxpayer money. The bailout. Bruce stood in the garage with Joe. The televisions on the wall flickered. A news anchor with perfectly coiffed hair spoke about the necessity of stability. Joe threw his wrench against the wall. The sound of metal on concrete was like a gunshot. "Stability!" Joe screamed. "They're giving the guys who started the fire more gasoline while my kids wonder if we can still afford college. Where's my bailout, Bruce?" Bruce walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. "There is no bailout for us, Joe. Not from them. We have to find our own way." He pulled out his smartphone and opened the Phalanx app. It was still in beta, but it worked. "Look," Bruce said, "I built in a new feature, or rather Alex built it. It's called Liquid Democracy. You can delegate your vote on topics you don't understand to someone you trust, but you can take it back anytime, instantly, with the push of a button." Joe looked at the display. "What good does that do me now?" It does you good because it shows we don't have to wait for their permission to organize," Bruce said. "We start voting on local issues. We form our own credit union inside Phalanx. We vouch for each other. We create a system of value that isn't based on the Fed's dollar, but on our mutual trust." It sounded radical. It sounded like revolution. And that's exactly what it was. The 2008 crisis was the final proof for Bruce that the social contract he had learned about in school had been unilaterally canceled. The state no longer protected the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of its citizens. It protected the balance sheets of those who funded it. Bruce no longer felt like a petitioner. He felt like an architect in the ruins. He began inviting more people to the open pitch. No longer just from Arlington. Through Alex, the app spread in small circles from Seattle to New York. One evening, there was a virtual meeting. 100 people were simultaneously in an encrypted chat room. "We call ourselves Prohomocrats," Bruce said into his laptop microphone. "Not because we hate democracy, but because we love it so much, we no longer want to leave it to the politicians. The system of 2008 is dead. It just doesn't know it yet. It will carry on as before until the next pile of shards is even bigger. Our job is to be ready by then." A user named Icarus spoke up. It was Alex. "We've implemented the first smart contract," he said. "If the majority of users in a geographic area decides a local project should be supported, the budget is automatically released without a city council having to sign off. We're using a decentralized, autonomous organization, a DAO for this. The people in the chat were simultaneously fascinated and terrified. It was the total surrender of institutional power to the algorithm and thus to the will of the citizens. Bruce noticed, however, that technology was only one side. The other was courage. Folks, he said seriously, they will hunt us. As soon as they realize we're building a parallel power system that's more efficient than theirs, they'll call us terrorists. They'll claim we want to undermine the state. Don't we? Asked a voice. No, Bruce countered. We are redeeming the state from its own incompetence. We are giving it back the form it was supposed to have according to the Constitution. It is our servant, not our master. In the weeks following the bailout, Bruce watched the city of Arlington slowly disintegrate. For lease signs hung in shop windows everywhere dreams used to be sold. People stopped buying luxury goods, they just tried to survive. Bruce was ready. He had long since broken camp and focused his entire energy on Phalanx. In Wilson's garden, they now met almost daily to coordinate the new system. He knew now that institutions are like icebergs. They look powerful, but they melt when the climate changes. And the climate was changing dramatically. When he walked through Tyson's Corner Center for the last time, he felt a strange lightness. The wreckage of 2008 wasn't the end of the world. It was the necessary destruction of an illusion. He got into his Ford. The car was old, but it was paid for. It belonged to no one but him. Alex, he called. Yes, Bruce? The old system has officially capitulated. It has admitted it can only survive through fraud. We're moving to the next phase. Which would be? We need a name for the whole thing, something people understand, something that sounds like hope but tastes like steel. How about Constitution 2.0? Alex suggested. Bruce thought. He looked toward Mr. Wilson's house, where the flag now flew only at half-mast, a silent sign of mourning for a lost country. No, Bruce said. That's too abstract. We'll call it Prohomocracy, the rule of the true human. He put it in gear and drove off. The wreckage lay behind him. Before him lay the blueprint, and Bruce knew he didn't need stones. He only needed the will of those who had nothing left to lose. That was the strongest force in the universe. On this day, November 15th, 2008, Bruce officially ceased to be a citizen of old America. He became a pioneer of a new continent that had no soil, but consisted only of light and code. The journey was now irrevocable. He was ready for the pitch of his life. Chapter 5. The Legacy of Mr. Wilson. There are days when time seems to stand still, only to crash back into the present with full force. For Bruce, that day was April 14th. He was returning from a meeting with Alex in the city. The sun burned relentlessly on the asphalt of Arlington, and the air tasted of dust and exhaust. As he turned onto his street, he saw the crowds. It wasn't a block party. It was a sell-off. Mr. Wilson stood in his front yard, surrounded by the relics of an 80-year life. On the lawn lay boxes of books, old furniture, a collection of fishing gear, and most painfully, his framed medals and military certificates. A sign on a wooden post announced, "Garage sale, everything must go." Bruce stopped the car and got out. He felt like he was at a funeral where the mourners were haggling over the prices of the deceased's belongings. Mr. Wilson? Bruce walked up to the old man. Wilson wore a faded baseball cap that read, "Korea Veteran," and looked frailer than Bruce remembered him. His hands trembled slightly as he sold an old coffee grinder to a young woman. Ah, Bruce. Wilson looked up, and a faint smile crossed his face. You're just in time. I'm cleaning house. The bank took the place. I'm moving into an assisted living facility in Richmond. The kids don't want me dragging all this junk along. Bruce looked at the medals lying on a folding table. The Purple Heart, the Silver Star, symbols of bravery, pain, and sacrifice. You're selling your medals? Bruce asked, his voice hoarse. Wilson shrugged. What are they supposed to tell me anymore, Bruce? The country I earned them for doesn't exist anymore. And the people making decisions today don't even know where Incheon is. It's just metal now. Someone will buy them as a curiosity or melt them down. I don't care. Bruce felt a lump in his throat. This was the end of an era, the end of an America that had believed in duty and honor, even if that belief had often been abused. Come with me, Wilson said, beckoning him into the garage. It was cooler there, and the smell of motor oil and old paper hung in the air. In a corner stood 3 large wooden crates, tightly sealed. This here. Wilson pointed to the crates. This is the only thing I didn't want to sell. At least not to just anyone. They're my father's books. He was a professor of political philosophy at Princeton before he went off to World War II. He didn't come back, but his library remained. Bruce knelt before one of the crates. "Why are you giving them to me?" he asked. Wilson looked at him for a long time. In his eyes lay a clarity that frightened Bruce. "Because you're the only one I know who truly reads. Not just the headlines, Bruce. You look for the why. I've been watching you these past months. You have that look, the look of a man crossing a desert in search of water." Wilson opened the first crate with a pry bar. The scent that escaped was intoxicating. Old paper, leather, and printer's ink. The aroma of decades. Leather-bound volumes of Plato, Aristotle, Kant, Nietzsche, but also rare editions of the Federalist Papers, original writings of Thomas Paine, and, what fascinated Bruce most, handwritten commentaries by Wilson's father in the margins. "My father always said, 'Power without reason is tyranny. Reason without power is impotence,'" Wilson said quietly. He spent his whole life searching for the formula of how reason could become power without corrupting itself. Bruce picked up a volume by Immanuel Kant, Perpetual Peace. He opened it to a page marked with a dried flower. "Did you read these books?" asked Bruce. Wilson laughed shortly. "I tried. But I was a man of action, Bruce. I built bridges and fought enemies. I thought that was enough. But now I see that actions without the foundation of thought wash away like sandcastles on the shore. You're building something new with that boy in Seattle, aren't you?" Bruce nodded slowly. He had never told Wilson the details, but the old man had a soldier's instinct. "Good," Wilson said. "Take the crates. Take them and find out what my father was looking for. That is his legacy. And maybe it's also the answer to your questions." Bruce helped Wilson sell his belongings for the rest of the day. He watched strangers dismantle his mentor's life for a few dollars. It was a lesson in humility and transience. Everything physical could be taken from you. The house, the money, the medals. But the knowledge, the code, the idea, those were indestructible as long as there was someone to carry them. When the sun went down and the front yard was nearly empty, Bruce stood with Wilson in front of the house. A moving truck was already waiting. "Thank you, Mr. Wilson," Bruce said. He held the volume of Kant tightly under his arm. Wilson saluted briefly, an almost ironic gesture. "Don't thank me, Bruce. Do something with it. Give this country its soul back, or build a new one. The old one seems worn out anyway." Bruce watched the truck until its taillights disappeared in the distance. He felt lonely, but at the same time, filled with a new strength. He brought the crates into his apartment. He turned on his desk lamp and began to read. What he discovered that night was like finding a lost language. He read about the categorical imperative, about the social contract, about the dialectic of enlightenment. He saw how the thinkers of the past had foreseen the very mistakes that had brought the modern system of 2008 to collapse. "The flaw isn't the people," he wrote in the margin of a book by Nietzsche. "The flaw is the architecture of trust." In Wilson's father's commentaries, he found a sketch that almost took his breath away. It was a drawing of a network, drawn in the 1940s, intended to show how information could flow from everyone to everyone without filters. "Symmetrical communication as protection against demagoguery" was written underneath. Wilson's father had anticipated the internet not as technology, but as a moral necessity. Bruce called Alex. It was 3 a.m. "Alex, you awake?" "I am now," Alex grumbled. "What's wrong? Did the FBI find us?" "No," Bruce said. "We have a problem in the logic of Phalanx. We focus too much on voting, but we need more. We need a commitment to truth, a sort of epistemological constitution." "A what?" Alex sounded wide awake now. "I have books here, Alex. Writings older than our computers. They contain the code for the human soul. We don't just have to make Phalanx technically secure. We have to make it philosophically unassailable." "Bruce, you sound like you've had too much coffee or an epiphany." "Maybe both," Bruce said. "But listen, we're not building an app. We're building a cathedral of the mind." And Mr. Wilson just delivered the blueprints. In the following weeks, Bruce began scanning the texts and sending them to Alex. They fed these texts into the first prototypes of the artificial intelligence they planned to use to support moderation in the system. They wanted to create a system that didn't just count votes, but validated arguments, a system that recognized logical fallacies and enforced transparency. Mr. Wilson's legacy became the core of Prohomocracy. Meanwhile, in Arlington, the face of the city was changing. Mr. Wilson's house was bought by an investment firm that immediately tore it down to put up a modern, soulless office building. Bruce watched the excavators roll in. He watched the place where Mr. Wilson had hoisted flags and spoken about Korea turn into a construction site. He didn't grieve. He knew Wilson's true house now lived in his laptop, in the kilobytes of the Phalanx database. "Rest in peace, Mr. Wilson," he whispered as the first excavator bite tore open the wall of the house. "Your legacy will live on where they will never find it." One evening, Bruce received a postcard from Richmond. "Bruce, the food here is terrible, but the garden is nice. I read in the paper that there's a new platform on the net where people are starting to speak their minds without fear. They call it a digital spring. I hope that's you. Yours, Wilson." Bruce placed the card in the volume of Kant. He felt the responsibility weighing heavy on his shoulders. It was no longer just an experiment. It was an obligation to those who had come before him and who had believed in a better world. Prohomocracy was no longer a product. It was a legacy. Bruce sat down at his laptop. He opened the developer dashboard. "Alex," he typed, "we need a new module. We'll call it the Wilson Library. Every decision in the system must be testable against the principles of reason. We are building a collective memory." "You mean a digital conscience?" Alex replied immediately. "Exactly," Bruce wrote. "A conscience you can't switch off." Bruce leaned back. Outside, Wilson's house had now completely vanished. Only an empty space on the earth remained. But inside, Bruce burned a fire brighter than ever before. Mr. Wilson's legacy was the spark, and Bruce was ready to ignite the wildfire of reason. The architecture of the new world was now complete. Reason plus technology, freedom. It was the simplest and hardest equation of his life. Chapter 6. Esse Homo and Reason. Winter didn't just come to Arlington, it came to Bruce. In the months after Mr. Wilson's departure, his apartment transformed into something resembling less a home and more the cockpit of a plane going down, or the cell of a monk who had decided to either find God or kill him. The heating worked only sporadically, and the air hung heavy with the smell of cold coffee, old paper, and electrical tension. Bruce hardly left the house anymore. His world had shrunk to 3 crates, the crates Wilson had left him. He slept in 2-hour intervals. When he woke, he didn't reach for a weapon, as he had in Kandahar, but for a book, and the books were weapons. Worse weapons. A weapon kills a man. A book can kill who you thought you were. First, it was Nietzsche. Bruce had always considered Nietzsche the philosopher of assholes, quoted by Wall Street types justifying their greed, or by teenagers taking themselves too seriously. But the Nietzsche he found in Wilson's father's yellowed volumes was different. He wasn't a preacher of power. He was a diagnostician of disease. He read Ecce Homo. He read it aloud as he paced the room, rolling the words in his mouth like pebbles until they had taste. "How much truth does a spirit endure? How much truth does it dare?" he read. This became for me more and more the real measure of value. Bruce stopped in front of the mirror in the hallway. He saw his face. The skin was sallow, the circles under his eyes dark as bruises. He didn't look like a hero. He looked like a pile of rubble. And that was exactly what he needed to be. He realized that his entire existence up to this point, the soldier, the car salesman, the patriot, had been merely layers of varnish on rotting wood. He had functioned. He had functioned in Kandahar, carrying out orders whose purpose he didn't understand. He had functioned at Bishop's, selling loans he knew were toxic. He had been a cog turning because it was afraid to stand still. "I was a slave," he said into the silence of the room. It wasn't self-pity. It was a statement, cold and precise as a scalpel cut. He read on. He read about amor fati, the love of fate, not enduring the inevitable, but saying a voluptuous yes to everything that was, even the pain, even the failure, that 2008 had happened, that his life had derailed, that Wilson had to leave. This wasn't a misfortune. It was the necessary condition for what had to come now. "One must still have chaos in oneself to be able to give birth to a dancing star," wrote Nietzsche. Bruce looked at the diagrams on his wall. The chaos was there. Now the star had to come. But Nietzsche was only the sledgehammer tearing down the old building. He provided no blueprint for the new one. For that, Bruce needed something else, something colder, something incorruptible. He reached for Kant. The Critique of Pure Reason was a monolith. The sentences were endless, nested, an architecture of grammar that initially drove Bruce to despair. It was like having to fight through the jagged, rocky terrain of the Hindu Kush without a map, where every wrong step meant a fall. But Bruce was a soldier. He didn't give up. He dismantled the sentences. He mapped them out, subject, predicate, object, the condition of possibility. He began reading Kant not as text, but as code. One night, around 4 a.m, it clicked. He stared at the sentence, "Enlightenment is man's emergence from his self-incurred immaturity." Immaturity, that was the word. That was the key to everything. Bruce stood up and went to the window. Outside, Arlington lay in darkness. Thousands of people slept in their beds. They would get up in the morning, go to work, pay taxes, vote when called upon. They considered themselves free. But were they? Or were they just well-cared-for wards? He thought of the banking crisis. What had the experts said? It's too complex for the average citizen. Trust us. We'll take care of it. That was the voice of the Guardian. The bankers, the politicians, the media, they all treated the people like children who had to be protected from the truth and from responsibility. And the people, they let it happen because it was comfortable, because maturity is exhausting. Maturity means risk. Laziness and cowardice, Bruce whispered Kant's quote, these are the reasons why such a large part of mankind gladly remains immature for life. He sat down at his laptop, his heart hammered. If the diagnosis was immaturity, then the therapy had to be forced maturity. The system he was building with Alex, the Phalanx, couldn't be another comfort zone. Facebook, MySpace, the whole emerging Web 3.0, those were playgrounds. They gave people the feeling of expression, but they demanded nothing. A like costs nothing. A comment costs nothing. Prohomocracy had to cost something. Bruce began to type. His fingers flew across the keyboard, translating philosophy into logic gates. He designed the Reason Protocol. Rule 1, no vote without validation. In Phalanx, you couldn't just vote for or against something. You had to accept a chain of logical premises. If you wanted A, you had to accept consequence B. Rule 2, the rational ledger. Every argument was stored. If you contradicted yourself, voting for tax cuts today and increased spending tomorrow, the system flagged the contradiction. Not as a ban, but as a notification. Cognitive dissonance detected. Please resolve. It was brutal. It was anti-democratic in the vulgar sense because it devalued gut opinion. But it was deeply democratic in the Kantian sense because it took the citizen seriously as a rational being, more seriously than they perhaps took themselves. Bruce worked through 3 days. He barely ate. He drank only water and black coffee. He felt like he was raising a cathedral of pure logic into the sky, stone by stone, axiom by axiom. When he was finished, he sent the document to Alex. 3 hours later, his phone rang. "You're insane," Alex said without a greeting. His voice sounded awestruck. "Is it codable?" asked Bruce. His voice was rough, his throat like sandpaper. It's beautiful, Bruce, but it's a dictatorship of logic. People will hate it. No one wants their contradictions held up to them. People love their lies. They need them to survive. Not anymore, Bruce said. Lies brought us 2008. Lies cost Wilson his house. The time for comfort is over, Alex. We're not building a toy. We're building a tool for evolution. Okay, Alex breathed in deeply. Okay, I'll start writing the smart contracts. But we need help. I can write the code. You can provide the philosophy. But we need someone to build the bridge between your platonic heaven and the dirty ground of reality. We need someone who understands the law, not divine law, but human law, the dirty little law of paragraphs. Bruce knew Alex was right. He needed a lawyer, but not one who loved the system. He needed one who loathed it. And fate, amor fati, delivered. It was a Tuesday, gray, wet, and cold, typical Virginia weather, when Bruce went into the small cafe in Arlington to steal Wi-Fi and tank up on caffeine. He sat in the farthest corner, back to the wall, old habit from Kandahar, laptop and the tattered volume of the Critique of Pure Reason in front of him. He watched the people. They stared at their smartphones. They laughed at trivialities. They looked like sleepwalkers, dancing on the edge of an abyss, complaining the music was too quiet. They had no idea the world they knew was already dead. It was only functioning out of inertia. Heavy reading for a Tuesday. Bruce didn't need to look up to know who it was. He knew that clear, sharp voice. He lifted his head and smiled. Mary. Standing before him was Mary Wilson. She looked different than she had in the library back then. Sharper, harder. She wore a pantsuit that was expensive, but she wore it like a uniform she hated. In her hand, she held a paper cup as if it were a hand grenade. "May I?" she asked, pointing to the chair opposite. "It's a free country," Bruce said, gesturing for her to sit. "How is he? How is Mr. Wilson doing in Richmond?" Mary sat down. She let out a long breath. "He's good. Richmond suits him. He has a small veranda. He talks to the neighbors, and he complains about the humidity. He says it's better than watching his own house decay." She looked at Bruce, and for a moment, the sharpness in her eyes softened. "He asks about you every time I call." "I haven't called him," Bruce admitted. "I wanted to wait until I had something to show him." Mary's gaze fell on the books on the table, the tattered Exe Homo, the Critique of Pure Reason full of notes. "Kant?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "And Nietzsche?" "That's quite a combination, Bruce. Sapere aude meets amor fati? Are you trying to build a philosophy or start a war?" "Maybe both," Bruce said. He tapped the cover of Kant. "I think I finally found what we were looking for in the library, the bridge between 1776 and 1787. Mary didn't smile. She looked at the books, then at him, and he saw a strange mixture of exhaustion and rage in her face. "I hope you found it," she said quietly, "because the old bridge just collapsed." Bruce frowned. "What do you mean?" "I quit," she said. It sounded like she was spitting blood. "This morning, 9 a.m. "You? Quit the DOJ?" "I became a lawyer to protect the law," she whispered, leaning forward. "But I've spent the last 3 years raping the law. We write memos legalizing illegal fraud. We find loopholes for banks. I got a dossier this morning recommending a bailout for institutions that belong in prison. I shredded it, put my badge on the table, and walked out." She trembled slightly, not from fear, from adrenaline. "And now?" asked Bruce. "You came here to find absolution in philosophy?" "I came here," Mary said, "because my grandfather said you were the only man crazy enough to actually change something. He said you were building an ark." She pointed at the laptop. "Is that it? Is that the ark?" Bruce turned the laptop around. On the screen, the familiar Windows interface didn't glow. It was black, traversed by golden lines linking organically. The interface of Phalanx. "This," Bruce said, "is Prohomocracy, the rule of the human. Not the voter, not the consumer, the mature human." Mary leaned forward. She read the text on the screen. They weren't paragraphs, they were logical conditions. If truth, then power. "Loophole checks?" Bruce asked. "Old habits?" "No," Mary murmured. "Reality check." She scrolled through the reason protocol. Her eyes flew over the lines. "This is radical. You're disempowering the representatives. You're giving sovereignty back to the source. But," she tapped the screen, "here, the validation of minority rights. Who defines those?" "The algorithm checks for consistency with the Charter of Human Rights," Bruce explained. "You can't use the majority to abolish the rights of the minority because that creates a logical contradiction in the code. The system refuses execution." Mary looked at him. "A constitutional court made of mathematics? Incorruptible, sleepless, eternal. It's dangerous," Mary said. "It's the most dangerous thing I've ever seen. It undermines the state." "No," Bruce corrected. "It fulfills the promise of the state that the state itself has broken." Mary leaned back. She breathed heavily. For a lawyer, what she saw was blasphemy, but for the woman who had quit this morning, it was revelation. "You need protection," she said suddenly. Her voice was businesslike now, razor sharp. "I have Alex in Seattle. He encrypts everything." "Encryption isn't enough," she interrupted him. "You are attacking the sovereignty of the United States. You need a legal firewall. If you declare this as software, you fall under commercial law. If you declare it as a political association, under election law. We have to find a category they can't touch. A religious community, perhaps, or a scientific research group." Bruce smiled. It was the first real smile in months. "We?" Mary stared at the black screen reflecting her face. She no longer saw the tired bureaucrat. She saw something else. "I shredded my past this morning," she said. "But I think I just found my future. Someone has to prevent you and your hacker friend from ending up in the electric chair for high treason." Bruce extended his hand to her. "Welcome to Phalanx, Mary." She took his hand. Her grip was firm, cold, determined. 3 people. A soldier who had given up fighting to think, a hacker who wanted to rewrite the code of the world, a lawyer who had lost the law to find justice. In the following weeks, his house in Arlington became headquarters. Mary brought order to Bruce's philosophical chaos. She translated Kant's imperatives into clauses that would withstand judicial scrutiny. And Bruce felt changed. Reading Ecce Homo had burned something away inside him. The doubts were gone. The fear was gone. Nietzsche had written, "I am not a man. I am dynamite." Bruce stood on the balcony at night and looked over at the lights of Washington, D.C. Over there, the sleepwalkers governed. They thought they had the power. They thought their banks and their aircraft carriers and their news stations were reality. But they were wrong. Bruce felt the cold of the night on his skin, but he wasn't cold. Inside him burned a fire fed by reason, a fire that didn't flicker. He was no longer a soldier. He was no longer a salesman. He was the detonator. And beneath the foundation of the old world, in the invisible conduits of the internet, the dynamite was already placed. All it needed now was a spark. Sapere aude, thought Bruce. He went back into the room where the screens glowed like the instruments of a spaceship, ready for launch into a new galaxy. The countdown had begun. Chapter 7. The Breakout. A breakout is rarely a single mighty heave against the walls. Usually it is a slow weakening of the mortar, an unnoticed rusting of the bars that happens over years until a small tremor is enough to open the room. May 1st, 2009 was that small tremor. In Arlington, the morning smelled of wet asphalt and lilacs, a deceptive sweetness hanging over the Capitol's exhaust fumes. Bruce stood at the window of his house, looking down at the street. He hadn't slept in 2 days. His eyes burned, and in his stomach lay a lump of cold that had nothing to do with the stale coffee he was drinking by the liter. His laptop on the desk hummed quietly. The fan was running at full speed as if the machine sensed what was coming. There was no countdown on the screen, just a line of code blinking in a terminal, ready to be executed. /initiate Phalanx protocol .sheesh. In Seattle, Alex was probably sitting in his darkened basement, surrounded by empty energy drink cans and server racks. Bruce imagined Alex grinning, that nervous, brilliant grin that always reminded him of a mad scientist from a comic book. The phone rang. No number. Bruce picked up. "Status?" "The nodes are synchronized," Alex's voice said. It sounded tinny, distorted by 3 layers of encryption. "We have nodes in Tokyo, Berlin, London, and Reykjavik. Mary embedded the legal disclaimers in the Genesis block. If we push it now, there's no going back. The thing will replicate faster than we can control it." Bruce looked at the enter key. It looked harmless, a piece of black plastic. "We don't control it," Bruce said quietly. "That's the point, Alex. We're setting it free." He thought of Wilson, of the garage sale, of the metals that were just metal now, of the lies that had eaten like acid through the country's foundation. "Bruce," asked Alex, "are you still there?" "Ignite it," said Bruce. He heard the clack of a keyboard on the other end of the line. Nothing happened in Arlington. The sky didn't tear open. No sirens wailed. The world kept turning, indifferent and heavy. But on Bruce's screen, the counter began to run. Active nodes 10, 45, 132. It wasn't a bang. It was a whisper moving around the globe at the speed of light. Thousands of data packets seeking their way through fiber optic cables, past firewalls and surveillance algorithms to land on hard drives in dorm rooms, basements, and offices. Active nodes, 560. When 1200, Bruce leaned his forehead against the cool window pane. He felt a strange calm. It was the same calm he had felt in Kandahar before an ambush. The planning phase was over. The theory was finished. Now facts ruled. 3 weeks later, Michigan. The sky over the chemical park in Midland was gray, the color of old concrete. Elias Thorne pulled the collar of his work jacket higher and spat into the dust. He sat in the cab of his bulldozer, a Caterpillar D9, 6 tons of yellow steel built to flatten anything in its path. "What's going on, Eli?" crackled the radio. "We have a schedule. The boys from corporate are getting nervous." Elias reached for the microphone. His hand, calloused and oil-stained, trembled slightly. "There are people in the way, boss. A whole bunch of them." "They're just protesters," rasped the foreman's voice. "Police are on the way. Keep the engines running. As soon as the cops clear the road, you roll over that thing." Elias looked through the smeared windshield. About 50 people stood in front of the fence marking the expansion site. They weren't typical activists with colorful hair and homemade signs. They were his neighbors. There was Mrs. Higgins, the elementary school teacher. There was Tom, the mechanic who had fixed Elias's truck. There were children. And they weren't screaming. They weren't throwing rocks. They were holding up their phones. Elias frowned. He had seen strikes. He had seen riots. But this was different. It was quiet. An eerie, disciplined silence. A police car rolled up. 2 officers got out, hands resting loosely on their utility belts. Elias watched them approach the crowd. He expected the usual, an order to disperse, then shields, then chaos. But instead, a young man stepped out of the crowd. Elias recognized him. It was the pharmacist's son, and held his phone directly in front of the officer's face. Elias opened the door of his cab to hear better. "Is an unlawful assembly," the officer said, but his voice sounded uncertain. "Officer, this isn't an assembly," the young man said calmly. "This is a validation. Look here," he tapped the screen. "We are using the Phalanx protocol. We have just audited the corporation's environmental impact assessment. Do you see the data?" The officer blinked. "I don't know what you're talking about, son." "Phalanx," said the young man. "Do you see the red bar? Those are logical contradictions in the corporation's report. They claim the groundwater is safe, but their own measurement data on page 403 contradicts the conclusion on page 12. The system flagged it, and here." He stepped aside and pointed to the crowd. 12,000 verified citizens of Midland have validated this analysis. That is a validation rate of 94%. "I don't care," said the officer. "I have an eviction order." "An order based on a lie is invalid," said Mrs. Higgins, the teacher. She stepped forward. "This is the reason protocol, my officer. We follow reason. If you drive us away now, you are protecting a proven falsehood. Do you want that?" The officer looked around. He saw the phones all showing the same screen, a black interface with golden lines and a large red false over the chemical company's logo. Elias, in his bulldozer, felt his stomach tighten. He had heard of this Phalanx. His nephew had talked about it, a kind of internet court, he had said. But Elias had thought it was a toy. Now he saw the faces of his neighbors. He saw the fear in the officer's eyes. "Boss," Elias radioed. "What is it now, Thorne?" "I'm cutting the engine." "Are you crazy? I'll fire you, Thorne. I swear to you, Elias turned the ignition key. The massive diesel engine coughed and died. Silence settled over the field, heavy and absolute. Elias got out of the cab. He climbed down the ladder, his boots crunching in the gravel. He walked to the fence, stood next to the pharmacist's son, and pulled his own old flip phone from his pocket. It wasn't a smartphone. He couldn't use the app, but he could stand. "I'm not driving," he said loudly so the foreman in the trailer could hear it too. "Not as long as that thing there is red." The officer looked from Elias to the crowd, then to his partner. He took his hand off his belt. "Dispatch," he said into his radio. "We have a situation here. We can't clear. The data is against it." It was the first victory. No court ruling, no law, just the naked, validated truth standing like a physical obstacle in the path of power. The wave that began in Michigan reached Arlington 3 days later. Bruce's house was no longer a home. It was a node. People came and went, total strangers knocking on his door because they had heard the architect lived here. Some just wanted to say thank you. Others brought documents, proof of corruption in their companies, whistleblower material they wanted validated. Bruce felt like a captain on a ship caught in a storm. He had summoned himself. He sat at the kitchen table with Mary. She looked tired. Her pantsuit had been swapped for jeans and a thick sweater. Her hair was disheveled. "They attacked our servers in Iceland," she said, typing on her laptop. "DDoS attack. Massive. This isn't coming from script kiddies. This is state-sponsored." "Alex is rerouting the traffic," Bruce said. He absently polished the lens of a webcam he had set up on the table. "It's not enough, Bruce. They're tightening the noose. Yesterday, my bank account was frozen. Suspicion of money laundering. It's ridiculous, but it's enough to paralyze me." Bruce nodded. He had expected it. The system was fighting back. It was like an immune system attacking a foreign body. He stood up and went to the window. Down on the street, opposite his house, stood a black SUV. It had been there since last night. The windows were tinted. "They're here," Bruce said calmly. Mary looked up. "Who?" "The men in the gray suits, the ones who aren't police." Mary stepped next to him, but stayed behind the protection of the curtain. CIA? Homeland Security? Doesn't matter, said Bruce. If they come through that door, we disappear into a black hole. Patriot Act. No lawyer. No trial. He turned around. His gaze wandered through the apartment, the Wilson crates, his bed, the life he had built here, Spartan as it was. We have to go, he said. Now? Immediately. Bruce went into the bedroom. He reached under the bed and pulled out a gym bag. It had been packed for weeks. Cash, burner phones, fake passports Alex had gotten him. What about the hard drives? Asked Mary. Her voice trembled slightly, but she kept control. Bruce walked to his desk. The servers were blinking. He took a hammer from the toolbox standing next to the desk. Leave them destroyed, said Bruce. He swung. The hammer hit the casing of the main server with an ugly crunch. Plastic splintered. Bruce struck again and again. It was a liberating feeling. He wasn't destroying his work. He was only destroying the cage. The code isn't here, he panted between blows. It's in the network. It's on Elias Thorne's phone in Michigan. It's in Berlin. It's everywhere. He threw the hammer into the corner. Let's go. They left the apartment through the back exit over the fire escape. It was a cliché escape route, but clichés exist because they work. Down in the courtyard stood Bruce's old Ford. He started the engine. It ran rough, but it ran. As they turned onto the street, Bruce saw in the rearview mirror two men getting out of the SUV and walking toward his front door. They wore Kevlar vests under their jackets. Bruce hit the gas. He didn't drive fast. Drawing attention was deadly. He merged into the traffic of Interstate 95, one of thousands of commuters, a drop in the stream. Where to? Asked Mary. She clung to the door handle as if it were a lifeline. Bruce looked at the road stretching gray and endless before them. Away from Washington, away from power. To where the system has already died, said Bruce. To where no one looks anymore. Detroit, whispered Mary. Detroit wasn't a place. It was a warning made of concrete. When they passed the city limits 2 days later, Bruce saw the ruins. Factory halls as big as cathedrals, roofs collapsed, rows of houses that looked like missing teeth. Grass grew through the asphalt of the streets. It was grim, but for Bruce it had a morbid beauty. Here capitalism had left behind its own carcass. There was nothing left to take here, and that meant there was freedom here. They met Alex in an old warehouse in the Packard plant district. Alex had bought the place months ago through straw men. From the outside it looked like a ruin. Graffiti covered the bricks, windows were boarded up. But inside it hummed. The main room, they called it the core, was a fortress. Alex had built a local mesh network, independent of the city grid, fed by solar panels on the roof and old diesel generators. Server racks stood in rows like soldiers, cooled by the cold air drafting through the cracks in the walls. Welcome to the Batcave, Alex said. He walked toward them, pale as a ghost, but with eyes burning with energy. He wore a hoodie 3 sizes too big. Bruce dropped the bag and hugged him. It was a brief, firm hug. Are we safe? Asked Bruce. Safer than the Pentagon, grinned Alex. I'm routing our traffic through so many proxies the NSA thinks we're in North Korea or on Mars, and physically, he pointed to the heavy steel doors. No one gets in here unless they're invited. Mary looked around. She ran her hand over a rusty pillar. It's cold. It's ground zero, said Bruce. Duff. He walked to the monitors on the wall. The world map was glowing. A month ago it had been a few dots. Now the map was covered in a web of blue light. 100,000 nodes, Alex said proudly. And the growth is exponential. Michigan was the trigger. People saw that it works, that you can break power without using violence. But they're striking back, said Mary. I saw the news this morning. They're calling us cyber terrorists. Fox News claims Phalanx is a tool of Chinese spies to destabilize the U.S. economy. Bruce laughed humorlessly. Of course they are. What did we expect? That they'd hand us the key to the city? He turned to the two of them. We have to answer, he said. Not with denials, not with press releases. We have to show them who we are. A speech? Asked Alex. No, a declaration, a manifesto. Bruce went to one of the tables where a camera stood. Alex had set up a small studio here, improvised in front of a red brick wall. Make it live, said Bruce. Are you sure? Asked Mary. The moment you show your face, you're public enemy number 1. Bruce looked at her. He thought of Exe Homo. He thought of Wilson. He thought of Elias Thorne in the bulldozer. I've been a nobody my whole life, said Bruce. A soldier without a name. A salesman with a name tag that meant nothing. It's time I show my face, so they know they're not fighting ghosts. They're fighting citizens. Alex sat at his console. His fingers flew across the keyboard. Okay, I'm routing the stream through the Phalanx protocol. Push notification to all users. We're hijacking their screens. Bruce stood in front of the camera. He took off his coat. Underneath, he wore a simple black t-shirt. He didn't smooth his hair. He didn't want to look like a politician. He wanted to look like what he was, a man who had had enough. 3, 2, 1, counted Alex. You're live. The red light on the camera turned on. Bruce looked directly into the lens. He imagined seeing Wilson, seeing Elias, seeing himself as he had stood in the mirror months ago, broken and empty. Citizens of the world, he began. His voice was deep, calm, without the theatrical vibrato of politicians. You have been lied to. You have been told that politics is something others have to do for you, that it is too complicated, that you are too uneducated, too emotional, too busy. He paused. You have been told that freedom means choosing between Pepsi and Coke, between Democrats and Republicans, but that is not freedom, that is consumption. He pulled a small unit coin from his pocket and held it up. The metal glinted in the spotlight. I was a soldier. I learned what blind obedience does. I saw people die for lies sold to them as patriotic duty. And I tell you today, obedience is not a virtue. Obedience is the death of reason. He put the coin away. We didn't build Phalanx to destroy the system. We built it to make it irrelevant. They call us terrorists because we are taking away their strongest weapon, your immaturity. They are afraid. Not of me. Not of this code. They are afraid of you. Bruce leaned forward. This is not a riot. This is a breakout. The door is open. You have the tool in your hand. Validate the truth. Share your knowledge. Become sovereign. No one can order you what is true anymore. You are the judges now. He held the gaze for another second. My name is Bruce, and I am a free man. Are you? Alex cut the connection. Silence in the room. Only the hum of the fans. Then suddenly a sound began. It came from the servers. A rising howl as load spikes shot upward. Alex turned his monitor around. Look at this. The world map virtually exploded. Thousands of new lights, tens of thousands in real time. The sign-up rates, whispered Alex. They're doubling every second. Brazil is coming online. India. France. Mary stood there weeping, not tears of grief, tears of redemption. She went to Bruce and took his hand. Her fingers were cold, but her grip was firm as steel. That was it, she said. Now they're really hunting us. Bruce looked at the map, at the sea of light displacing the darkness. Let them come, he said. They're hunting shadows. They can't catch the light. Outside, over Detroit, the sun was setting, dipping the ruins in blood-red light. But inside the hall, another fire burned. Cold, blue, unquenchable. The breakout was complete. Bruce was no longer Bruce of Arlington. He was the ghost in the machine, and the machine now belonged to the people. Chapter 8, The Roots of Obedience. Detroit didn't smell of death. It smelled of wet concrete, rust, and a strange, wild freedom. It was a Tuesday evening in July, humid and oppressive, when Bruce and Mary walked through the streets of Sector 4, that neighborhood around the Packard plant that the city administration had officially declared uninhabitable. The streetlights here had been dark for years. The state had pulled the plug. But tonight, lights were burning here. Small improvised LED spotlights, fed by solar panels on the roofs of the ruins, threw islands of brightness into the darkness. Trash cans that didn't look municipal, but were welded from old oil drums and painted colorfully, stood at the corners, and on the street, a group of kids was playing basketball. Bruce stopped and watched them. He wore a simple gray jacket, the hood pulled deep into his face, although everyone here knew him. He was no longer Bruce. He was the architect. Look at them, Mary said quietly. They're not afraid. Why should they be? Asked Bruce. There's no police here. That was the irony Bruce had learned in recent weeks. The absence of police hadn't led to chaos, but to a different kind of order. An order based not on parking tickets and threats, but on neighborhood. A truck rolled slowly down the street. It wasn't a police cruiser, but an old Ford pickup painted matte black with the golden Phalanx symbol on the door. At the wheel sat Elias Thorne, the man who had stopped the bulldozer in Michigan. He had lost his job, of course, and he had come to Detroit like so many others. Everything quiet, Elias? Bruce called out. Elias leaned out the window. He wore no uniform, just a high-vis vest. Quiet as a grave, boss. Only at the perimeter on 8th Street, there are 2 Detroit PD cruisers again. They're staring, but they don't dare come in. Let them stare, said Bruce. They don't understand what they're seeing. They're looking for criminals, but they only see citizens. Elias grinned, tapped his cap, and drove on. His patrol consisted of helping broken down cars and settling disputes before they escalated. Mary watched the truck go. You know what this reminds me of? Olson. Bruce nodded. They had spent nights in the Corps churning through theory. Manker Olson's theory of the stationary bandit. The state as a stationary bandit, quoted Bruce. He doesn't protect the village out of charity, but so he can rob it more efficiently. He calls it taxes, but it's protection money. And woe betide you if you don't pay him, but the neighbor who actually protects you. We've broken his monopoly, said Mary. That's the problem. As long as we just talk, they let us be. But here. She pointed to the clean street, to the lights. Here we prove we don't need them. That is the unforgivable crime. We're making them obsolete. A sound made Bruce flinch. It was the wail of a siren, but it came from far away, outside the zone. The sound of the old world. Come, he said. Alex is waiting. They walked back to the warehouse. The Corps was by now more than just a server room. It was the town hall of an invisible city. On the ground floor, volunteers had set up a kitchen distributing food funded by direct donations, paid in crypto, validated via Phalanx. On the first floor, in the heart of the fortress, sat Alex. He looked terrible. His skin had the color of parchment, and under his eyes lay shadows deep as craters. He was typing with a speed that seemed inhuman. We're bleeding, he said without looking up as Bruce and Mary walked in. What? Alex turned a monitor toward them. Red numbers. The Treasury Department has tightened the screws. They're now blocking transactions from all major banks to known crypto exchanges. Our donations are collapsing. People want to help, but they can't get the money out of the system. He ran a hand through his greasy hair. And Teacher X is gone. Bruce felt a pang. The teacher from Ohio? Arrested, said Alex, this morning, in front of his class, charge of radicalizing minors. He showed his students how to check sources. Now he's in pretrial detention, bail set at $500,000. Bruce slammed his flat hand on the table. The sound echoed in the silence of the hall. They're escalating, he said. They're attacking the weakest. They're making examples. Mary went to the window, which was clad with heavy steel plates. Through a slit, she looked outside. It's fear, Bruce. They're afraid of the loss of obedience. If teachers no longer obey, if taxpayers no longer pay, then their power dissolves like smoke. But fear works, said Bruce, bitterly. I see it in the forums. People are hesitating. They're asking, am I next? We need an answer. We have an answer, said Alex. He typed in a command. Project Tax Inversion. On the large main screen, a graphic appeared. It looked like a circulatory system. We're building our own bank, said Alex, but not a bank in the old sense. No building with marble columns. A decentralized liquidity pool. If people can no longer send their money through the old channels, we let them exchange it peer-to-peer. We create an internal economic cycle. The baker in Ohio sells his bread for Phalanx credits. The mechanic fixes the car for them. And he grinned wearily, we tax ourselves. Excuse me, asked Mary. Voluntarily, said Alex. Every transaction in the network has a 1% fee, but the fee doesn't go to a king. It goes into the community pot, and every user votes on what happens with it. Road construction, lawyers for Teacher X, new servers, a tax whose use is voted on daily, murmured Mary. That is radical. Jefferson would be rolling in his grave with joy. It's the ultimate disobedience, said Bruce. We're not just withdrawing obedience. We're withdrawing the money. We're starving the stationary bandit. He looked at the red numbers on Alex's monitor. Activate it, said Bruce. It's beta, Bruce. If there's a bug in there, people lose their savings. Activate it. People are losing their savings anyway, through the inflation the Fed is producing right now to save the banks. Give them a choice. Alex hesitated briefly. Then he hit the enter key. Bruce walked out onto the narrow metal catwalk that ran around the server room. He needed air, even if the air inside here smelled of ozone and stale sweat. Mary followed him. She leaned against the railing next to him. Below, in the war room, 24 volunteers, hackers, activists, ex-soldiers, sat before laptops, coordinating defense against the Pentagon's cyber attacks. Are you scared sometimes? Asked Mary quietly. Bruce looked at his hands. They were steady. They were always steady when things got dangerous. That was the training. But inside, I'm not afraid of prison, he said, or of death. Of what then? That they're right. Mary looked at him. Who? Milgram, said Bruce. Stanley Milgram, the experiment. He closed his eyes. Suddenly, he wasn't in Detroit anymore. He was back in Kandahar. The dust, the heat, the order. I never told you why I left the army, Mary. No, it was a mission in a village. We were looking for a warlord. The intel was vague. My lieutenant, he was nervous. He ordered us to storm a house. We kicked in the door. There was a family. A man, a woman, 2 kids. No weapons. Nothing. Bruce's voice grew quieter, brittle as old paper. The lieutenant said the man was a courier. He said, secure him. We tied him up. He cried. He cried. The kids screamed. The lieutenant said, he's not talking. Pressure him. Bruce opened his eyes. They were empty. And I did it. I beat him. Not because I hated him. Not because I believed he was guilty. But because a man with a silver bar on his collar told me to. I switched off my conscience. I became a tool. A hammer in the hand of the state. Mary put her hand on his arm. The man was innocent, said Bruce. It was the wrong house, wrong coordinates, a typo in some office in Virginia. We left him lying there, bleeding, in front of his family, and left. The lieutenant wrote in the report, no enemy combatants encountered. And I signed the report. He turned to Mary. That is obedience, Mary. It is not a virtue. It is a disease. It makes good people do terrible things just so they don't get in trouble. It turns us into monsters on demand. That's why the liability protocol, said Mary. It wasn't a question. Yes, in Phalanx, there is no lieutenant to take the responsibility. If you do something, your name is under it, your cryptographic signature. You can't hide. You have to be your own conscience. That's a heavy burden for most people, said Mary. Better a heavy burden than a light conscience, answered Bruce. Suddenly, the light in the warehouse changed. The emergency lighting flickered. The hum of the servers changed frequency. Alex shouted up from below, Bruce, we have a spike. Radar. Bruce whirled around. He ran down the steps to Alex's desk. What is it? We have signals, shouted Alex. Not on the net. In the air. Low flyers. No transponder. A deep thumping that didn't come from the servers filled the room. It was a sound Bruce felt in his bones. The beating of rotor blades. Shit, cursed Elias, who had just come in the door. Those aren't news choppers, boss. Those are Black Hawks. They're coming, said Bruce. He had expected it. The IRS had failed. The cyber attacks had failed. The propaganda had failed. Now the stationary bandit had only his last argument left. Naked violence. Defensive protocol, roared Bruce. Encrypt all drives. Ready kill switch. The hall broke into organized, hectic activity. Volunteers slammed laptops shut and pulled hard drives from the racks. It wasn't panic. They had practiced this. Bruce ran to the door. He pushed it open and stepped into the night. The sky over Detroit was torn by searchlights. 3 black silhouettes hung like birds of prey over the neighborhood. The wind from the rotors kicked up dust and trash. A massive cone of light hit Bruce. He had to squint. This is a Department of Homeland Security restricted zone, boomed a voice from loudspeakers, so loud it vibrated the teeth. Exit the building. Hands above your head. We have orders to use lethal force. Behind Bruce, Mary and Elias stepped out. Elias had a crowbar in his hand, but he let it drop. Crowbars don't help against Black Hawks. They're going to storm, screamed Elias against the noise. No, said Bruce. He looked at the street. From the shadows of the ruins, people stepped out. At first, just a few. The basketball kids, now quiet. Then neighbors. Old men in undershirts, women in smocks. The veterans of the Phalanx Guard, unarmed but in formation. They came out of the houses, they came out of the alleys. There were hundreds. They didn't run away. They walked toward the warehouse. They formed a circle around the core, a human shield. The searchlights danced nervously over the crowd. Clear the area, bellowed the loudspeaker. No one moved. Bruce looked into the faces of the people. He saw no fear. He saw defiance. He saw dignity. They knew they had no weapons, but they also knew the helicopters couldn't shoot at civilians as long as cameras were rolling. And cameras were rolling. Dozens of cell phones were pointed at the sky. The live stream was running. The world was watching. The pilot hesitated. The helicopter dipped its nose aggressive like a wasp, but it didn't fire. This is the end of obedience, whispered Bruce. He reached for Mary's hand. They don't know what to do, he said her say. Fight terrorists, but in front of them stand mothers and fathers. The Milgram experiment, said Mary. It's breaking down. Why? Because they see each other, said Mary. Because the pilot has to decide now. He can no longer hide behind the order. He sees the faces. The lead Black Hawk hovered for another moment, a roaring symbol of old power. Then, slowly, it peeled away. A cheer broke out, louder than the rotors. Bruce exhaled. He hadn't realized he had been holding his breath. He looked at Alex, standing in the doorway, pale but grinning. "We're still online," shouted Alex. Bruce nodded. They had won the first battle. Not with fire, but with presence. But he knew this was only the beginning. The state wouldn't give up. It wouldn't give up. It would learn. It would get crueler. "Go back inside," said Bruce to Alex. "Activate the tax inversion protocol, right now." Now? Yes. They wanted to scare us. Let's show them we're not afraid. Bruce looked after the departing helicopters. The roots of obedience were severed. The tree of power was swaying, and below on the street, people danced in the light of the searchlights that were supposed to be their jailers. Chapter 9. The Third Founding Father. The victory over the helicopters had lasted exactly 24 hours. Then came the silence, and with the silence came the hunger. The government hadn't stormed Sector 4. It had done something much crueler. It had sealed it off. Barricades of concrete and barbed wire on every access road. Checkpoints manned by National Guardsmen in full combat gear. No trucks came in anymore. No food. No water. No fuel for the generators. Detroit, which for 2 days had been the shining symbol of freedom, was now a cage. Bruce stood on the roof of the old Packard plant, scanning the perimeter line on 8th Street with binoculars. He saw the black Humvees. He saw the soldiers holding their rifles with boredom. They were waiting. They knew that time was their strongest weapon. "We have diesel for 3 more days," said Alex, crouching beside him. He had his laptop on his knees, but there was no signal. The government had set up jammers that cut off the local mesh network from the rest of the world. Phalanx was isolated in Detroit. "And food?" asked Bruce without lowering the binoculars. "The community kitchen is only giving out rice. The milk is gone. Elias says the first mothers are boiling water with sugar so the babies don't scream." Bruce lowered the glass. The euphoria had evaporated. The reality of resistance had caught up with them, cold and brutal. It was easy to shout freedom when the cameras were rolling. It was hard to live it when your stomach was cramping. "People will break," said Alex quietly. "They're not afraid of helicopters, Bruce, but they are afraid of watching their children starve. In 2 days, they'll hand us over to the guard just for a crate of MREs." Bruce looked at him. "You underestimate them." "I'm a realist. We're hackers, Bruce. We trade in logic. This," he pointed to the gray streets below them, "this is biology. Biology always wins against logic." Bruce remained silent. He knew Alex was right, at least partially. If Phalanx was just a smart tool for resource management, then it had failed. A tool doesn't fill a stomach. It had to be more. "I need to go out," said Bruce. "Where?" "It's curfew, if they see you." "I need to talk to the people." "Not through screens. Eye to eye." Bruce took the back exit, down the rusted fire escape that led into a narrow alley. The air was stifling, heavy with summer heat and the smell of burning trash. Since the garbage trucks had no fuel, people were starting to burn their waste. He walked through the streets of Sector 4. 2 days ago, kids had been playing basketball here. Now the streets were empty. People sat on their porches, pressed into the shadows, watching him suspiciously. The colorful lights of the LED spots were off to save power. An old man sat on a crate in front of a boarded-up shop. He was cleaning a shotgun. As Bruce walked by, he lifted his head briefly, nodded barely perceptibly, and turned back to the weapon. The mood had tipped. It was no longer the proud defiance of citizens. It was the desperate rage of rats in a trap. Bruce turned onto Concord Street. At the end of the street stood a small red brick church, the Ebenezer Baptist Church of Detroit. It had seen better days. The roof was patched, the stained glass windows partially replaced by plywood. But the door stood open, light spilled out. Real, warm light from candles. Bruce entered. The pews were full, but it was quiet. No service, no singing. The people just sat there shoulder to shoulder, old women in hats, men in work clothes. Elias Thorne sat in the first row, head buried in his hands. At the altar stood a man. He was old, maybe 80, his skin like dark walnut wood, tanned by a century that hadn't been kind. He wore a simple black suit that shone at the elbows. He didn't speak. He just laid his hand on the shoulder of a weeping woman kneeling before him. Bruce stopped at the entrance. He felt like an intruder. There was no place for algorithms here. A language ruled here that he had unlearned. The old man looked up. His eyes were milky, but they found Bruce immediately, as if they had expected him. He patted the woman gently on the back, whispered something to her, and then came down the center aisle. He walked slowly, leaning on a simple cane, but his walk had a dignity that filled the room. "You are the architect," he said. His voice was deep, a rumble like distant thunder. "My name is Bruce. Names are smoke and mirrors, son. Titles are burdens. I am Reverend Thomas, and you have brought unrest into my house." "I brought freedom," said Bruce defensively, "or at least the attempt." The Reverend laughed softly. It wasn't a happy laugh. "Freedom, a big word. I've heard it often. I heard it in 1963 in Washington. I heard it in 1968 when the cities burned. Freedom often tastes sweet at first and then bitter like gall." He studied Bruce. "The people are hungry, architect. They are scared. Your computer god gives them no answers to why their babies are crying." "It is not a god," said Bruce sharply. "It is a tool. It is a way to end the lies." "Lies," nodded Thomas. "Yes, we've had plenty of those. But do you know what the biggest lie is?" He turned around and walked slowly back to the altar. He gestured for Bruce to follow him. Thomas stopped in front of a simple wooden cross. Next to it hung, framed and faded, a copy of the Declaration of Independence. "The biggest lie," said Thomas, pointing with his cane at the document, "is not that they hated us. The biggest lie is that we weren't meant." Bruce stepped closer. He knew the text by heart. "We hold these truths to be self-evident. When Jefferson wrote that," Thomas continued, "my ancestors were inventory, farm equipment with a pulse. And when they wrote the Constitution in 1787, they counted us as 3/5 of a human being, that just so the South got more seats in Congress. We were a fraction in their mathematics." The Reverend sat down heavily on the steps of the altar. "I was there, son, in Washington, at the march. I stood not 50 meters from Dr. King. I heard his voice, not through speakers, but through the air. Do you know what he really said that day?" "I have a dream," said Bruce automatically. "No," snorted Thomas. "That's what they print in the school books because it sounds harmless. A nice dream. Dreams don't hurt anyone. But before that he spoke about the check." Bruce frowned. The memory flashed. He had read it just recently in the archives. "The promissory note," said Bruce. "The promissory note," nodded Thomas. He said the Constitution and the Declaration of 1776 were a promissory note issued to every American, a promise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But for us, for the black man, for the poor man, the check came back. Insufficient funds. Thomas looked directly at Bruce. "We have waited since then. We have prayed, we have voted, we have marched, but the Bank of Justice never cashed the check. They offered us payment plans, a Civil Rights Act here, a black president there, but the capital, the full sovereignty, they kept that." He struck the cane hard on the floor. "And now you come, with your servers, with your Phalanx, and I ask you, what do you bring? Do you bring us just another new dream? Or do you bring us the money?" Bruce was silent. Thoughts raced in his head. He saw the parallels. 1776, the Declaration. 1787, the structure. 1963, the moral demand. Phalanx wasn't new. Phalanx wasn't alien. "I don't bring the money," said Bruce slowly. "I bring the printing press." The Reverend's eyes narrowed. "We're not waiting for the Bank of Justice to pay anymore," said Bruce, and his voice became firmer. "We have taken over the bank. Phalanx, the validation protocol. It is the mechanism by which the check is cashed, not by begging, but by execution." He knelt beside the Reverend. "They excluded the people from the contract of 1787 by using complexity as a barrier. You need lawyers to understand the law. You need lobbyists to be heard. Phalanx removes the middlemen. It gives every human, you, Elias, the woman back there with the baby, the right to vote back. Not every 4 years, every day." Thomas looked at him for a long time. He searched for lies. He found none. "The third founding father," murmured Thomas, glancing at the picture of Martin Luther King. "Excuse me?" "There were 3 attempts to found this country, son. The first was 1776. Washington, Jefferson, Franklin. They built the foundation, but they built it on the backs of my ancestors. It was a house with locked doors. The second was 1865. Lincoln. He broke the door open, he ended slavery, but he couldn't unite the House. The crack remained. The third was 1963, King. He asked not just for entry, he asked for ownership. He was the third founding father. His dream was the blueprint for the final republic. He reached for Bruce's hand. His skin was dry and warm. And now you come. You are not a founding father, architect. We have enough fathers. You are the foreman. King drew the plan, the dream. You have the tool to finally raise it. I'm afraid we'll fail, said Bruce. Moses was afraid too. Gethsemane was a place of fear. Fear is the price of admission. Thomas squeezed Bruce's hand. But you made a mistake. You gave the people a hammer, but no plan. A hammer can build a house or crack a skull. Give them the plan. Give them the dream. I'm not a preacher, said Bruce. Then become one. Not for God, for the idea. Go out there and tell them they are not starving. Tell them they are working on the foundation. Bruce stood up. He felt a clarity he hadn't felt in weeks. The technocratic coldness that ruled him and Alex had been necessary to build the system. But to sustain it, fire was needed. Thank you, Reverend, said Bruce. Go, said Thomas. And when the soldiers come, remember, Jericho didn't fall by swords. It fell by the sound of trumpets. Bruce ran back to the plant. He didn't take the alleys. He ran right down the middle of the street. When he reached the core, he stormed past the guards, up the stairs. Alex, he shouted. Mary. They were sitting in the semi-darkness. Mary was sleeping with her head on the table. Alex stared at a frozen screen. We're changing the code, said Bruce breathlessly. Alex blinked. What? Bruce, we don't have access to the nodes. We're offline. Not the server code, the Genesis code, the manifesto. Bruce dragged a whiteboard into the middle of the room. He took a black marker. He wiped away the diagrams. He wrote in large letters, I have a dream. This is our pitch, said Bruce. Not I have a plan, not I have code, but I have a dream. Alex looked at him skeptically. That's kitsch, Bruce. No, said Bruce. That is the source code of America. The sentence, I have a dream that one day, will be our sacred formula, but we end the sentence differently. He continued writing, I have a dream that one day we, the people, will write our founding charter in our own responsibility and in full maturity. King dreamed of equality within the system, said Bruce. We dream of sovereignty over the system. This is Constitution 2.0. The dream is no longer a hope, it is a mandate. They printed it on flyers. Thousands of them. The headline wasn't Phalanx Protocol v1.0. The headline was, The check is due. Print this out, said Bruce. On paper, as many as possible, we distribute it to every household in Sector 4, to every soldier at the checkpoint. Paper? Asked Alex skeptically. That's damn analog. Exactly. You can jam a signal, Alex, but you can't block a dream when it passes from hand to hand. Over the next few hours, the Corps transformed into a print shop. The old laser printers ran hot. Volunteers folded flyers. Children who had been cowering hungry in the corners earlier became couriers. They smuggled the papers in their shoes under their caps. The next morning, mist lay over Detroit. But something was different. The silence was gone. Murmurs drifted from the houses. People stood in the streets reading. They weren't reading slogans of endurance. They were finding their own meaning. They read that their hunger was not suffering, but a struggle. That they stood in a line with Washington, Jefferson, and King. Elias Thorne came to the factory gate. He held the flyer in his large, dirty hand as if it were a relic. This said, and his voice broke. This is why we're here, right? We're not terrorists. We're Americans, the only Americans left. Bruce nodded. Yes, Elias. Around noon, something happened at the western checkpoint. A National Guard soldier, a young private, picked up a flyer the wind had blown across the asphalt. His sergeant yelled at him to throw it away. The private read it. He read it all. He read it all. Then he folded it carefully and put it in his breast pocket right over his heart. He took off his helmet and put it on the ground. It wasn't a grant of mutiny. He just walked back to his Humvee, sat on the hood, and lit a cigarette. He had quit his duty, not with violence, but with dignity. The news spread like wildfire in the zone. They're reading it. They understand it. Hope returned. Not the naive hope of the beginning, but a hard, steely confidence. But late in the afternoon, Alex came to Bruce. He had his radio in hand, monitoring the unencrypted frequencies of the Guard. His face was ashen. They reacted, said Alex. More jammers? Asked Bruce. No. They swapped out the units at the perimeter. The private who took off his helmet? They arrested him. And the new troops, that's not the Michigan National Guard anymore, Bruce. Who is it? 101st Airborne. Active combat troops. They have heavy equipment. A deep rumble made the ground vibrate beneath their feet. It was different from the noise of the helicopters. It was deeper, more mechanical. A grinding of metal on asphalt. Bruce went to the window. He didn't need binoculars anymore. At the end of Grand Boulevard Avenue, a gray monster rolled around the corner. The barrel of a 120mm cannon swung slowly back and forth, searching. An Abrams tank. Behind it followed Stryker armored vehicles, manned with infantry. "They're not coming to arrest," whispered Mary, who had stepped next to Bruce. She clawed her hands into the windowsill until her knuckles were white. Bruce saw the monster. He heard the squealing of the tracks, the sound he knew from Kandahar, the sound that usually meant everything was over. But Bruce felt no fear anymore. He only felt the cold clarity of the third founding father. "They're bringing tanks," said Bruce quietly, "because they're out of ideas." He turned to Alex and Mary. "Get the loudspeakers ready. Connect the microphone to every amplifier we have in the zone." "What are you planning?" asked Alex. "Reverend Thomas was right," said Bruce. He straightened his jacket. "Jericho doesn't fall by swords. We won't shoot. We will speak." Outside, the tank turned its turret toward the Packard plant. The rumble grew louder. The ground shook. The check was due, and the bank was sending its debt collectors. But Bruce knew something the tank commander didn't know. Ideas are bulletproof. "Phase 2, said Bruce. The Milgram Paradox. Chapter 10. The Milgram Paradox. The sound of an M1 Abrams main battle tank idling wasn't a rumble. It was a doomsday-class tinnitus, a turbine whistling at such a high frequency you felt it in your tooth roots, underlined by a deep, grinding bass that vibrated concrete into dust. It stood 50 meters in front of the factory gate of Sector 4. A gray colossus, blocky and ugly, covered in reactive armor. The barrel of the 120mm cannon pointed directly at Reverend Thomas's chest. Behind the tank, infantry swarmed out. Men in multicam uniforms, not National Guard weekend warriors, but pros from the Screaming Eagles. They moved fluidly, efficiently, covering angles, securing sectors. They wore ballistic helmets with integrated radio headsets and night vision devices. "Civilians in the target area," crackled a voice, amplified by the tank's external loudspeaker. It didn't sound human. It sounded metallic, filtered through 3 layers of encryption. "This is Colonel Vance, 101st Airborne Division. You are in violation of martial law. Get on the ground. If you resist, you will be neutralized." Bruce stood next to the Reverend. He felt the sweat running cold down his back. He knew these men. He had been one of them. They weren't monsters. They were machines trained to switch off emotions and run protocols. "They won't hesitate," whispered Bruce. "This isn't like yesterday, Reverend. These guys shoot." Reverend Thomas leaned on his cane. He looked tiny in front of the 50-ton steel beast, but he didn't back down. "Then let them shoot," said the old man calmly. "There are worse ways to die than standing." Behind them in the core, Alex and Mary were hammering on their keyboards. "I need 20 more seconds," screamed Alex through the open window. "We don't have 20 seconds," shouted Bruce back. The turret of the Abrams jerked minimally. The loader had probably just rammed a cartridge, likely a HE ammo for soft targets, into the breach. Bruce raised his hands. Not to surrender, to interrupt. "Colonel Vance," he shouted against the turbine noise. "My name is Sergeant Bruce Miller, 75th Ranger Regiment, honorably discharged. We are unarmed." "Down on the ground," barked the loudspeaker. "Final warning. 5, 4. Bruce looked at the infantryman standing closest to him. The soldier had his assault rifle shouldered, finger on the trigger. Through the modern sight, he didn't see Bruce as a human. He saw him as a red silhouette, as a threat potential. Modern warfare had made killing antiseptic. You pushed buttons, you saw pixels. You didn't kill fathers, you neutralized targets. That was the protective mechanism. The distance. "Now, Alex," roared Bruce. A shrill electronic chirp tore through the air. It didn't come from the core. It came from everywhere. It came from the soldiers' helmets, from the radios on their persons, from the tank's internal communication system. Phalanx hadn't penetrated the Pentagon network. That was impossible in this amount of time. Alex had gone into local tactical mesh hacking. He had flooded the headset frequencies. Protocol person-to-person active, said Alex's voice over the factory's PA system, calm and clear. The soldiers flinched. They grabbed at their helmets. Damn it, what is that? Someone cursed over the external speaker. Comms are compromised. Look at your displays, said Bruce. He lowered his hands. Don't look at us. Look at your data. Inside the tank, on the gunners' and commanders' screens, the crosshair disappeared. Instead, a window popped up, a profile picture. It wasn't Bruce, it was Reverend Thomas, but it wasn't a police rap sheet, it was a Phalanx validation card. Name, Thomas Jefferson Washington. Status, citizen, priest, great-grandfather. Distinction, recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 1969. Quote, the biggest lie is that we weren't meant. At the same time, the infantrymen's view changed. Their state-of-the-art augmented reality goggles, which were supposed to mark enemy positions, suddenly showed blue markers over the people in the crowd behind the gate. Above Elias Thorne, it read, Staff Sergeant, U.S. Marine Corps, Fallujah, 2004, Savior of 6 Comrades. Above the woman with the baby, it read, Sarah Jenkins, nurse, treated your wounds yesterday. Turn that off, bellowed Colonel Vance. System reset, prepare to fire. But the system wouldn't reset. Alex had written a loop. As long as the weapon aimed at a human, the display showed their history. This is the Milgram paradox, shouted Bruce. He walked slowly toward the soldiers. You can only kill as long as we are strangers, as long as we are targets. But we are not targets. We are your neighbors. He stopped in front of the lead soldier. The man was young, maybe 22. His eyes under the helmet rim were wide with shock. He stared at Bruce, then at the virtual data floating next to Bruce's head. Bruce Miller, refused order to interrogate innocents. You have an order, Private, said Bruce quietly, but you also have an oath. You swore to defend the Constitution against all enemies, even against those giving you the order. The soldier trembled. The finger on the trigger twitched. It was the battle between drill and conscience, between vertical loyalty to hierarchy and horizontal loyalty to morality. Listen to him, said Reverend Thomas, who stepped next to Bruce now. He laid his hand gently on the barrel of the rifle and pushed it down. You are not a murderer, my son. You are a protector. Never forget that. The tank commander opened the hatch. Vance climbed out. He had drawn his pistol. His face was red with rage. Away from the weapon, he screamed at the soldier. Fire! That is an order! The soldier looked at his colonel. Then he looked at the reverend. Then he looked at his display, where the words human dignity, validated, blinked. Slowly, very slowly, he took his finger off the trigger. He clicked the safety on. Negative, sir, he said. His voice was firm. Target recognition failed. No hostile combatants identified. Vance stared at him as if he had just spoken Chinese. What did you say? I don't see any enemies, sir. I only see Americans. A murmur went through the line of soldiers. A second lowered his weapon. A third took off his helmet demonstratively so he wouldn't see the disturbing data anymore, and saw the real faces instead, which had the same effect. Inside the tank, the gunner turned the turret to the side. The barrel now pointed harmlessly at an empty ruin wall. The chain was broken. Bruce exhaled. He felt his knees go weak. Reverend Thomas smiled. It was a sad, knowing smile. See? He whispered to Bruce. Man is good if you let him be. You just have to open his eyes. Colonel Vance stood alone on the asphalt. He was an officer who had lost his army, not through a defeat, but through a truth. He holstered the pistol. He knew when he had lost. You can act against mutiny. You are powerless against conviction. Withdraw, he said tersely into his microphone. Rendezvous at Point Delta. The soldiers turned around. They didn't walk in formation. They walked as men who wanted to go home. When the tank turned and tore up the street, no cheer broke out like with the helicopters. It was dead silent. The people in Sector 4 knew how close it had been. Bruce went back to the window, where Alex stared at him as if he had just walked on water. That was, stammered Alex. We just hacked the U.S. Army, psychologically. We just showed them what is real, said Bruce, exhausted. We removed the lie of anonymity. He sat down heavily on an ammo crate. That was the king's last move, Alex. He has no pawns left. Mary stepped up to him. She placed a hand on his neck. And now? She asked. Bruce looked out at the empty square, where the dust was slowly settling. Now we have the power, he said. We neutralized the physical power. Now we have to get the legal power. He stood up. The fatigue was blown away. Start phase 3, said Bruce. The plebiscite, immediately, as long as the world is still watching and realizing the army isn't shooting anymore. Alex grinned. His fingers were already flying across the keys. Constitution 2.0 uploading, he said. Voting begins, now. On millions of screens, from Detroit to Tokyo, from Berlin to Cape Town, a simple glowing window appeared. No ads, no spam. One question. Do you validate your sovereignty? No. And the counter started running. Chapter 11. The Phase Transition. The war had changed. It no longer smelled of diesel and cordite like it had an hour ago when the tanks of the 101st Airborne had pulled out. It was silent now, and it was everywhere. In the core, it was dark, illuminated only by the cold blue of the server racks and the huge projection surfaces on the brick walls. Bruce stood in front of the main map. It showed the Earth at night, but it wasn't a normal night. The darkness was interspersed with millions of small, pulsating lights. Each light was a node, a smartphone, a human being pressing yes at that moment. The counter stood at 48,219,030. We have 48 million, Mary said quietly. In 1 hour. That's faster than any election result in history. It's not fast enough, said Alex. He sat at his terminal surrounded by empty energy drink cans. His fingers moved so fast they blurred. They're coming back, Bruce. Not with tanks, with noise. On the secondary screen, a video flickered to life. It was the president sitting at the desk in the Oval Office. He looked serious, statesmanlike. My fellow citizens, said the president. His voice was calm, inspiring confidence. An hour ago, terrorists in Detroit detonated a cyber weapon. They call it a plebiscite. But our experts confirm that any interaction with this website will wipe your bank accounts and steal your identity. Turn off your devices. Do not listen to the lie. That's a deepfake, Mary said immediately. He's not blinking enough, and the shadows on his collar aren't right. It doesn't matter, said Bruce. It's running on all channels. CNN, Fox, MSNBC, they're flooding the zone with shit, just like Bannon predicted. Alex cursed. They're attacking the infrastructure. Level 3 just throttled traffic to our validation servers. ISPs in New York and LA are reporting technical difficulties. They're trying to shut down the internet segment by segment. Bruce watched the counter. The number of new validations was slowing down. 48,250,000. 48,260,000. The state was fighting back. It was using its control over the physical layer of the net, the cables, the routers, the DNS servers, to suffocate the digital layer of freedom. We're losing momentum, said Alex. If they cut the major nodes in Virginia, we're isolated. Bruce turned around. He looked into the faces of the volunteers in the room. They were tired. They had survived tanks, but against an invisible enemy manipulating reality itself, they seemed helpless. We need a new channel, said Bruce. There isn't one, shouted Alex. They own the internet. Not the internet, said Bruce. The protocol. He went to Alex's station. Remember the Genesis update? The one we smuggled into the firmware of smart TVs and gaming consoles 3 months ago? Alex stared at him. That was for emergencies. A hidden mesh network via Bluetooth and local Wi-Fi. But the bandwidth is tiny. We can't transmit video over that. We don't need video, said Bruce. We just need truth. He grabbed a microphone. Alex, activate the emergency protocol. We're not sending data packets through the big ISPs anymore. We're using people's devices as bridges. Every TV, every fridge, every car with a connection becomes a repeater. We're building a new internet. Now. Alex hesitated a second, then he hammered the enter key. Out in the world, in millions of living rooms, screens flickered. The deepfake video of the president froze. It disappeared. Instead, simple black text on a white background appeared. No image, no sound, just text eating its way through the mesh network from device to device like a benevolent virus. Error message, reality compromised. The video was a fake. Your account is safe. The validation is real. Sovereignty is not a virus. Press yes to continue. In the core, everyone held their breath. The counter on the big map had stopped. It stood still at 48,300,000. A second passed. 10 seconds. An eternity. Did we lose them? Whispered Mary. Then the number jumped. It didn't climb. It exploded. 50 million, 55 million, 60 million. Europe was waking up. In Berlin, in London, in Paris, people were reaching for their phones. The state's firewall had been bypassed, not by brute force, but by the sheer mass of network devices. Look at China, said Alex incredulously. Lights appeared on the dark landmass of Asia. First a few, then thousands. They're bypassing the Great Firewall, said Bruce. The mesh network doesn't care about borders, it jumps from phone to phone. This is the phase transition, said Mary. Her voice trembled. Bruce, look at the U.S. numbers. Bruce looked at the counter. 80 million. We've reached critical mass, said Alex. That's more votes than the sitting president got in his election. Mathematically speaking, he swallowed. Mathematically speaking, we are the legitimate government now. Outside, morning was dawning. The first gray light fell through the high windows of the factory hall. Bruce felt no euphoria. He felt a leaden heaviness. He was no longer a hacker. He was no longer a soldier. He looked at Reverend Thomas, who was asleep on a bench in the corner, head sunk onto his chest. The third founding father had done his part. The phone on Bruce's table rang. It wasn't a VoIP call. It was the old, analog landline phone that hadn't been used in years. The red light blinked. The room went dead silent. Everyone knew what this meant. Bruce walked slowly to the table. He picked up the receiver. Miller here. The voice on the other end was old, brittle, and sounded incredibly tired. Mr. Miller, this is President Ellis. Bruce closed his eyes briefly. Good morning, Mr. President. Is it a good morning? Asked the president. In the background, there were muffled voices, frantic activity. My generals tell me my orders aren't getting through anymore. My IT people tell me they've lost control of the emergency alert system. And my Treasury Secretary tells me tax payments for this month are at zero. The system is revalidating itself, sir, said Bruce calmly. You've destroyed the country, Miller. You've dissolved order. No, sir. We've restored order. The original order. We the people. Remember? The president laughed bitterly. Do you really believe you can govern a nation with an algorithm? Who fixes the roads? Who negotiates trade deals? Who stops the criminals? We do, said Bruce. Everyone. That is chaos. That is democracy, sir. Real democracy. No more theater. Silence reigned on the other end. What do you want, Miller? Do you want my surrender? Bruce looked at Mary. He looked at Alex. He looked out at the streets of Detroit, where people were coming out of their houses by holding their phones like torches into the morning sky. I don't want to surrender, Mr. President. I want cooperation. We need someone to coordinate the handover of administrative keys. We won't arrest you. We will validate you. Validate, echoed Ellis. The word sounded foreign in his mouth. The plebiscite ends in 12 hours, said Bruce. Until then, you have time to prepare a speech. No more deepfakes. The truth. Tell the people you accept the verdict. That the stationary bandit is abdicating. The line clicked. The president had hung up. Bruce slowly placed the receiver back on the cradle. What did he say? Asked Alex. He's afraid, said Bruce. He went to the window. The sun broke over the horizon, bathing the ruins of Detroit in golden light. It was the same place as yesterday, and yet it was a different planet. The tanks were gone. The lies were silent. We won, whispered Mary. No, said Bruce. He turned to her. Winning was the easy part. Now comes the hard part. He pointed to the screens, where the first requests for infrastructure projects, local courts, and school budgets were now rolling in. Millions of requests per second. Now we have to prove we can do it better. Bruce Miller, the man who had made the pitch of his life, took a deep breath. He was ready for the work. Chapter 12, Seekers in the Net. The silence after the noise is often louder than the noise itself. In the core, it smelled of stale coffee, ozone, and the sour sweat of 36 people who hadn't slept for 48 hours. The euphoria over the retreat of the tanks had evaporated. What remained was a leaden, vibrating exhaustion that settled like fine dust on the consoles, the keyboards, and the faces of those present. Bruce Miller stood in front of the large main projection on the brick wall of the factory hall. His eyes burned. He felt like he had sand under his eyelids. Since the president had hung up an hour ago? 2? He hadn't moved. The map before him showed the world, but it didn't show it politically. There were no borders, no country colors that had been printed in school atlases for centuries. There was only darkness and light. The darkness was the old state. The lights were the nodes, the points of validation. It wasn't a static image. It breathed. Like a bioluminescent organism, the network spread. It ate its way through fiber optic cables, jumped over satellite links, tunneled through firewalls, Every new point was a human being who had made a decision, a human being who had said yes to a new form of existence. "We have a problem in the South America sector," said Alex. His voice cut through the meditative silence of the hall like a razor. Alex sat at his terminal, surrounded by a rampart of empty energy drink cans and crumpled candy bar wrappers. He looked like a ghost. His skin was ashen. The dark rings under his eyes looked like bruises. But his hands moved with a speed that seemed humanly impossible. Bruce startled out of his trance. He walked over to Alex's station. "What kind of problem?" "It's not a technical glitch," said Alex, without taking his eyes off the cascading lines of code on his monitor. "It's a targeted strike. Look at Brazil." Bruce looked at the map. On the east coast of South America, where Rio de Janeiro and São Paulo should have been visible as brightly glowing clusters, the lights began to flicker. They grew dimmer. Some went out completely. "The government is cutting the backbone," Bruce observed. It wasn't a question. "Worse," said Alex. "They're injecting noise. They're flooding the nodes with corrupt data packets. Thousands of petabytes of junk traffic. The local servers of the students in the favelas are collapsing under the load. It's a digital siege." Bruce felt his stomach tighten. The tanks were gone, yes, but the war wasn't over. It had just changed dimensions. It was now invisible, silent, and global. "Can we reroute them?" "I'm trying," growled Alex. "I'm building tunnels through the Tor network. I'm trying to tap into Starlink satellite capacities. But the latency is murderous. We're losing packets. We're losing voices." Mary came over to them. She was wearing a thick wool sweater, even though it was stiflingly warm in the hall. She was freezing from exhaustion. "We're getting messages from Rio," she said quietly. She held a tablet out to Bruce. "They're voice messages, over the emergency band." Bruce took the tablet. He pressed play. A voice rang out. A young man, breathless. In the background, sirens and screams could be heard. "They are in the distribution centers. The police are seizing the servers. They're smashing everything to pieces. They say Phalanx is illegal. They say we are terrorists. Please, we need the signal. If the signal dies, we are alone." The message ended in static hiss. Bruce stared at the tablet. He didn't see the boy's face, but he could feel his fear. He could taste the dust of the favela, smell the panic. "They're looking for us," said Mary. "They're looking for stability." Bruce handed the tablet back to her. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, from anger. "They're trying to empty the sea with a spoon," he said. "The spoon is damn big," Alex interjected, "and it's made of steel. Tehran just went dark. Completely." Bruce whirled around to the map. Iran, which minutes ago had been speckled with thousands of small, hopeful lights, was now a black hole. "The mullahs," said Alex dryly. "They pulled the kill switch. They disconnected the entire national internet from the global net. Intranet only. Phalanx is as unreachable there now as the moon." Bruce ran a hand through his hair. He felt the resistance of the stubble. He hadn't shaved in 3 days. "That is their strategy," he said. He paced restlessly as the others in the room watched him. "They know they can't kill the idea, so they kill the carrier. They cut the lines. They build walls of firewalls." "We're playing defense, Bruce," said Alex. "We're plugging holes, but they have more excavators." Bruce stopped. He stared at the black spots on the map. Rio. Tehran. Soon maybe Moscow. Beijing. He thought of Hassan, the Iranian engineer he had spoken to 2 days ago. Hassan had smiled, a tired, hopeful smile. "We're not building a government here, Bruce. We're building a family." Now Hassan was in darkness. Maybe he was sitting in an interrogation room right now. Maybe he was already dead. "No," said Bruce. "No what?" asked Mary. "We're not playing defense anymore." Bruce went back to Alex's terminal. He leaned over the keyboard, his eyes fixed on the code racing across the screen. "Why can they block us, Alex? Because they use deep packet inspection," explained Alex, annoyed, as if teaching a child the multiplication table. "They look into every single data packet going over the line. They see the header. They see, aha, that's a Phalanx validation block. And then, zap, block." "Exactly," said Bruce. "They see it because we wear it openly. We wear our revolution like a uniform. It's a blockchain, Bruce. It has to be public. That's the whole point of it." "Does it?" Bruce's gaze went glassy. He no longer saw the room. He saw structures. He looked back to his time in the military, at the encrypted burst transmissions they had used in Afghanistan to control drones. "Hassan said something," murmured Bruce. He said, "The risk is worth it. But what if there was no risk? What if the validation didn't look like a validation at all? He turned to Alex. Do you know steganography? Alex snorted. Am I a freshman? Of course. Hiding data inside other data. We camouflage Phalanx, said Bruce. His voice became firmer, faster. We don't hide the blocks in encrypted containers that scream, I am secret. We hide them in the noise, in the mundane. Alex stopped typing. He slowly turned his chair toward Bruce. You mean? Cat pictures, said Bruce. Weather reports, pornography, memes. The noise of the internet, the things dictators can't block because otherwise their own people will take to the barricades before they can even say revolution. No dictator can shut down Instagram without risking an uprising. We inject the code into the image data, Alex finished the thought. His brain was racing now. Bruce could literally see the synapses firing. We use the least significant bits of JPEG compression. To the human eye, it looks like a funny picture of a cat playing piano. For the Phalanx client, it's a validated block of the Constitution. A Trojan horse? Said Mary. Only there are no soldiers inside. But voices. Alex, said Bruce. How long do you need for the patch? Alex cracked his knuckles. A sound like pistol shots in the quiet hall. I have to rewrite the compression algorithm. I have to patch the client to scan for images instead of ports. He grinned. An evil, brilliant grin. Give me 2 hours. You have one, said Bruce. The next hour was the longest in Bruce Miller's life. Longer than the minutes before the tank. He stood at the window and looked out at the ruins of Detroit. Dawn crept over the horizon, dipping the industrial skeletons in a bloody red. Outside, it was quiet, but inside, in the lines, a battle raged, an invisible struggle for sovereignty over the truth. He thought of the people out there, the seekers. They were not a homogeneous mass. There was the farmer in India who wanted to defend his land against a chemical corporation and found no courts that listened to him. There was the woman in Riyadh who wanted to drive a car and needed to be validated for it. There was the student in Berlin who was afraid his state was taxing away his future. They were all looking for the same thing, not for anarchy, for order, but for an order they understood, an order they could trust because they verified it themselves. Jus in pacem, whispered Bruce. The right to peace. It was more than a legal term, it was a physical necessity. In an interconnected world, war was a system error, a bug, and Phalanx was the debugger. Bruce! Alex's scream spun him around. I have the patch! Version 4.2 is live, the mimicry protocol. Upload, ordered Bruce. Already out. The mesh is spreading it like a cold. Every device that pulls the update becomes a stealth node. All eyes in the room turned to the large map. Tehran was still black. Rio flickered weakly. Wait, whispered Alex. Wait. A minute passed. Then somewhere in a suburb of Tehran, a light blinked on. It was small, weak, but it was there. Then another one, then 10, then 100. They're uploading images, said Alex and laughed in disbelief. They're uploading damn pictures of sunsets and teacups, and in every pixel lies a piece of freedom. The map of Iran began to fill, not explosively like before, but organically, like moss growing over a stone, unstoppable, silent. The mullah's censorship algorithms searched for enemy propaganda. They searched for encryption, but they found only banal photos. They were blind to the second layer of reality. Brazil recovered too. The lights in Rio stabilized. The flickering stopped. We are back online, said Mary. Tears ran down her face, but she didn't wipe them away. We are everywhere. Bruce exhaled. He felt the tension leave his muscles, making way for a dizzying emptiness. They had done it. They hadn't just repaired the net. They had reinvented it. He walked slowly through the hall. He saw the young hackers, the activists side, the translators. They didn't cheer. They were too tired to cheer. They just looked at each other and nodded, a silent understanding among survivors. Bruce stepped back out onto the loading dock. The sun had risen fully now. The light was hard and clear. He didn't feel like a victor. He felt like a construction worker who had just poured the foundation and now looked at the huge, empty construction site where thousands of stories still had to be built. His phone vibrated. A message from Tobias in Berlin. It's working. The German government is confused. They don't know what to block. We just validated the first economic vote. Tax reform by consensus. Insanity. Bruce put the phone away. He looked at the parking lot in front of the factory gate. There, where the tank had stood yesterday, 2 kids were now playing soccer. They were kicking an old can back and forth between 2 bricks. They knew nothing of TCP/IP protocols. They knew nothing of steganography or constitutional law, but they lived in a world that was a little bit safer this morning than yesterday. Mary stepped next to him. She had 2 fresh cups of coffee with her. "You don't look happy," she said. "Happiness is irrelevant," said Bruce. He took the cup. "I'm just thinking about what comes next." "Victory?" "No, the hangover." He took a sip. The coffee was hot and bitter. "We have delegitimized the old system, Mary. We said, your rules no longer apply. But we haven't established new rules yet. We have created a power vacuum as big as the planet. We have the charter." "Paper," waved Bruce off. "Code. That's not enough. An algorithm can validate if a vote is real, but it can't decide if an abortion is moral. It can't decide how we distribute resources without killing the planet. It can't comfort." He looked at her. "The seekers in the net, they found us. Now they're looking at us, and they're asking, okay, we are free, and what now? And what do we answer them?" Bruce turned around and walked back toward the dark entrance to the core. "We answer them with work," he said. He sat back at his terminal. The world map glowed before him, an ocean of stars waiting to be navigated. Part 3 was over. The breakout had succeeded. The prison of the old order was blown open, but outside the walls was wilderness. Bruce opened a new document. The cursor blinked rhythmically ahead like a heartbeat. He thought of Mr. Wilson, of the old man who had only wanted his peace and had reaped a storm. "We have to build," thought Bruce, "not from stone, from reason." He typed in capital letters, Part 4, the blueprint. Then he pressed enter. A new page opened. White, innocent, terrifying. The first sentence didn't come to him immediately. He had to dig it from the depths of his consciousness, from the experiences of the desert, the loneliness of the server room, the fear of the tank. He wrote, "Peace is not a state you find. Peace is a technology you develop." He leaned back. The code was written. Now the architecture began. Chapter 13, Constitution 2.0. Laws don't smell. They don't bleed. They are cold, abstract, and invisible, but when they fall, they make a sound louder than any bomb. In the core, it was 3 o'clock generally. The air was stifling, saturated with the waste heat of server racks and the nervous energy of 40 people who knew they were writing history or their own death sentences. Bruce Miller stood in front of the huge brick wall at the end of the hall. It had been empty before, a relic of Detroit's industrial past. Now it was the foundation of the future. Dozens of projectors threw fragments of text onto the wall, glowing white letters on red brick. It looked as if the building itself were speaking. It was the rough draft of Constitution 2.0. Article 1, read Bruce quietly, "Human dignity is inviolable. It is guaranteed by the immutability of the blockchain." "That's too technical," said Mary. She sat cross-legged on one of the tables, a cup of tea in her hand that had long gone cold. Her eyes were red, but her gaze was sharp as a scalpel. "We're not writing a tech demo, Bruce. We're writing a social contract. When my grandmother reads this, she has to understand that it's about her, not about an algorithm." "But it is an algorithm," interjected Alex. He prowled the room up and down like a caged animal. "That's the point, Mary. The old Constitution was poetry. Beautiful words that any judge could bend however the highest bidder fit. Our Constitution is code. Code doesn't bend. And that's exactly what scares me," said Mary. The conflict hung in the room like a thundercloud. It was the same conflict that had accompanied humanity since the beginning. Logic versus emotion. Order versus justice. Bruce rubbed his temples. He felt the phantom pain in his leg, a souvenir from an IED in Kandahar. Back then, the rules had been simple. Survive I. Kill. Don't get killed. Here, in the damp light of the server room, the rules were infinitely more complex. "We need both," said Bruce. "We need the hardness of code and the softness of language." "That's an oxymoron," snorted Alex. "You can't have a soft blockchain. Either A equals A or the system collapses." He walked to the wall and pointed aggressively at a section in the middle. Article 14, Resource Allocation. Every citizen is entitled to the subsistence minimum calculated by the real-time average of global productivity. "This here," said Alex. "This is pure mathematics. We take the gross national product, divide it by the number of verified nodes, minus reinvestment quota. The result is fair, absolutely fair." "It is mathematically fair," corrected Mary. "But is it humanly fair? What about the man who is sick and needs more? What about the woman raising 3 kids alone? Your algorithm gives them the average, but the average isn't enough for them to survive. Then they have to register the need, said Alex stubbornly. The system checks that. The system checks variables, shouted Mary, jumping off the table. Suffering is not a variable, Alex. Suffering is suffering. Bruce watched them. He didn't see two people arguing. He saw two worldviews colliding. Alex, the technocrat who believed paradise could be programmed. Mary, the humanist who knew that paradise without compassion was a hell. And him, he was the architect. He had to build the bridge. Enough, said Bruce. His voice wasn't loud, but it had the authority of the commander he had once been. Both fell silent and looked at him. You're both right, and you're both wrong. Bruce walked to the wall. He took a digital pen, whose movements were transferred directly to the projection. He crossed out the word average. We're not building a machine that feeds humans, he said. We're building a space where humans see each other. He wrote a new word on the wall, solidarity. The algorithm distributes the basic income. That is the logic. But the surplus, the help for the sick, the old, the weak, is not decided by code. That is decided by the network. Crowdfunding? Asked Alex skeptically. You want to replace the welfare state with GoFundMe? No, said Bruce. I want to replace the anonymity of bureaucracy with the responsibility of community. If someone needs help, their case isn't checked by a clerk who sees them as a file number. It is validated by their peers, by their neighbors, by people. That's risky, Mary objected. What if someone is unpopular? What if a racist mob decides a black family gets no help? That's what the veto core is for, said Bruce, tapping on Article 1. Basic rights are hard-coded. No one may be discriminated against. The algorithm prevents the tyranny of the majority. But the empathy, that has to come from the people. Alex stared at the wall. He was calculating. Bruce could see him playing through scenarios, checking edge cases. Finally, Alex nodded slowly. A hybrid system. Hard constraints for rights, soft constraints for allocation, that could scale. Mary took a deep breath. She looked at Bruce and smiled tiredly. The architect has spoken. Good, said Bruce. Then write it down. Article 14 is changed. They worked through the night. There was no sleep. There was only coffee, code, and discussion. They dissected every paragraph, turned every word over. They argued about criminal law, rehabilitation instead of punishment, about education, access instead of credentials, about property, usage instead of ownership. Around 5 in the morning, it happened. One of the monitors on the side showing the news feed from the old world began to flash red. Bruce, said a young woman from the monitoring team. Her voice trembled. You have to see this. Bruce went to the monitor. On the screen was the CNN studio. A breaking news banner ran across the bottom edge. President Ellis declares state of emergency. The sound was off, but the images spoke for themselves. You saw police in heavy gear kicking down doors. You saw people being led away in handcuffs. Bruce turned up the sound. A concerted action by the Department of Justice and Homeland Security, said the news anchor with a serious face. Sources in the White House confirmed that the use of the so-called Phalanx app is classified as an act of cyber terrorism, effective immediately. Any citizen who has installed the app is guilty of aiding and abetting treason. The accounts of identified users are being frozen. Arrest warrants for 10,000 ringleaders have been issued. In the core, it went dead silent. The only sound was the whir of fans. They did it, whispered Mary. They criminalized us, associated us. Alex laughed. It was a dry, humorless sound. Cyber terrorism. Because we vote. That is so absurd, it's almost funny again. It's not funny, said Bruce. He looked at the images of the arrests. He saw a young woman, maybe 20, being dragged into a van by 2 FBI agents. She was crying. This wasn't a tank attack. This wasn't a physical assault on Detroit. This was an attack on the lives of millions of people. They wanted to ruin them financially, ostracize them socially, lock them up. We have 80 million users in the USA, said Alex. They can't arrest everyone. They don't have to arrest everyone, said Bruce. They just have to spread enough fear so the others delete the app. They're betting on panic. He turned away from the screen and looked at his people. He saw the fear in their faces. Many of them had families out there, parents, siblings, partners. If their accounts were frozen, they're attacking us with laws, said Bruce. They're using their legal system as a weapon. We can encrypt the databases, suggested Alex. We can protect user identities even better. We can. That's not enough, interrupted Bruce. Defense isn't enough. We can't hide forever. If we want this new world to survive, it must not be illegal. He walked back to the big wall, to Constitution 2.0. They say we are criminals. They say our order is illegitimate. He took the digital pen in his hand again. Then we have to change the law. Mary looked at him uncomprehendingly. Bruce, they control the Supreme Court. They control Congress. We can't change their laws. Not their laws, said Bruce. The law. He wrote a new headline on the wall, right at the top, above Article 1. Phase 5. We have a constitution for coexistence, he said, but we don't yet have a constitution for peace. We don't yet have a shield against the tyranny of the old state. He thought of the soldiers who had sat in the tanks. He thought of the police officers kicking down doors right now. Why were they doing it? Not because they were evil, but because they believed it was right. They followed orders based on laws. We have to withdraw their legitimacy, murmured Bruce. We have to make it illegal to fight against the people. He began to write. The words flowed out of him as if he had always known them. Jus in pacem, the right to peace. Preamble. No human, no institution, and no government has the right to exercise violence against citizens who peacefully validate their will through the Phalanx. Article 1. The immunity of conscience. Every wearer of a uniform, be it military or police, is released from their oath to the government as soon as that oath forces them to act against the basic rights anchored in Constitution 2.0. Bruce turned around. We give them a way out. We tell the soldiers and police, you are not traitors if you refuse. You are protectors of the new order. Your loyalty belongs not to the president. It belongs to the validated will of the people. A legal jujutsu move, said Alex appreciatively. We use their own oath formula against them. But how do we enforce that? Asked Mary. A piece of text on a wall doesn't stop an FBI agent. No, said Bruce, but 100 million signatures do. He looked at Alex. We integrate jus in pacem into the release. It's not just an appendix, it's the condition. Everyone who validates Constitution 2.0 automatically validates the outlawing of state violence, too. We make peace the law. Alex grinned. That's brilliant. If 50% of the population signs that, then every arrest is suddenly an act of civil war against the majority. And the soldiers, added Bruce. They will see that the people don't hate them, that we are only asking them to switch sides, from the side of power to the side of justice. He put the pen down. Upload it. Alex didn't hesitate a second. He hammered the command into the console. Upload status. Constitution 2.0 plus jus in pacem protocol. Initiated. On the screens of the world, on millions of smartphones, tablets, and laptops, a new window appeared at this moment. It wasn't an update for an app. It was an invitation to a new social contract. Bruce went to the window. Morning dawned over Detroit. The city lay quiet, but he felt the tension in the air. The FBI vans were out there. The danger was real. But inside, in digital space, something bigger began. The validation numbers started running. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. With every click, with every yes, the old system became a bit more transparent, a bit more irrelevant. Mary stepped next to Bruce. She trembled slightly. Do you think it will work? She asked quietly. Do you think words can stop weapons? Bruce looked at his hands. The hands of a soldier that had become the hands of an architect. Words have always stopped weapons, he said, if they were the right words. He looked to the horizon where the sun tried to break through the smog, and these are the best words we've ever had. Constitution 2.0 was born, not carved in marble, but written in the will of millions. The blueprint was finished. Now it had to be built. Chapter 14, Jus in pacem. The order came at 3:14 Zulu time. It didn't come by phone and not by email. It came as an encrypted data stream directly into the pilots' helmets, into the tank's fire control systems, and into the silos of the missile batteries. The code was, clean slate. In the Pentagon, deep underground in the National Military Command Center, General Harrison stood before the huge wall of screens. He was a man who seemed hewn from granite. 40 years of service, 4 wars. He had given orders that had reduced cities to ash, and he had never hesitated. Status, he barked. All units confirmed, sir. answered a major whose face looked corpse pale in the blue light of the monitors. "The 1st Armored Division is standing by 50 miles outside Detroit. The drone swarms of the Reaper class have launched. The Black Sea Fleet reports full readiness of tactical systems." Harrison nodded. He felt no joy. He felt only the cold necessity. "Phalanx is no longer a political opponent," he said, more to himself than to the major. "It is a virus, and you don't negotiate with a virus. You burn it out." He turned to the White House liaison officer. "Tell the president we aim to be operational in 20 minutes. Detroit will be isolated, the net will be physically destroyed, and anyone offering resistance will be classified as an enemy combatant." It was the total reset. The last, desperate card of the old system. If they couldn't change people's minds, they would break their bodies. 10,000 meters above Lake Erie, Captain Sarah Viper Jenkins sat in the cockpit of her F-35 Lightning II. The world below her was a carpet of darkness, broken only by the sparse lights of the cities. She loved flying. She loved the precision, the mathematics of aerodynamics, the feeling of being one with a machine that delivered 20,000 pounds of thrust. But today, the control stick in her hand felt foreign, cold. "Viper 1, this is Overlord," crackled the voice of Mission Control in her ear. "You will reach the target sector in 2 minutes. Target coordinates are loaded into your computer. Primary target, the server farm in the old auto plant. Secondary targets, power supply Detroit South." Sarah looked at her HUD. A red rectangle lit up. It framed exactly the building she had seen in the news for the last few weeks. The core. "Confirmed, Overlord," she said. Her voice sounded mechanical. She flipped the master arm switch to arm. Under her wings hung 4 GBU-31 JDAMs. Each single one had enough explosive power to turn an entire city block into dust. "Ready for release in T-minus 90 seconds, she reported. She thought of her brother. He lived in Chicago. He had sent her a strange message last week. Validated, it had just said. She had called him, but he hadn't picked up. Was he a part of this too? Was he a terrorist? "Focus, Sarah," she whispered to herself. "Orders are orders." Suddenly her HUD flickered. The red target rectangle disappeared. Instead, text appeared, right in the middle of her field of view, above the clouds. It wasn't a military data overlay. The font was different. Sans serif. Clear. "Soldier 7849J. Sarah flinched. "Overlord, I have a malfunction in the HUD. Seeing foreign text. Negative, Viper 1, telemetry is normal. Execute the mission." But the text didn't disappear. It scrolled on, synchronized with her heartbeat. "You swore an oath, not to a president, but to the Constitution, to the people. The target beneath you is the people." Sarah's breathing accelerated. "Overlord, my system is being hacked. They are in my avionics." "We are not in your avionics, Sarah. We are in your conscience." The red target rectangle appeared again, but this time it wasn't red. It was green, and it didn't lay over the building. It lay over the empty lake. Just in PASM Article 1, the immunity of conscience. "If you execute this order, you are no longer a soldier. You are a murderer. Validate your humanity." A new button appeared on her touchscreen display. A button that shouldn't be there. It glowed softly, pulsing. T-minus 30 seconds. Sarah's hand trembled on the stick. She had been trained not to think. She was a weapon, but weapons don't cry, and Sarah felt a hot tear run under her visor. In the core, it was dead silent. Bruce, Mary, and Alex stood in front of the large wall map, but this time it showed no network nodes. It showed military units. Hundreds of red symbols moving toward Detroit, toward Berlin, toward Moscow. "Upload is at 99%, said Alex. His voice was barely a whisper. "The JUS in PASM protocol has been sent to every registered military chip. We use their own back doors, the ones they built in to remotely control the equipment." "Do they hear us?" asked Mary. "They hear us," said Bruce. "The question is whether they answer." He stared at a single red dot over Lake Erie. An F-35. It was only seconds away from drop. If those bombs fell, it was all over. Then the Prohomocracy was just another bloody stain in the history books. Bruce closed his eyes. He thought of his own time in Kandahar, of the moment when he pulled the trigger and knew it was wrong, but he had done it anyway, because the order was stronger than the soul. Had they done enough to break the chain? In an Akula-class submarine deep beneath the surface of the Black Sea, Captain Alexei Volkov stared at the printout of orders. Weapons free for cruise missiles. Target, communication nodes in Kyiv and Odessa. He rubbed his gray beard. Around him was the oppressive confinement of the command center. His men looked at him, young faces, barely 20 years old. Sasha, the radio operator. Dmitri, the weapons officer. "Comrade Captain?" asked Dmitri quietly. His hand hovered over the key switch. Volkov had dedicated his life to the Navy. He believed in Russia. He believed in order. But on his private tablet, which he forbiddenly kept in his cabin, he had read the pitch, he had read Constitution 2.0, he felt a vibration on his wrist, his smartwatch, he looked at it. Just in pacem. Brothers in spirit do not shoot at brothers in spirit. Validate peace. He looked at Dmitri. He looked at Sasha. He knew Sasha's mother lived in Odessa. He knew Dmitri's girlfriend studied in Kiev. "Captain," urged the first officer, "we have a launch window." Volkov took the order slip. He folded it slowly, very precisely in the middle. "No," he said. The first officer blinked. "Excuse me?" "We don't have a launch window," Tahed said Volkov, loud and firm. "We have a technical problem." He went to the weapons console. He pulled his personal key from the launch mechanism lock. "System error," he said, looking his men directly in the eyes. "The system of violence has crashed. Reboot required." He tapped on his watch. A sigh of relief went through the submarine. It was as if the immense pressure of the ocean had suddenly vanished. The F-35 over Detroit peeled away. Sarah Jenkins pulled the stick to the left. The G-forces pressed her into the seat, but she felt light as a feather. "Viper 1, you are leaving the attack vector," screamed Overlord in her headset. "Correct immediately." "What are you doing?" Sarah looked at the city below her. The lights no longer looked like targets now. They looked like candles. "Viper 1 to Overlord," she said calmly. "I lost my target." "What do you mean by that?" "Sensors show full lock." "No, sir," said Sarah. "My target was the enemy. I see no enemy down here. I only see Americans." She switched the master arm to safe. "I am returning to base. And Overlord?" "What?" "I quit." In the Pentagon, it went dark, at least on General Harrison's screens. One by one, the red symbols changed their color, from red to gray, from aggressive to neutral. The 1st Armored Division reported engine failure on all vehicles. The drone swarms returned to their holding patterns. The Black Sea Fleet went to radio silence. "What is happening here?" whispered Harrison. His voice, which had dominated parade grounds for 40 years, was broken. "Why don't they obey?" The young lieutenant at the communications terminal turned around. There was no fear in his eyes anymore. "Because you are irrelevant, sir." The lieutenant took off his headset and placed it on the console. "They installed the new operating system. And you are legacy code." Harrison sank into his chair. He looked at the map. The world was no longer red. It was quiet. It was over. Not with a bang, but with an update. Bruce Miller stepped out of the factory hall into the cool morning air of Detroit. The sun was rising, and it seemed to be brighter than on any other day he could remember. Behind him, in the core, they were cheering. Mary was crying and laughing at the same time. Alex was being carried on the shoulders of his programmers, but Bruce needed silence. He sat down on the rusty loading dock. He felt the cold of the concrete through his pants. He was trembling. He had just won the greatest military victory in history without firing a single shot. He had disarmed the most powerful army in the world by making it a better offer. Peace is not a treaty, he thought. Peace is a collective hallucination that becomes true when enough people believe in it. His phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number, Cyrillic characters. "Greetings from the Black Sea. The water is calm today. A." Bruce smiled. A tear ran down his cheek, through the stubble, and dripped onto the ground. It was over. Really over. The old age, the age of violence, of borders, of the stationary bandits, had ended tonight. He leaned his head back against the brick wall and closed his eyes. He heard steps. Mary sat down next to him. She said nothing. She simply took his hand. "Are you scared?" she asked after a while. "Of what? Of what comes now? A world without weapons. Who keeps order?" Bruce opened his eyes and looked at her. "No one keeps order, Mary. Order is not something you make. Order is what happens when people stop being afraid of each other." He stood up. He dusted off his pants. "Come," he said. "We have to write a charter for agriculture. If we're not fighting wars anymore, we're going to have a hell of a lot of hungry people." He walked back to the door, back into the noise, back into the work. But before he entered, he looked back once more at the empty parking lot. He imagined Mr. Wilson standing there, the old man with the garden hose. He saw him nod, a short, dry nod. "Well done, kid," he would have said. "But don't step on the petunias," Bruce laughed. The pitch deck was closed. The project was live. Chapter 15, The River of Will. If you remove the obstacles from a riverbed, you don't have to force the water to flow. It does so on its own, with the unstoppable, silent elegance of nature. The same was true for human cooperation after the Prohomocracy had blown open the dams of bureaucracy and coercion. In Detroit, deep within the Prohomocratic zone, we experienced in the summer of 2011 what Bruce would later refer to in his worn notebook as the Great Flow. The city, once a sprawling symbol of industrial decline, had transformed into a laboratory for a new way of being. Bruce sat on the porch in the shade of the overhang, sunk into Mr. Wilson's old armchair, which he had dragged all the way from Arlington. The leather creaked softly as he leaned forward. Down in the yard, a group of residents was transforming a collapsed factory roof into a community garden. There was no foreman shouting instructions, no applications to the city administration disappearing into dusty file folders, no permits to wait months for. The need for fresh vegetables had been validated via Phalanx. Sarah, a former nurse, balanced a bundle of roof slats. Before she could stumble, Tom was there, taking half the load from her. A silent nod, a brief smile. Those with resources had provided the material. Everything meshed together, coordinated by the invisible, decentralized algorithm of reason. "It is wu-wei, Bruce." Bruce turned his head. Alex was crouching in the shade of the porch, tinkering with a new decentralized mesh router. In recent weeks, he had dug through the texts they had found in Wilson's boxes. "Action through non-action," Alex murmured without looking up. "We don't force people anymore. We just leave them the space to do the right thing because it's logical." Bruce nodded silently. His gaze fell on Joe, the mechanic, who was explaining to a girl with oil-smeared hands how to seal an irrigation pump. Joe seemed years younger. The deep furrows of frustration and anger that had once marked his face were smoothed out. He was no longer a slave in Miller's garage. He was a free engineer of the community. "The mistake of the old system was resistance," said Bruce quietly. "They thought order arises from friction, from laws that have to be enforced against the will of the people. But true order is frictionless. It is the flow of the collective will." In those days, Bruce began to integrate the vision of sustainability deeper into the Phalanx. It was no longer just about politics or peace. It was about survival as a species. "We live on a planet with finite resources," he had typed into the manifesto last night, "but we use an economic system based on infinite growth and waste, a logical error." In the Prohomocracy, the value of a product was no longer validated by its price, but by its systemic integration. Everything had to flow. Nothing was allowed to stagnate or poison. Mary, meanwhile, was working on the symphony of education. Schools in the classical sense had vanished from the zone. Instead, learning hubs grew from the ground. Whoever wanted to know something looked for someone who knew it and validated their new knowledge through practical application. "We are breaking open the hierarchy of knowledge," Mary had explained while chasing lines of code across her screen. "Knowledge is no longer a commodity. It is the blood of the network." But the flow was not so calm everywhere. From Washington and the metropolises of the old America, messages of despair reached them. The infrastructure began to crumble because the tax streams were drying up. Civil servants sat in empty offices, not knowing how to react when no one filled out their forms anymore. The old system was like an engine without oil. It was running hot, it stank, and it threatened to seize up at any moment. Bruce read the reports on the government's frantic attempts to enforce a new national identity. Flag salutes, threats of punishment, the search for scapegoats, but the machinery no longer engaged. The people had already deeply internalized Bruce's pitch. Why suffer for an illusion when you can shape reality? "They will try to poison the river," Bruce warned as they sat together later. "If they can't stop it, they will try to make it unusable." Indeed, disinformation campaigns appeared on the net. Fake Phalanx instances meant to sow distrust. But the decentralized consensus mechanism stood firm like a rock in the surf. Every lie was detected as an anomaly and isolated by collective validation within minutes. "A self-cleaning system," Alex laughed dryly. "They can throw as much mud in as they want. The truth sinks to the bottom. The clear water flows on." Bruce felt a deep calm he hadn't known since his time before the army. The soldier in him had made peace. He no longer had to fight, he just had to be present, a node where past and future touched. On an evening in August, Bruce, Mary, and Alex met on the flat roof of the core. Above them spanned the starry sky of Detroit, unusually clear since the smog of industry had dissipated. Down in the city, glaring advertisements no longer shone, but rather the warm, amber lights of the community houses. "We are ready for Chapter 14, said Mary, leaning against the parapet. "We need a firm structure for global coordination, something that goes beyond the experiment." "The Operations Center," said Bruce, "but not as a command center, as a service provider for the flow, a center that ensures data flows." Alex let his gaze wander over the silhouettes of the city. "We are building a world where architecture doesn't consist of stone, but of interactions. Power is no longer possessed. It flows." "The river of will," confirmed Bruce. "Whoever stops it, dies. Whoever flows with it, lives." They stood there silently, high above the ruins, enjoying the moment of absolute clarity. They had long passed the point of no return. The old system was history, a ghost still haunting its empty institutions, while the soul of the world had long migrated into the network. Bruce reached into his pocket. His fingers closed around the cool, smooth surface of his old unit's division coin. The metal had warmed in his palm. With a fluid motion, he wound up and threw it far into the darkness of the ruins below them. A brief glint in the moonlight, then it was gone. "What was that?" asked Alex. "The past," said Bruce. "It has done its duty. Now we belong to the river." The silence was gone. The pitch was accepted. The breakout had succeeded. Obedience was broken. The plebiscite was executed. Now the time of flowing had come. Bruce went back into the hall. He sat at his place, the cold light of the monitors reflected in his eyes, and began to define the parameters for the new global coordination. The river was strong, and it was just at the source. Within a few weeks, the Detroit model expanded to hundreds of cities worldwide. It wasn't an export of democracy, it was the synchronization of reason. In the Phalanx app, the dashboard, the global flow, now lit up. One could see in real time how humanity's resources, energy, food, knowledge, flowed as glowing streams to where they were needed. Bruce watched the curves of the data. They were calm, organic, like the heartbeat of a sleeping giant. No frantic spikes of stock market charts, no artificial scarcity through speculation. Everything followed logical demand. It was the birth of a new economy, the economy of participation. "We didn't abolish money," Bruce wrote in his weekly report. "We just devalued it by making the true value, trust, and cooperation visible again. Who needs colorful bills when they have access to everything through validation?" Bruce felt a growing lightness. The burden of responsibility no longer pressed him down. It had become the wind in the sails of a ship that had finally taken course. Sometimes Joe came by, placing a glass of cloudy homemade apple juice on the table. "Bruce," he would say, a hand on Bruce's shoulder, "I never thought I'd live to see this, that I get up in the morning and look forward to what we're building, without anyone yelling at me." Bruce smiled and took the glass. "Enjoy it, Joe. This is the river. It belongs to you just as much as it does to me." In this time, it became clear to Bruce that his mission was almost fulfilled. He had been the spark. But now the fire carried itself. He was just a variable in an equation that was ceaselessly solving itself. The river flowed, and it would never run dry again. Chapter 16, The Operations Center. When an idea becomes big enough, it escapes the minds of its creators and seeks a home of its own, a home made not of stone and steel, but of the architecture of trust and necessity. In Detroit, we called this place the Operations Center. But the name was inadequate. It wasn't a Pentagon, where generals brooded over maps. It wasn't a White House, where egos fought for re-election. It was the engine room of the new humanity. We had moved in the late summer of 2011. The makeshift camp in the core was bursting at the seams, so we had occupied a former glass factory in the Detroit Terminal District. Not rented, not bought, occupied by sheer presence and useful application. When Bruce went through the security checkpoint that morning, no camera scanned his face. Instead, Marcus, a former bouncer who now coordinated entrance logistics, nodded to him. "Quiet morning, Bruce," said Marcus, handing him a cup of coffee. "Too quiet," murmured Bruce. He took the cup, feeling the warmth through the cardboard. The coffee was black and bitter, just the way he needed it. The smell in the hall was a mixture of ozone, old concrete, and the faint, sweet scent of solder. Light fell through the high, partially broken industrial windows, painting sharp shadows on the floor, which was crisscrossed with cable strands, like a human body with nerve pathways. Unlike in the core, there was no party atmosphere here. It was the concentrated silence of a library or an operating room. Hundreds of people sat at improvised tables in front of huge walls of monitors they had assembled themselves from electronic scrap. No stock tickers flickered on the screens. These were the vital signs of the Prohomocracy. Energy flows in real time, food distribution in the urban farms, bandwidth utilization of the mesh networks in the liberated zones. Bruce stopped in front of Sector 4. There sat John, the former constitutional lawyer from Harvard. He was still wearing his tweed suit, even though it was hot in the hall and the fabric was wearing thin at the elbows. John was embroiled in a heated discussion with a young coder sitting barefoot on the table. "You don't understand, kid," John grumbled, tapping aggressively on a tablet. "You can't just rewrite habeas corpus into a smart contract. It's about the spirit of the law, not the syntax." "The spirit got us thrown in jail, John," the kid countered without looking up from his screen. "The syntax is the only thing keeping us out. If the code says free, then you are free. No judge, no interpretation, no corruption." John saw Bruce coming and rolled his eyes, but there was a sparkle in them. "Bruce, tell this anarchist that we need institutions, not algorithms." Bruce smiled tiredly. "We need institutions that work like algorithms, John. Incorruptible, but with a heartbeat." He walked on past Mary's team. They were working on the transition protocol. It was the hardest task of all. How do you inoculate a dying system with new life without killing it in the process? "How's the transfusion going?" asked Bruce. Mary looked up. She had circles under her eyes, but her hands on the keyboard were steady. "Tough. The hospitals in California are ready. The doctors have understood that they are no longer validating for the insurance company, but for the patient. But the interfaces..." She hesitated. "The old system is fighting back. We're seeing anomalies in the billing data. Someone in Washington is hitting the brakes." "Not the brakes," said Bruce quietly. "They're building a wall." Washington, D.C., 3 hours later. The air in Conference Room 4B of the Department of Justice was so cold and sterile it burned in the lungs. There were no windows, only polished mahogany, heavy leather, and the quiet hum of the air conditioning trying to filter out reality. 4 men and 1 woman sat at the table. They wore no uniforms. They wore tailored suits that radiated more power than any general's star. At the head of the table sat Director Holloway. He was a man without qualities. Average height, gray hair, a face you forgot 5 seconds after shaking hands. That was his greatest weapon. "The numbers," he said. "Not a question, an order." His deputy, a nervous man with rimless glasses, projected a graph onto the wall, a red curve pointing steeply downward. "Tax revenues on the West Coast have collapsed by 47% in the last quarter," said the deputy. His voice was thin. "Not because the economy there is dead, but because they are bypassing us. They are using the Phalanx token for internal trade. The hospitals are settling their material costs via direct validation. The banks are reporting 0 transaction fees." Holloway stared at the red line. It wasn't just a statistical loss. It was an artery that had been cut. "They are bleeding us dry," said the woman at the other end of the table. She was from the Treasury. "If this continues, we won't be able to pay the National Guard salaries in November. And if the Guard doesn't get paid..." She didn't have to finish the sentence. "If the Praetorians didn't get their pay, Rome fell." "It is time for the tourniquet solution," said Holloway. Silence in the room. The word hung in the air like poison gas. "A tourniquet ties off a limb to stop the bleeding. It saves the body, but the limb dies." "Director," stammered the deputy, "if we block the SWIFT codes, that doesn't just affect trade. That affects critical infrastructure, hospitals, emergency services. We are talking about civilians." Holloway turned his head slowly toward him. His eyes were empty as camera lenses. "There are no civilians anymore, Mr. Evans. There are only loyalists and parasites. Whoever disconnects from our system loses the protection of our system. That is the logic of the social contract." He placed his hand on the black folder in front of him. "Freeze the accounts of the 5 largest hospital networks in the Prohomocratic zone. Frozen on suspicion of money laundering and terror financing immediately. But the patients are hostages of their own ideology, said Holloway, standing up. Let's see how well their validation works when they can no longer buy anesthetic. LA Memorial Hospital, Los Angeles, 2:30 p.m. local time. Dr. Stephen Evans stood up to his elbows in the chest cavity of a 7-year-old girl. The rhythm of the monitors was the only sound in OR3. Beep, beep, beep. A steady, reassuring beat that said, "She is alive." Beads of sweat gathered on Evans' forehead. Nurse Sarah dabbed them away before he even had to ask. They were a well-rehearsed team. "Clamp," said Evans. The metal clicked into his hand. He applied the clamp to the aorta. The girl, Mila, had a congenital heart defect, but today they would fix it. In the new world they were building, no child had to die just because insurance denied coverage. "Blood pressure stable," reported the anesthesiologist, Dr. Chang. "We are ready for the bypass." At that moment, the light changed. It was barely noticeable, a brief flicker of the ceiling lamps. Then the sound of the monitors changed. Not an alarm, but a different hum. The monitor for medication delivery flashed yellow. "What is that?" asked Evans, without looking up. His hands remained steady in the child's chest. "Weird," murmured Chang. He tapped on his screen. "The system is reporting an error in supply authentication." "Ignore. Override manually." "Can't. It's not a technical malfunction." Chang's voice went an octave higher. "Stephen, the system says account frozen. The pumps have shut down." Evans raised his head. "What?" "The anesthesia pump. It's smart. It needs a digital confirmation from the supplier for every new cartridge. Confirmation is denied. Payment declined. We are in the middle of an open heart surgery. Give her the stuff manually." "These are sealed units. Without the code from the supplier, the valves won't open. That's the new safety regulation." The door to the OR flew open. The hospital administrator stood there. He was pale as the tiles on the wall. He wore no lab coat, and his tie was loosened as if he couldn't breathe. "Stop all procedures," he gasped. "Immediately." Evans stared at him. "Are you insane? I have the chest cavity open." "It's over, Stephen." Washington pulled the plug. "Our accounts are shut tight, the suppliers too. No one is delivering anymore. The oxygen tank outside will be empty in 20 minutes, and the truck that was supposed to refill it just turned around." The man looked like he was about to cry. "We can't keep them alive. We have no power, no drugs, nothing." The beep of the monitor sped up. Mila's heartbeat was reacting to the team's stress-induced adrenaline rush, as if she could smell the panic. Evans looked at the small pulsating heart in his hands. It was so fragile. A muscle that wanted to live. And 1,000 miles away, a man in a suit had decided that this life was no longer solvent. Rage, hot and dark, rose up in him. "No," said Evans. "Stephen, we have to triage." I said, "No." Evans' voice echoed off the tiles. "We are letting no one die just because a database in Washington spits out an error code. Sarah, get my tablet." "Doctor, get the tablet and connect me to Detroit immediately." Detroit at the same time. On the main screen in the operations center, a red icon was blinking. Not a small warning light on the edge, but a pulsating alarm right in the middle of the map of Los Angeles. Alex tore the headphones off his head. Code red. Incoming video call from Dr. Evans, LA Memorial. Highest priority. Bruce was already behind him, on the main screen. Evans's face filled the wall of monitors. He was wearing a mask and cap, but his eyes were wide with panic. In the background, one could see the frantic activity of an OR, hear the fast, relentless beeping of a heart monitor. "Bruce," screamed Evans, his voice almost cracking. "They shut us down in the middle of surgery. The pumps are striking. No validation for supplies. My administrator says our accounts are dead. We have 10 minutes of oxygen left." A murmur went through the hall. Hundreds of heads turned to the screen. The library silence was gone. This here was war. Bruce felt his stomach tighten. Holloway, that was his handwriting. Cold, bureaucratic, deadly. "What is the status of the banks?" barked Bruce. "Everything shut tight," shouted Mary from her seat. "Swift codes blocked, accounts frozen. Justification, Section 4 of the Patriot Act. Terror financing." "Terror financing?" shouted John, standing next to Bruce. "They are saving a child's life." "For Holloway, the life of a dissident is no life," said Bruce coldly. He grabbed the microphone. "Evans, do you hear me?" "Damn it, Bruce. I don't need a speech. I need anesthetic, now!" "You'll get more than that," said Bruce. He turned to Alex. "Is the Sovereign Hospital script ready?" Alex hesitated a second. It's experimental, Bruce. We've never tested it under full load. If we activate this, we decouple the hospital completely from the dollar. We declare it a sovereign zone. That is a declaration of war on the Fed. They declared war when they froze the accounts, said Bruce. Activate it. Now. Alex nodded and hammered into his keyboard. Mary, shouted Bruce, send a broadcast to all suppliers in the LA area. We guarantee every delivery with the Phalanx Reserve Fund, not in dollars, in energy credits and real assets. Exchange rate 1 to 2 above market price. Whoever delivers now makes the deal of a lifetime. Broadcast running, confirmed Mary. On the big screen, graphic lines were visible. Thick, red bars blocked the connections between the hospital and the banks. Then Alex pressed the enter key. A new beam appeared on the map. It wasn't green like dollars, it was white, blindingly bright. It originated in Detroit, shot through the net, bypassed the servers in New York and Washington, and hit Los Angeles. Handshake confirmed, shouted Alex. The hospital is now a node of the Phalanx. In the OR in Los Angeles, the frantic flashing of the pumps stopped. The yellow warning light changed to a steady, calm green. Dr. Chang stared at his monitor. What the hell? The pump is running again. Authentication by the people of Detroit? Evans exhaled. His shoulders sagged briefly, then he straightened up again. Okay, we have pressure, scalpel. He looked briefly into the camera. Thank you, Bruce. Then the screen went black. The operation continued, but in the hall in Detroit, no cheering broke out. Not yet. We aren't done yet, said Bruce. That was just emergency care. Holloway will double down. Look at this, shouted an analyst from the second row. He pointed to the social network feed. The video of the chief physician standing in front of the hospital was just going viral. She held her phone like a weapon. I am Dr. Sarah Miller, she said into the camera. Her voice trembled with rage. Just now, the Department of Justice tried to kill my patients to make a political example. But we won't let ourselves be killed. I serve life, not the ledger of a bankrupt state. If their money stinks, we won't take it anymore. The video already had 2 million views. And then something happened that no software could predict. The logistics of will kicked in. In the streets of Los Angeles, people began to move, not as a mob, as a supply chain. A local producer of medical oxygen posted a photo of 2 trucks. Screw the invoice. The tanks are full. We are on the way. A group of solar technicians climbed onto the roof of the hospital and began laying cables to bypass the emergency generators and connect the building directly to the neighborhood's decentralized grid. On the screen in Detroit, Bruce, Mary, and John watched the net heal itself. The red blockade lines from Washington were still there, but they had become meaningless. The river of will had simply sought a new bed. Holloway in Washington stared at his red curve. It was no longer going down. It had disappeared. The hospital no longer appeared in his systems. It no longer generated data for him. It had become invisible to his world and functioned anyway. He hadn't lost. He had become obsolete. It was almost midnight when Bruce stepped onto the terrace of the factory hall. The air was cool and smelled of autumn. He leaned against the rusty railing and looked at the silhouette of Detroit. Down in the streets, lights were burning, not glaring advertisements, but windows. People cooking, reading, living. The door behind him creaked. John came out. He had taken off his tie and was rubbing his eyes. He stood wordlessly next to Bruce. He lit his pipe. The sweet smell of tobacco mixed with the night air. You know, said John after a while, I spent my whole life studying texts written by men 200 years ago. I thought the Constitution was a building. If you take out a stone, it collapses. He blew a cloud of smoke into the darkness. But what we saw today, that wasn't a building. That was water. Holloway tried to smash water with a hammer. Bruce nodded. You can't stop the river, John. You can only poison it or swim in it. John laughed quietly, a dry, exhausted sound. You solved the Milgram paradox, Bruce. I saw it today. These people, Evans, the solar technicians, Alex, they didn't follow orders. They took responsibility. Holloway pressed the button that used to be called obedience, but the wire is cut. That is the pitch, said Bruce. We are not selling an ideology. We are selling the permission to be an adult. John looked at him from the side. His gaze was serious. Chapter 15 was the breakout, but Chapter 16 today, that was the proof that we can survive. We don't need the state as a daddy giving us allowance anymore. We moved out. Yes, said Bruce, but Daddy still has a shotgun in the closet. Maybe, said John, but we have something better. We have the neighbors. They fell silent again. Below them, the city breathed. The hum of the server farm in the hall behind them had become quieter. The crisis was over. The routine set in. The most beautiful routine in the world, living on. Bruce thought of Mr. Wilson, of the coin in the ruins. He felt no euphoria, only a deep, calm certainty. The Prohomocracy was no longer an experiment. It was the new architecture of humanity. And he, Bruce, was only the foreman ensuring the mortar held until the vault supported itself. Alex is sleeping on his keyboard, said John, tapping out his pipe on the railing. We should go too. Go ahead, said Bruce. I'll stay a moment longer. When John had left, Bruce looked at the city once more. The pitch was now a symphony, and every human was an instrument. He closed his eyes and listened. No conductor. The orchestra played by itself. Chapter 17, Prohomocracy. There is a power greater than armies, quieter than banks, and more enduring than laws. It is the power of a definition. A word is like a key. If it doesn't fit, the door to reality remains locked, no matter how hard you pound against it. But if it fits, if the word grips precisely into the lock of human longing, then the world opens almost silently. We had sought the key for a long time. We had called it Phalanx, the network, the zone. But those were names for tools, not for the goal. This is the moment the goal received its true name. Prohomocracy, Detroit, November 2011. It had gotten cold in the glass factory. The heating systems were running, but the huge hall ate the warmth faster than the old pipes could deliver it. Bruce sat in his corner office, a glass box hovering above the busy activity of the operations center. His breath formed small clouds in the air. In front of him on the table lay no monitor, but paper. Hundreds of pages, scribbled with diagrams, arrows, and crossed-out terms. It was the final draft of the charter. The door flew open. Alex came in, 2 steaming cups of coffee in his hands, followed by Mary, who wore a thick wool scarf around her neck. We have a problem in marketing, said Alex, without greeting, placing the coffee on a stack of files. The Europeans are refusing. Bruce took a sip. The coffee was black as tar. Refusing what? The name, said Mary, dropping into the visitor's chair. Tobias from Berlin just called. He says Prohomocracy sounds like a mix of a medical diagnosis and a cult. He wants open governance or fluid democracy. Bruce rubbed his temples. For 3 days they had only argued about words. Fluid democracy sounds like fabric softener, he mumbled. It's too soft. It implies that everything flows and nothing remains. But we need structure. We need something that tastes of steel and logic. Tobias says homo is the problem, interjected Alex. He paced up and down the small office, his sneakers squeaking on the linoleum. People think of biology or sex, but not humanity. That is exactly the point, said Bruce, and stood up. He walked to the glass wall and looked down into the hall. 300 people sat below. They were programming, coordinating supply chains, settling disputes in neighborhoods they had never entered. Look at them, said Bruce quietly. What are they doing down there? Alex stood next to him. They are managing the network. No, said Bruce. They are managing themselves. For 10,000 years we have been governed for something. For God, for the king, for the people, for profit. Always an abstraction stands above the human. He turned around and looked at his friends. We need a name that tolerates no abstraction. Prohomocracy. For the rule of the human, not over the human, but for him, for his nature, his logic, his flaws. It's clunky, Bruce, Mary objected. People will stumble over it. Good, said Bruce harshly. Then let them stumble. They should stop and think about it. We're not selling lemonade, Mary. We're selling the end of immaturity. Whoever is too lazy to pronounce the word is not yet ready for the system. Alex was silent for a moment. He stared at the steam of his coffee. Then he grinned crookedly. You sound like you're at the pitch again, Bruce. You're selling it to us. Did I sell it? Alex nodded slowly. Prohomocracy. It has weight. When you say it loud, it sounds like a verdict. Not a verdict, corrected Bruce. An acquittal. The term didn't seep into the world. It exploded. It didn't begin in the great metropolises where cynicism was the currency of the day. It began where necessity had displaced the luxury of skepticism. Omaha, Nebraska. 2 weeks later, Sarah Jenkins stood in the kitchen of her farmhouse, staring at the tablet her son had set up for her. Outside, the wind howled over the harvested fields, shaking the shutters like an impatient creditor. On the screen blinked the logo of the local validation group, a simple ear of corn symbol. "Mom, just press it," said her son Tyler, sitting at the table with a spoon of cornflakes. "I don't know, Ty," said Sarah. "If Sheriff Miller finds out, he's been in office for 20 years. He knows every judge in the county." "Sheriff Miller auctioned off 3 farms last week, even though the harvest helper funds were full," said Tyler. He was only 17, but his eyes had the hardness of someone forced to grow up too soon. "He's putting the money in his own pocket, Mom. Everyone knows it. But nobody does anything because everyone is afraid of the election in November." "This isn't an election," said Sarah, and tapped on the icon recall motion. "No," said Tyler, "it's a validation. Look." Sarah watched the bar fill up. It wasn't an anonymous statistic. On the map of her county, loading over the mesh network, she saw small green dots light up. Each dot was a neighbor: the Millers, the Johnsons, even Old Man Creek, who hadn't spoken to anyone in years. "They're all agreeing," whispered Sarah. "They're not voting, Mom. They're confirming the truth, that Miller is corrupt. The system checks the evidence, the missing funds, the falsified reports, and when enough people validate the evidence." A ping sound. A new window appeared on the screen. "Status, mandate revoked. Access to county accounts blocked to secure the community." "That's it?" asked Sarah incredulously. "That's it," said Tyler, and continued eating. "His cruiser won't start tomorrow morning. His key card for the station is dead. He's out, Mom, without a campaign, without posters, just through logic." Sarah Jenkins looked out the window. The wind was still howling, but it no longer sounded threatening. It sounded like fresh air. Berlin-Neukölln, Germany. The night was loud and smelled of donor grease and exhaust fumes. On the facade of a building near Hermannplatz hung a man on a climbing rope. He wore a black hoodie, his face covered by a cloth. Below him on the street stood 2 police cars, their blue lights rotating silently, but the officers didn't get out. They just watched. Tobias Hermann, the man on the rope, shook the spray can. Clack, clack, clack. The sound echoed off the house walls. He began. Broad, aggressive strokes in chrome silver. He didn't write a political statement. He painted no slogans against the system. He wrote only one word: Prohomocracy. The letters were 2 meters high. They glowed in the headlights of the police cars like a revelation. When he was finished, he lowered himself down. His feet hit the asphalt. A police officer stepped toward him. He was young, maybe mid-20s, and looked tired. He placed his hand on his holster but didn't draw. "You know that this is property damage," said the officer. Tobias pulled the cloth from his face. He grinned. "Is it damage if you give a new world its name?" The officer looked up at the lettering. "Prohomocracy. My girlfriend uses the app. They organize daycare spots here in Neukölln with it. Works better than the office." "You know," said Tobias, looking the officer directly in the eye, "at Rosenthaler Platz there is a house with writing on its facade. Human will can move anything. This house used to stand in another country, in the GDR. It didn't move a millimeter, but the country around it simply died. Evolution. That is what we are doing here. We are moving the world with sheer will by stopping believing in the old borders." The officer looked at him for a long time. Then he looked back at the wall. The silver reflected the blue of the patrol car. "Property damage," he repeated, but his voice held no sharpness anymore. "We didn't see anything. Disappear before my squad leader comes." Tobias nodded. He threw the empty can into a trash bin. "Thanks," he said. "Don't mention it," said the officer. "Serves validation." Washington, D.C., Raven Rock Mountain Complex, Site R. Under 100 meters of granite, there was no weather. There was only the eternal hum of ventilation and the cold light of fluorescent tubes. Director Holloway sat in the room designated as the Oval Office Exile. He no longer looked like the cool bureaucrat from the fall. His suit seemed a size too big. His skin was gray as the walls. He stared at the monitors on the wall. 6 of them were dark. No signal was displayed. Only one was still working. It showed a satellite feed of Detroit. "They moved up the ceremony," said General Miller, a man who had once commanded divisions and now ruled over a security detail of 20 men guarding the bunker entrance. "It's not a ceremony," said Holloway. "It's a funeral. They are burying the state." "We could conduct a strike," said Miller. "We still have access to 2 drones in Nevada. The pilots are loyal. We could hit the glass factory. Decapitation strike. Holloway laughed quietly. It wasn't a happy sound. Decapitation? General, have you still not understood what we are dealing with? That thing out there has no head. If you kill Bruce, you make him a martyr. If you destroy the factory, they build 2 new ones. You are fighting a hydra, but its heads are made of data. He stood up and went to the only monitor. On the image, you saw crowds of people. Thousands. They stood before the ruin of the factory, but they didn't seem like a mob. They seemed ordered. Do you know what the worst part is, Miller? Asked Holloway. That they won? No. That they forgot us. They don't even hate us anymore. We are like the Roman Empire to them. A footnote. A dark age from which they have awakened. He placed his hand on the screen, exactly where Bruce's tiny figure could be seen. Shut down the drones, General. Sir? Shut them down. Save the fuel. We will need it for the generators. It's going to be a long winter down here. Holloway turned around and went back to his desk. He opened a file named Reconstruction Plan 2013. The pages were empty. Detroit. The hour of proclamation. The stage was small. No podiums, no gigantic screens, no staging like at the old party conventions. Just wooden pallets nailed together into a platform. Bruce stood up there. The wind blew in his face, cold and pure, but he hardly felt it. Before him stretched a sea of people, not just Americans. He saw flags from Canada, Mexico, Brazil, but they were no longer national flags. They had cut out the symbols and replaced them with the logo of the Phalanx, 3 connected dots. Search, validation, consensus. He stepped to the microphone. The crowd fell silent. It wasn't an expectant silence like before a rock concert. It was the silence of witnesses who know they are seeing history. I didn't prepare a speech, said Bruce. His voice echoed over the square, amplified by speakers running on solar power. For a long time, we thought we had to be ruled. We were told we were too stupid, too greedy, too dangerous to organize ourselves. We were told man is a wolf to man. He looked into the crowd. He saw Joe, the mechanic. He saw Sarah, the nurse he knew via video from LA. He saw the young coder from Berlin. But we have proven that they lied. Man is not a wolf to man. Man is validation to man. If we take away the fear, if we eliminate the scarcity, then chaos does not remain. Reason remains. He raised his hand. In it, he held the charter, a simple booklet printed on recycled paper. This here is not a law book, he shouted. We don't need laws that force us to be good. We only need a system that allows us not to have to be evil. He took a deep breath. Today we give this system its name, a name that reminds us to whom this world belongs. Not God, not money, not the kings. Prohomocracy, shouted someone from the front row. Prohomocracy, answered 10, 100 voices. For the human, shouted Bruce, for his rule over himself. The cheer that broke out was not hysterical. It was deep. It came from the gut of 10,000 people who, for the first time in their lives, were no longer subjects. Mary stood next to the stage and wept, not from emotion but from relief. The burden of years fell from her. Alex stood next to her and typed on his tablet. What are you doing? She asked, wiping away her tears. I'm updating the Wikipedia entry for form of government, grinned Alex. Status obsolete. Later, when the festivities had dissolved into hundreds of small campfires, Bruce retreated into the factory hall. He went to his old place. There, in the corner, still stood Mr. Wilson's moving boxes. The old man hadn't lived to see this day, but his books were here. Aristotle, Locke, Jefferson. Bruce ran his hand over the spines of the books. You asked good questions, he whispered, but we finally found the answer. He sat down. He opened the dashboard on his computer. The world map was a single carpet of green lights, each dot a human participating, each dot a will manifesting itself. The equation was solved. SM equals VM was yesterday. Today applied. WM equals R. Will of man equals reality. Bruce? Alex's voice came from the speakers. Are you still there? I'm here. We are ready. The Asians are asking. They want to implement the system in Shanghai. They need the codes. Bruce smiled. He was no longer a soldier. He was no longer a revolutionary. He was a citizen. Give them everything, said Bruce. The code isn't ours. It belongs to the world. He leaned back. The night outside was bright, illuminated by the consciousness of millions. The pitch was won. The war was over. Humanity had stopped obeying and started living. The Prohomocracy breathed, a deep, calm breath that would never stop again. Chapter 18, The Digital Spring. There is a contagion that does not make you sick, but heals. It is not transmitted by coughing or contact, but by a much more dangerous medium, by example. When a human sees that the bars around him are not made of steel, but of habit, the cage breaks not only for him, it breaks for everyone watching. In the spring of 2013, the world witnessed this breaking. It was not a loud bang. It was the sound of millions of people taking a deep breath at the same time. Kolkata, India, 5:30 a.m. The smell of burnt plastic and rotting mangoes hung heavy over the Dapa district. Rajiv, a man with sinewy arms and a back already bent at 30, pulled his cart through the mud. For 10 years, he had collected garbage for the city administration. For 10 years, he had waited every month for his wages, which were often in processing for weeks until he gave a part of it back to the local official as a bribe. Today was different. His old smartphone, whose display was so cracked it looked like a spiderweb, vibrated. A green dot. Validation successful. Transfer, 450 rupees. Rajiv stopped. He stared at the display. The money was there, on time, and it was 450 rupees, not 300. No deductions for administrative fees. "Hey, Rajiv," shouted someone from the other side of the street. It was Vikram, the water seller. He, too, was staring at his phone. "Did you see the status?" shouted Vikram. "The pump in Sector 4. It's repaired." "Who repaired it?" asked Rajiv. "The city?" Vikram laughed and spat betel nut juice into the dust. "The city is still sleeping, brother. An engineering collective from the university district did it. They bought the material via the community fund. We validated that the water is running, and the smart contract paid them in 5 minutes without a form." Rajiv looked at his cart. He looked at the mountain of garbage before him. For the first time, he didn't see it as a burden. He saw it as raw material, as value he managed. He straightened his back. He was no longer a garbage collector. He was a service provider of the Phalanx. And in the offices of the city administration, where the officials were still sleeping, power began to mold like old bread. New York City, Midtown Manhattan, 7:55 p.m. The mask sat perfectly. The powder perfectly covered the sweat on Tom Bradley's forehead. He was the face of America Tonight, the most watched news program in the country, or at least, it had been. "5 minutes to air, Tom," said the floor manager through his earpiece. Her voice sounded tense. Tom tugged at his tie. He looked into the dressing room mirror. He looked tired. His producer, a man named Jones, stormed in. He had a tablet in his hand and sweat stains under his armpits. "Last night's ratings were a disaster," hissed Jones. "We lost another 12% to the streams from Detroit. These amateurs are broadcasting from a factory hall and have more viewers than we do with our $50 million studio." "They don't have viewers, Jones," said Tom quietly. "They have participants." "I don't care what you call them," Jones almost screamed. Washington called. "The White House wants to see blood tonight. You have to finish Bruce. Call him a cyber communist. Call him a cult leader. Tell people he's stealing their children." Tom turned around. "He's not stealing children. He's giving them a perspective." Jones froze. "Excuse me?" "I read the charter," said Tom. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the small gray booklet. "It says nothing about expropriation. It just says logic." Jones went pale. He stepped forward and snatched the booklet from Tom's hand. "Are you insane? If someone sees you with this..." "Listen to me carefully, Tom. You go out there now and you read the teleprompter. You will say that the Phalanx is a terrorist threat to the American way of life. Because do you know what the American way of life is? That people like us decide what is true." Jones leaned forward, his face inches from Tom's. "Do your job, or tomorrow you will have to validate what pays your rent." Tom Bradley walked into the studio. He sat at the glass table. The red light of the camera went on. "Good evening, America," he said. His smile was perfect, rehearsed from 30 years of routine. He looked at the teleprompter. "The enemy online. How Detroit threatens our freedom." Tom stared at the words. He thought of Rajiv in Kolkata, whose story he had seen in the feed this morning. He thought of his own daughter, who had asked him yesterday why everyone on TV was always screaming. He took a deep breath. "Tonight," Tom began, deviating from the text, "we are not talking about threats. We are talking about fear. The fear of those who are losing their sovereignty of interpretation." In the control room, Jones roared, "Cut him off! Commercials, immediately!" The screen went black, but for 2 million people, the message had arrived. The mask had fallen. The system of the old order reacted like a wounded animal. It lashed out. It was no longer a coordinated strategy. It was panic. The government officially placed Mary and Bruce on the list of domestic terrorists. They froze accounts that were long empty because no one used dollars anymore. They threatened prison sentences for using the app, causing download numbers to double overnight. Power did not understand that every one of its actions was just further validation for the necessity of the new. Whoever uses violence admits they have no more arguments, and whoever has no more arguments has no authority in the Prohomocracy. But cornering an animal is dangerous. At the end of February, the snow in Detroit began to melt, and with the thaw came the tanks. Detroit, March 14th, 2013, 4 a.m. The sound that woke Bruce was no alarm. It was deeper. It was a vibration in the ground that transmitted through the reinforced concrete of the factory into his bed frame. He knew the sound. He had heard it in Afghanistan, heavy tracks on asphalt. He jumped up, put on his pants, and ran out of his glass box. Down in the hall, chaos already reigned. Monitors flickered frantically. People ran confusedly. Voices tumbled over each other. "Status!" shouted Bruce as he reached the railing. Alex stood below, his face illuminated by the cold light of the screens. He was chalk white. "We are surrounded, Bruce. The 1st Battalion of the National Guard. Armored vehicles. Snipers on the roofs of the surrounding warehouses." "Have they made contact?" "The commander demands unconditional surrender. They have a warrant for conspiracy against national security. They give us 20 minutes. Bruce ran down the stairs. Mary met him. She was wearing her old parka, her hands trembling. "They will storm the hall," she whispered. Her eyes were wide. "Bruce, there are M1 Abrams tanks out there. They will shoot us to pieces." "No," said Bruce. He grabbed her shoulders, forced her to look at him. "They won't. You don't know what they're capable of. If they have orders—" "I know what humans are capable of, Mary, and I know what soldiers are capable of." He turned to Alex. "Open the gate." The hall fell silent. 300 faces stared at him as if he had signed his own death warrant. "Bruce," said Alex quietly, "if we open the gate—" "Open it," roared Bruce, "and turn on all the lights. I want them to see us. I want them to see we have no weapons, only servers." The large rolling gate of the loading dock began to move with a screeching sound. Cold air streamed in, mixed with the smell of diesel exhaust. Outside it was still dark, but the headlights of the vehicles bathed the forecourt in blinding white light. Bruce stepped out. He was alone. He wore no vest, no weapon, only his shirt flapping in the wind. In front of him, 50 meters away, stood a wall of steel and Kevlar. 3 tanks, their barrels pointed at the hall. Dozens of Humvees. 2 companies of infantry in full combat gear. A megaphone crackled. "Bruce Miller, freeze! Hands behind your head, get on your knees!" Bruce stopped, but he didn't raise his hands. He didn't get on his knees either. He looked into the blinding light. "I do not kneel before servants," he shouted. His voice was calm, but it carried far. "I speak to citizens." In one of the Humvees sat Sergeant Garcia. He gripped the handle of his machine gun so tight his knuckles were white. The order was, weapons free upon resistance. He saw the man out there. He saw no terrorist. He saw a man who looked like his brother. His cell phone in his chest pocket vibrated. He knew what it was. A message from Maria. "Come home, Miguel. The validation for Sammy's medication went through. The system saved us. Please, don't destroy it." Garcia swallowed. Sweat ran into his eyes. "Target acquired," said the gunner next to him. "Waiting for fire command." The commander, a colonel with a stone face, raised the radio. "Snipers, target 1. Fire at will on my—" Suddenly something flickered. Not outside. Inside. In the vehicles. On the tactical displays of the soldiers. On the targeting computers of the tanks. On the navigation devices. Everywhere, the same symbol appeared. 3 green dots and a text. "Validate your reality. Are you a tool or a human?" Alex had activated global mirroring. It wasn't a hack. It was an invitation. The millions of Phalanx users worldwide flooded the military's frequencies, not with jamming noise, but with personal messages. On Garcia's display appeared a photo. It was Maria, with Sammy in her arms. Underneath it read, "Your son lives because we shared. Will you kill us for it?" Silence. The colonel roared into the radio. "Fire! I said fire! God damn it!" A shot rang out. Bruce didn't flinch. The bullet struck the concrete 2 meters next to him. A warning shot? or a miss. It was a miss of intent. The sniper on the roof lowered his rifle. He took his finger off the trigger. Down in the Humvee, Sergeant Garcia took his hand off the MG handle. He opened the door and got out. "Garcia, back in the vehicle!" screamed the colonel. Garcia didn't hear him. He only saw Bruce, and he saw Maria in his mind's eye. He took off his helmet and let it fall to the ground. The sound was quiet, but in the tense silence, it sounded like a thunderclap. Then he laid his rifle next to it. He pulled his private smartphone from his pocket and held it up. The display glowed green. "I validate," he said quietly. Another soldier got out, then another. It wasn't a mutiny, it was an awakening. Tank barrels were lowered, engines were shut off. The wall of steel dissolved into a group of humans who were cold and scared and wanted to go home. The colonel stared at his troops. He was alone. His authority had evaporated like water on a hot stove. He lowered the radio. He turned around, got into his jeep, and drove away. He wasn't fleeing from Bruce. He was fleeing from the truth. When the sun rose, the square in front of the factory was full. People from the neighborhood had come. They brought coffee, blankets, soup. They mingled among the soldiers. There was no more us and them. There were only citizens. Bruce stood on the loading dock. He was trembling now, the tension leaving his body and leaving behind a leaden fatigue. Mary stood next to him, weeping softly. "They didn't shoot," she whispered. "No," said Bruce, "because they were no longer soldiers. We took off their uniforms, Mary, with data." He looked over the crowd. He saw Sergeant Garcia talking to Alex, showing him photos of his son. The system of violence had not been defeated. It had become obsolete. It was simply irrelevant. In Washington, the president sat in his office. He was no longer writing orders. He was writing his resignation. He spoke of an ungovernable nation. He was wrong. The nation was not ungovernable. It was finally governing itself. Bruce went back into the hall. He sat at his place, surrounded by the open boxes of Mr. Wilson. He took out the old man's tattered notebook. On the last page was a sentence he had never understood before. "Freedom is not the absence of walls. Freedom is the absence of fear of the walls." Bruce took a pen and crossed the sentence out. Underneath he wrote, "Freedom is validation." He leaned back. The pitch was won. The winter was over. Humanity had survived. The Prohomocracy breathed. A deep, calm breath that would never stop again. Chapter 19, The German Paradox. There is a moment in battle when the opponent must use his strongest weapon, not because he is winning, but because he is losing. When tanks get stuck and laws are ignored, the old power reaches for its last reserve, the poison of history. The dying system's last act of desperation did not come with soldiers. It came with words, with the most dangerous words of modern history, and it aimed not at the people's logic, but at their moral conscience. 3 days after the digital spring in Detroit, Bruce sat with Alex and Mary in the core. The screens showed a world in transition. In Brazil, coffee farmers had started their own export validation. In Japan, seniors organized elderly care via local communities, bypassing the rigid bureaucracy. "Phase 7 is running," said Alex. He looked exhausted, but happy. "We are seeing a global domino effect. No one is waiting for permission anymore." Bruce nodded, yet he sensed an unrest, like a distant thunderstorm moving against the wind. "They are too quiet," he said. "Who?" asked Mary. "The opinion makers, the think tanks. Washington is silent, but that is no peaceful silence. They are reloading." The next evening, the bomb was detonated. It didn't explode on a battlefield, but at prime time on every screen in America. The show was called The Last Line. The set was dark, ominously lit like a war room. The host, a man named Sterling, whose features were so sharp they seemed almost artificial, looked directly into the camera. "Good evening, America," said Sterling. His voice was quiet, vibrating with suppressed warning. "We have heard a lot about freedom in recent weeks, about self-determination, about a brave new world from Detroit. But tonight we must speak about the source of this freedom. We must speak about the roots of the tree whose fruit you are currently eating." He paused. "Our guest is Professor Heinrich Rothenberg, historian, expert on totalitarian movements, Yale." Rothenberg was a small man with rimless glasses and a mouth that looked like it had never smiled. He sat there like a judge. "Professor," said Sterling, "you have analyzed the writings of Bruce Miller. What have you found?" Rothenberg placed a sheet of paper on the table. It was a copy of Bruce's notes. I found no new ideas, said Rothenberg. His voice was dry, precise, devastating. I found old ideas, very old, very German ideas. He held up the sheet. Here, Miller quotes Nietzsche, The Will to Power. He speaks of an overcoming of man. He quotes Kant. He uses terms like absolute validation. For the layman, interrupted Sterling, what does that mean? Rothenberg looked over his glasses. It means that we are not witnessing a digital democracy here. We are seeing the resurrection of a German fascination for the absolute, the dream of a perfect order in which the individual counts only as part of the whole. We have seen this dream before, Mr. Sterling, in the 1930s. It became dead silent in the studio. Are you saying that Bruce Miller is a Nazi? I am saying that he carries the same intellectual DNA, answered Rothenberg coldly. The Nazis also promised order through the exclusion of the impure. Miller promises order through the exclusion of the unvalidated. The terminology is different. The structure is identical. It is fascism in the guise of Silicon Valley. In the core in Detroit, 300 people stared at the monitors. No one breathed. Alex jumped up. That is madness. That is character assassination. But Bruce sat motionless. He saw how the words worked. He saw how they ate into people's minds like acid. Nazi, fascist. Those were not arguments. Those were moral endpoints. Whoever was put in that corner was no longer allowed to speak. They were no longer listened to. They were destroyed. And the poison worked immediately. It didn't stay on TV. It spilled onto the streets. Berlin-Kreuzberg, 2 hours later. Tobias, the man who had sprayed the name on the wall, sat in the small shared office they called Node 4. It was a storefront on the ground floor, stuffed with servers and coffee machines. He was just validating a shipment of medicine for a refugee shelter when the glass shattered. A cobblestone flew through the window, hit a monitor, and sent a rain of glass clattering to the floor. Tobias jumped up. Outside stood 4 men. They wore no uniforms. They looked like normal citizens, angry, incited. "Fucking Nazis," roared one. "Get out of our neighborhood with your tech dictatorship," screamed another. A Molotov cocktail followed the stone. The bottle smashed against the door frame. Fire greedily licked at the old wood. "Tobias, get out of here," shouted his colleague, Lena. They ran through the back exit as smoke filled the room. Outside, they heard sirens, but Tobias didn't know if they were coming to help or to arrest them. Messages popped up on his phone. From Paris, from London, from Chicago. Attack on server farm in Lyon. User in Seattle beaten up. Vandalism against solar plants in Texas. Swastikas sprayed on the panels. The accusation had destroyed the one thing everything was based on: trust. Suddenly, the green glow of validation was no longer a sign of freedom. In the eyes of the incited, it was a sign of collaboration. Panic reigned in the core. "The validation rate is collapsing," shouted Mary. Her voice trembled. "Minus 40% in 2 hours. People are deleting their accounts. They are afraid of being branded as Nazis." "We have to react," screamed Alex. "We have to send a counter-statement. We have to explain that Nietzsche didn't." "Nobody cares about philosophy now, Alex," Mary snapped at him. "They are burning down our offices." They both turned to Bruce. He was still sitting there. He hadn't said a word. "Bruce," said Mary, "tell us what to do." Bruce looked at his hands. Was it true? Had he, without wanting to, created a monster? Was his search for order, for logic, for absolute truth, was that, in the end, just the same German delusion that had laid Europe in rubble and ash? He thought of Mr. Wilson, the man who had fought against the Nazis, and now Bruce was fighting with the thoughts of those whom Wilson had defeated. Nausea rose in him, cold and bitter. Bruce's voice failed. "Bruce, we need an order." Bruce stood up. He looked old. "There is no order," he said quietly. Maybe Rothenberg is right." "What?" Alex stared at him. "Maybe the will to order is always the beginning of the end of freedom." He took his jacket. "I have to get out of here." "You can't go. Reporters are waiting outside." "I'm not going to the reporters," said Bruce. "I'm going to where it all started." He left them standing there. He left the sinking numbers, the burning offices, and the screaming faces on the screens behind. He drove home, to Arlington. Arlington, the house was silent, too silent. Bruce sat in his study, staring at the books that had shaped his life. Kant, Nietzsche, Humboldt, the works of the German thinkers who had opened his eyes, and next to them the uniform of Mr. Wilson, the old veteran who had fought against Germany, who had defeated the Nazis. who had seen the ruins of Dresden with his own hands. The paradox burned in Bruce's chest like an iron rod. Germany produced the worst barbarism of the 20th century, but also the intellectual tools to overcome it. He stood up. He walked to the shelf. He took out Kant's Perpetual Peace, the slim book that had been the blueprint for the League of Nations, for human rights, for the idea that peace is not an accident, but can be a system. Then he took Nietzsche's Thus Spoke Zarathustra, the book the Nazis had abused, that they had turned into a propaganda weapon, and yet was actually a call for individual liberation, not collective submission. The tools are neutral. The intention makes the difference. There was a knock at the door. Bruce looked up. It was late. Who was coming at this hour? He opened it. Before him stood Mr. Wilson. The old man was over 90, but his eyes were clear. He carried a bottle of whiskey. "I saw the broadcast," said Wilson. "I also saw the news from Berlin. Thought you could use some company." They sat in the living room. The whiskey filled the glasses. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable, but dense, full of unspoken thoughts. "They call you a traitor," said Wilson finally. "I know. They say you use Nazi ideology." "I know." Wilson took a sip. "I fought against Germans, Bruce. I was in the bomber that flew over Cologne. I saw the incendiary bombs fall. I saw the cities burn. I smelled a civilization burning." He closed his eyes briefly. "But afterwards, after the war, that's when I saw how they rebuilt. Not just houses, but ideas. I helped write them a new constitution, one of the freest constitutions in the world. We took their own thinkers, Kant, Humboldt, and turned them against their demons." Bruce looked at the old man. "But Rothenberg is right. The structure, the claim to absolute order." "Rothenberg is an idiot," said Wilson sharply. "He confuses the tool with the hand that wields it. A knife can cut bread or sever throats. Is the knife evil?" Wilson leaned forward. "You didn't mix poison, Bruce. You mixed an antidote. But the antidote is often made from the same base substance as the poison. That is the paradox. To defeat fascism, you must understand its longing for order and satisfy that longing without killing freedom." America was never a blood and soil people, Bruce. America was always an idea, and this idea was a reservoir of the best thoughts of humanity. English common law, French Enlightenment, Roman Republic, and yes, also German systematics. Whoever forgets that has never understood America. Bruce felt the knot in his chest loosen. "They won't understand that," he said. "Then you must explain it to them," said Wilson. "Not as a philosopher, but as a soldier." The next morning, Bruce stood on the loading dock of the Corps. The cameras were set up. Mary had tried to write him a script, but he had refused it. Behind the cameras stood Alex, Mary, and hundreds of employees. They looked frightened. They knew, if he fails today, tomorrow not just an office will burn. Then everything is over. The red light went on. The world was watching. Bruce looked into the lens. He looked tired, but his eyes were calm. "Yesterday I was accused of being an enemy of freedom," he began. "I was told our ideas were German and therefore dangerous." He paused. "I say yes, they are deeply rooted in German philosophy, just as the idea that all men are created equal was English, John Locke, just as the idea of the Republic was Roman, just as the idea of the separation of powers was French, Montesquieu. On screens in living rooms, bars, and offices worldwide, people watched. The man wasn't screaming. He wasn't defending himself. He was teaching. America is not a tribe. America is not a race. America is an idea. And this idea was, from the beginning, a creative plagiarism of the best thoughts of the world. The Founding Fathers didn't fearfully ask where a thought came from. They asked, does it work? He took a step forward. The National Socialists murdered German reason. They twisted Nietzsche to turn the overman into a master race. They ignored Kant to replace the categorical imperative with blind obedience. His voice became firmer. We are bringing reason back. We are taking Kant's categorical imperative. Act only according to that maxim whereby you can, at the same time, will that it should become a universal law, and making it the code of our system, not as a philosophical theory, but as a practical reality. Every validation in the Phalanx is an application of this imperative. Would you want everyone to act as you are currently validating? In the Corps, everyone held their breath. But Bruce was not just speaking to America. In Tel Aviv, an old man sat in a cafe watching the stream on his tablet. He had a number tattooed on his forearm. Next to him sat his grandson. Is he a Nazi, Grandpa? Asked the grandson. The old man shook his head. No, a Nazi says you are nothing, your people are everything. This man says you are everything if you act responsibly. That is, he searched for the word. That is tikkun olam, the repair of the world. He tapped on his tablet, a green validation, support from Tel Aviv. In Berlin, Tobias stood in front of his burned-out shop. He watched the stream on the phone of a passerby. He's right, whispered Tobias. We let them steal our history. It's time to take it back. He tapped on his display, support from Berlin. Bruce looked at his phone. The red light of rejection had disappeared. Instead, the map began to glow again. First, there were a few dots. Then thousands. Then millions. Not just from the USA. From Israel, from Germany, from Poland, from Russia. It was as if the world was answering him. We understood. They want to drag us back into the trenches of World War II, said Bruce. They want us to fight ghosts instead of building the future. But we will not fight. We will build. In this future, there is only one nation, the nation of those who want peace and are rational enough to organize it. He lowered the smartphone. Peace is not terror. Terror is the maintenance of a system through fear. Peace is the organization of the world through validation. And whoever doesn't see the difference has learned nothing from the last 70 years. The broadcast ended. No cheers exploded in the core. It was something better. It was the collective exhale of 300 people who knew they had just written history. Mary ran to Bruce and hugged him. She was crying. Tel Aviv validated, she sobbed. Tel Aviv. Do you understand what that means? Bruce nodded. He understood. It meant the final acquittal. Alex stared at the world map. It was almost completely green. The delegitimization is complete, he said quietly. The government fired its moral weapon and it exploded in its own barrel. Bruce looked out the window. The sun was rising over Detroit. It was the first day of summer. A real summer, not just a season. Patriotism, he said, more to himself than to the others, is not the love of what is. Patriotism is the love of what could be, and the willingness to take the best from everywhere to redeem this promise. The German paradox was solved. The tool was cleansed. The world glowed green. Chapter 20. Peace is not terror. It is the last desperate act of a dying system to label its successors as what it has become itself. The accusation of terrorism against the Prohomocracy was the final oath of disclosure of a power that no longer had arguments, only labels. But labels do not stick to reality. New York City, May 15, 2014. United Nations headquarters. The Security Council chamber was as silent as a cathedral after Mass. In the old world, this room would have been full of cameras. Diplomats in expensive suits would have waved papers, cast vetoes, and issued threats. Outside, protesters would have held up signs. Today, the room was almost empty. The Secretary General, a man who had dedicated his entire life to diplomacy, looked at the horseshoe-shaped tables. The chair of the USA, empty. The chair of Russia, empty. The chair of China, empty. Only the representative of Andorra and the ambassador of a small island state in the Pacific were present. They were drinking coffee from paper cups. "Shall we open the session, Mr. Secretary General?" asked the ambassador from Andorra quietly. The Secretary General took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "What shall we vote on?" he asked. "The ceasefire in Sudan, the local Phalanx councils decided and validated it 3 days ago. The famine in Yemen, the logistics clusters have already distributed the supplies." He looked at the huge mural showing the phoenix rising from the ashes. "We haven't become obsolete because we failed," he said, more to himself. "We have become obsolete because we are too slow. The world is no longer waiting for Resolution 2345B. The world acts." He stood up. He took the wooden gavel, the symbol of his authority. He weighed it in his hand. It felt light, like a toy. He placed it gently on the table. He didn't strike it. There was no bang. "The session is closed," he said. He walked out the door. He didn't turn around. Outside, the sun shone on the East River. People walked past the large glass building without giving it a glance. It was no longer a target of anger. It was simply just a museum. Detroit, the new core, 12 p.m. noon. The countdown wasn't running on a big screen. It was running in the minds of 300 programmers, economists, and mathematicians. "Phase 8, whispered Alex. The reset. Bruce stood apart. He had planned this moment since he wrote the first line of code in the bunker in Kandahar. The end of slavery through interest. The old financial system was based on debt. Money was only created when someone incurred debt. It was a hamster wheel that had to spin faster and faster so it wouldn't fall over. The Prohomocracy was based on value. Money was created when someone validated something. It was not a promise for the future. It was the proof of the present. Synchronization with the old bank servers is complete, reported a technician. We have access to the ledgers of 98% of global financial institutions. They opened the doors for us? Asked Mary incredulously. They had no choice, said Alex. Their employees validate, their IT chiefs validate. No one wants to be the guardian of the dungeon anymore. Bruce stepped to the console. There was no red button, there was only an enter key. Delete it, said Bruce. Alex pressed the key. In Cleveland, Ohio, Sarah Buffington sat at her kitchen table. In front of her lay a stack of letters, reminders, mortgage payments, student loans, medical bills. She was 45 years old, worked as a nurse, and had never in her life felt like she could breathe. Every dollar she earned belonged to someone else before she even had it in her account. Her laptop pinged. An email from her bank. No, not from her bank. From the Phalanx Financial Clearance Authority. Sarah's heart pounded. What did they want now? To take her house? She opened the mail. No text, only a graphic, a scale that was in balance, and a sentence. Your past does not belong to you anymore. Your future does. All debts, validation successfully cleared. Balance, 0. Sarah stared at the 0. She refreshed the page, 0. She logged into her credit card provider, 0. She logged into the Student Loan Authority. Page not found, redirected to Phalanx. Balance, 0. Sarah started to shake. It wasn't shaking from cold. It was as if a ton of weight she had carried on her shoulders for 20 years suddenly evaporated. Gravity seemed to lessen. She laid her head on the table and cried. She cried so loud that her children came from the living room. Mom, what's wrong? Sarah raised her head. Tears ran down her face, but she was laughing. The house, she sobbed. It belongs to us. It really belongs to us. This scene repeated millions of times all over the world. In the slums of Mumbai, where loan sharks lost their power. In the suburbs of London. In the villages of Greece. We replaced the mathematics of scarcity with the mathematics of abundance. There were no bank failures because banks were no longer needed. The system was stable because it was based on the reality of labor power, not on bets about the future. On this day, capitalism didn't end, it just grew up. It stopped being a casino and became a marketplace. 3 months later, Arlington. The park was finished. Where the ruin of Mr. Wilson's house had once stood, lavender now grew. The old fences were gone. There were no more gates that needed locking. Bruce sat on a bench made of rough, warm wood. He wore jeans and a t-shirt stained with soil. His hands were calloused. He had come back, not as a leader, but as a gardener. He watched 2 children playing on the meadow. They chased each other, laughed, fell down. No one shouted to them to be careful. Someone sat down next to him. It was a young woman, maybe 20 years old. She held a tablet showing complex structural diagrams. Excuse me, she said. Are you Bruce Miller? Bruce looked at her. He smiled. I am Bruce, he said. The woman stared at him with wide eyes. I am writing my thesis on the architecture of the early Phalanx algorithms. I can't believe you're just sitting here. You changed the world. Bruce shook his head. He reached into the earth next to the bench, letting the dark soil trickle through his fingers. No, he said. I just weeded the garden. The flowers. He pointed to the playing children, to people walking in the park. They grew on their own. The student looked at her tablet. But the code, the structure, someone had to have the vision. Visions are dangerous when they come from a single person, said Bruce. I had no vision. I only had an observation. I saw that people are good if you let them be, that they are rational if you don't lie to them. I just switched off the system that stopped them from being that way. You might call it an observation, but my thesis argues it was the answer to the 3 great paradoxes of the old era, the student countered. She tapped on her screen. Bruce looked at her with interest. Which ones? Slavoj Žižek said that political questions are far too serious to be left to the politicians, she quoted. The Prohomocracy took politics away from the representatives and gave it back to the reality, to us. Bruce nodded slowly. Representation was always just a corruption of the signal. Then there is Edward Snowden, she continued. When exposing a crime is treated as committing a crime, you are being ruled by criminals. The old system made truth illegal to protect itself. The Prohomocracy took the power away from those criminals by making transparency the default. She hesitated for a moment, then added, and Ayn Rand. She defined it perfectly. Civilization is the process of setting man free from men. She looked around the park, at the people living without coercion. That is exactly what happened here. You didn't just free us from debt, you freed man from the rule of other men. He leaned back and closed his eyes. The sun warmed his face. And now, asked the student, what is your function in the new system? Do you still lead? Do you validate the big decisions? Bruce laughed quietly. It was a free laugh. My function? My function? I make sure the lavender gets enough water, and I practice not being important. He opened his eyes and looked at her intently. Do not worship the architect. Worship the house you now live in. Make sure the windows stay clean and the doors stand open for every seeker. Reason needs no heroes. It only needs practitioners. Be a practitioner. The student was silent for a long time, then she typed something on her tablet. A green light lit up. Thank you, she said, for the lavender. She stood up and went back to her study group on the meadow. Bruce remained seated. He took his old tattered notebook from his pocket, the book that had started in Kandahar, full of formulas, quotes, fears, and hopes. He thumbed to the last written page. Peace is not terror, it stood there. He took his pen. He wrote nothing added to it. He wrote only one word under all the text. Done. Then he closed the book. He looked to the sky. A plane drew a white contrail through the blue. It carried supplies, coordinated by millions of people who didn't know each other but trusted one another. The boy from Kandahar, who had trembled in the bunker before the illogic of war, was finally quiet. The noise was gone. The fear was gone. He stood up, put the book in his back pocket, and took his rake. The earth waited. There was still much to do. But it was good work. He started to rake, and around him the world breathed. The silence was over. The pitch was won. The breakout had become a new home. Obedience had yielded to freedom. The plebiscite had become daily practice. The seekers had found the shore. The operations center had become a service provider. The Prohomocracy was the standard. The digital spring had become summer. His service was ended. Life began. Epilogue 2046, The Fulfilled Dream. The train glided silently over the Potomac. There were no rails anymore, just a gentle magnetic hum that was barely audible over the rush of the wind in the open cars. Elias Jr., he called himself only Eli, leaned against the railing and looked at the city that had once been Washington, D.C. He had seen the old pictures, photos from the early 21st century, a city of white marble and gray concrete, rigid and monumental, cut through by paved veins, congested with cars spewing poisons into the air, a city that demonstrated power by suppressing nature. The Washington of 2046 was a garden. The National Mall was no longer a manicured lawn bordered by fences. It was an agora, a wild, blooming marketplace of ideas, crisscrossed by vertical farms climbing the flanks of the old museums. The Capitol still glowed white, but its dome was covered by a shimmering, almost invisible layer of transparent solar cells that acted like a second skin. It wasn't a utopia. Eli knew that. Utopias were rigid. This was a protopia, a state of constant becoming. He saw groups of people sitting on the lawns, not tourists taking selfies, citizens. He saw holographic projections floating above the groups, complex data visualizations, budget plans, draft laws. They were debating, they were gesturing, they were working. Politics was no longer a profession that took place behind closed doors. Politics was the metabolism of society, and everyone was a cell. The train braked gently. Station Arlington Memorial Forest. Eli got out. The air was moist and smelled of earth and ozone. Arlington was no longer a cemetery, at least not in the old sense, where stone dominated. It was a forest. Oaks, maples, and giant sequoias grew between the weathered white stones. The dead fertilized the living. It was a sacred place, but not a sad one. Above the treetops, quiet drones purred, barely larger than dragonflies. They tended the forest, corrected soil moisture, pollinated blossoms. Technology and nature hadn't concluded a ceasefire. They had entered into a symbiosis. Eli followed the coordinates on his display. He was nervous. He had waited 3 years for this appointment. His dissertation depended on it. The architecture of transition, from representative stagnation to liquid responsiveness. An academic title for a simple question. How the hell had they done it? How had they gotten here from the burning barricades of 2024 without the world going up in ashes? He found the bench on a small rise overlooking the river and the Lincoln Memorial in the distance. The bench wasn't sawn from dead wood, but formed from living roots that wound out of the ground to create a seat. Bioarchitecture, thought Eli, a standard printing process of the 2030s. Two people sat there. The man was old, older than time, it seemed. He wore a simple linen jacket and an old analog wristwatch, a relic. His hair was white as the marble stones in the grass, and his face was a map of wrinkles. Bruce Miller, the architect. Next to him sat a girl, maybe 16. She wore a neuro headset that lay like a filigree silver circlet on her forehead. Her eyes were closed, but her hands danced in the air, manipulating invisible objects. Eli remained standing respectfully. He didn't want to break the silence. "Come on, Victoria," murmured the old man without opening his eyes. "Don't keep him dangling. The water rights in Nevada won't solve themselves." The girl, Victoria, Bruce's granddaughter, sighed. It was an annoyed, typical teenager sigh. "It's not Nevada, Grandpa. It's the education cluster in the Midwest. The conservative algorithms of the Heritage Node are blocking the budget for the new holodecks. They want to put the money into drought prevention." She made a sharp, sweeping motion with her right hand. "I'm trying to find a synergy. If we classify the holodecks as simulation training for drought management, the emergency fund kicks in." "Clever," said Bruce. "But is it true?" Victoria opened one eye. It was light gray, almost transparent. "It is validated. The data shows that students who simulate crises are 40% more effective in real deployment. I linked the study from 2042 as a reference. I still need 14,000 signatures for consensus." She closed the eye again. Her fingers accelerated. "Wait. Yes. The algorithm accepts the link. The Heritage Node withdraws the veto. We have consensus. The budget is released." She exhaled and took off the silver circlet. She looked exhausted but satisfied. "Peace is hard work," she said, rubbing her temples. "Peace is the only work that counts," corrected Bruce gently. Then he turned his head and looked directly at Eli. His eyes had the clarity of a mountain lake, cold and deep. "You're standing there like a monument, young man. Sit down before you take root." Eli almost stumbled in his haste. He sat on the very edge of the root bench. "Sir, Mr. Miller, it is an honor. I am Elias Jr. My father was Elias Thorne." Bruce finished the sentence. "I see him in your chin. He was a good man. He had hands like shovels and a heart like a cathedral. He kept the printing presses running when we had no power." Eli nodded, a lump in his throat. "He died 5 years ago. He always talked about the night of the leaflets, as if it were a fairy tale." "It was no fairy tale," said Bruce. His gaze wandered over the river. "It was the most dangerous moment in history. We stood at the cliff. One shot, one nervous finger on the trigger of a tank, and all this." He made a wide gesture encompassing the forest and the city. "Would have become just another chapter in a book about failed civilizations." "That is the subject of my work," said Eli hastily. He activated his recording device, a tiny pebble he placed on the bench. "The transition. We learn in school about the 3 phases, but the history books they are so clean, so logical." Bruce laughed. It was a dry sound like rustling leaves. "Logic. Yes, that was our mistake in the beginning. We thought we could patch the system with logic. But people aren't logical. They are mythic." "Can you explain that?" Bruce leaned back. "You see, Elias, America was never just a country. It was a story we told ourselves, and like any good story, it had authors." He held up 3 fingers. His hand trembled slightly. "The first author was 1776. Jefferson, Washington, Franklin. They wrote the pitch. All men are created equal, a grandiose idea. But they were bad editors. They overlooked the flaw in the plot, that they owned people. They built a foundation, but they locked the basement." Victoria listened. She knew the story, but she knew her grandfather told it a little differently each time, depending on who was listening. "The second author," continued Bruce, "was 1865. Lincoln. He had to almost tear the book apart to save it. He rewrote the chapter in blood. He broke open the basement door, but he couldn't unite the house. The crack went through the table at which everyone was supposed to eat." "And the third?" asked Eli. "In my thesis, I argue that Phalanx was the third founding." Bruce shook his head vehemently. No, Phalanx is just the paper. Phalanx is the ink. The third author, the third founding father, was Martin Luther King. Eli frowned. But he wasn't a president. He didn't sign a law. He did something more important. He demanded the promissory note, the IOU. Bruce closed his eyes as if hearing an old melody. I remember the day in Reverend Thomas's church. I was a technocrat, Elias. I thought in zeros and ones. I thought if we gave people a perfect voting tool, democracy would work automatically. Thomas laughed at me. Bruce imitated the deep voice of the late Reverend. A hammer can build a house or crack a skull. It depends on the hand that wields it. King, said Bruce again in his own voice, gave us the hand. He taught us that the American dream is not a possession. No house in the suburbs, no car. Those were the lies of the 20th century. The dream was the mandate to cash the promissory note of 1776. He demanded ownership of the republic itself, not just guest rights. And the transition? Asked Eli. The years 2024 to 2030? The dark years? Bruce's face darkened. We don't call them dark. We call them the years of work. When we started Phalanx, there were no fireworks. The old system fought back. Not with tanks. The tanks stopped when the soldiers read our leaflets. The system fought back with inertia, with bureaucracy, with the people's fear of their own responsibility. He looked at Victoria. Victoria's generation can't imagine it. For them, it is normal to vote on the budget at breakfast, that they are part of the legislature. But for us, we were conditioned to make a cross every 4 years and then shut up. We were consumers of politics, not producers. How did you change that? Asked Eli. We made the dream a verb, said Victoria. Eli and Bruce looked at her. Grandpa explained it to me like this, said Victoria. People used to say, I have a dream. It was something you had, like a thing. It was passive. You waited for it to come true. But to dream, dreaming, that is an activity. Like building, like planting. Bruce nodded proudly. Exactly. We told people, you are no longer waiting for the savior. No Kennedy, no Obama, no Trump is coming to save you. You are the founding fathers, every single one of you, every damn day. He sighed. It was hard. The first years, God, the chaos, misinformation, trolls, demagogues trying to hack the algorithm. Alex, his voice broke briefly. Alex almost worked himself to death coding the truth layer. We pulled all-nighters where we thought the experiment would fail, that people are too stupid for freedom. But then came the tipping point, said Eli. Then came the habit, corrected Bruce. People realized their voice counted, that if they took care of the school in their neighborhood, the school got better. That if they validated local budgets, money no longer disappeared into dark channels. Corruption didn't die by a law. It starved, because millions of eyes looked at every cent. Bruce looked at his old hands. We didn't abolish the state, Elias. We just made it liquid. We took the walls of the Capitol and laid them flat until they were paving stones we all walk on. The sun began to sink behind the trees of Arlington. The light became softer, golden. The drones began to glow, small fireflies of efficiency. Bruce felt a fatigue that had nothing to do with age. It was the deep, heavy satisfaction of a man who has tilled his field and now sees the evening coming. He thought of the dead, of Alex, who had gone 2 years ago, quietly and softly slumped over his keyboard, of Reverend Thomas, of the young soldier who had taken off his helmet back then. They were all part of the forest here. Was it worth it? Asked Eli quietly. Bruce looked at him. Look around. Do you hear that? Eli listened. He heard the wind, the hum of the drones, the distant laughter of a group of young people on the meadow. I hear nothing special. Exactly, said Bruce. You hear no sirens. You hear no screaming. You hear no demagogues preaching hate. You hear the sound of a society at peace with itself. Yes, Elias, it was worth every drop of sweat. Victoria stood up. Grandpa, it's getting chilly. We should go. Mom is making dinner. Bruce nodded. He leaned on his cane, a simple piece of driftwood, and rose with difficulty. Do you have enough for your thesis, son? Eli took the pebble recorder. I have more than that. I have the context. Thank you. He hesitated. One last thing. What is the next step? When the dream is fulfilled, what comes then? Bruce stopped. He looked to the sky where the first stars were becoming visible. Between them moved points of light, the orbital stations, the shipyards for the Mars ships. A fulfilled dream dies if it doesn't grow, said Bruce. We repaired America. We healed the earth, or at least stopped the bleeding. But man is an explorer. The promissory note is not just valid for this planet. He winked at Victoria. Victoria is already working on the Constitution for the first Mars colony. Prohomocracy and low gravity. That will be exciting. No nation-states up there, said Victoria seriously. Only citizens. The student bowed slightly. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Victoria. He walked back to the train station, his head full of thoughts, his fingers already typing on his tablet. Bruce and Victoria walked slowly through the forest. Are you tired? Asked Victoria. A little, admitted Bruce. Telling the story, it's like living it again. The fear, the hope. They reached the exit of the park. An autonomous pod was waiting for them. Bruce stopped once more and looked back at the endless rows of trees and stones. He thought of King. King had seen the mountain. He hadn't gone to the promised land, but he had shown the way. Bruce had opened the door. He had picked the lock, but the land now belonged to Victoria. It belonged to Eli. Free at last, thought Bruce, not free of worries, not free of work, but free of the lie that we are powerless. He got into the pod. The door glided shut. Quiet classical music played. Bach, the Goldberg Variations, Alex's favorite piece. Bruce leaned his head against the cool pane. The lights of the city passed by. No neon signs advertising products, but art, light tunnels, poems projected onto facades. The city dreamed aloud. His heartbeat slowed down. It wasn't pain. It was more like an engine that had run at full speed for a lifetime, finally shifting into idle. Grandpa? Victoria's voice sounded suddenly far away. Bruce smiled. He wanted to take her hand, but his hand was heavy. It's all good, Sparrow, he whispered. Keep validating. Always validate. The world around him faded. The green of the trees, the white of the Capitol, the face of his granddaughter. Everything dissolved into a stream of light and data. It wasn't the end. It was just a change of interface. User Bruce Miller logged out. Session ended. Save changes? Yes. The last image that appeared before his inner eye was not dark. It was bright, and it was familiar. It was the homepage, the global agora. Millions of people, connected in a web of empathy and reason. And in the center, pulsing, waiting, eternal. I have a dream that one day, Bruce smiled one last time. In his thoughts, he typed, no plan, no law, just one word, continue. He clicked on validate.